Guess what came in the mail today?
Oh, what?
This.
Stick it in!
Mr. Sun came up and he smiled at me. Said it's gonna be a good one, just wait and see. Jumped out of bed and I ran outside, feeling so extra ecstatified. It's the best day ever. It's the best day ever. I'm so busy, got nothing to do. Spent the last 2 hours just tying my shoe. Every flower, every grain of sand is reaching out to shake my hand. It's the best day ever. It's the best day ever. Sometimes the little things start closing in on me. When I'm feeling down, I wanna lose that frown. I stick my head out the window and I look around. Those clouds don't scare me, they can't disguise this magic that's happening right before my eyes. Soon Mr. Moon will be shining bright, so the best day ever can last all night. Yeah, the best day ever's gonna last all night now.
We interrupt this program for an important news announcement. Breaking news! Chaos erupts as the streamer known as Yuggie TV begins wreaking havoc across the globe.
Can I get a...
Hey, what happened? Why are those squiggles on the screen?
Those are called end credits, Patrick.
And credits? But I don't want it to end!
That's why Neptune gave us the rewind button.
Hey, thank you, Neptune!
Hello. Hello. Today we're gonna watch a interview of Ray Dalio. And I also wanna watch this one. Principles for Success. Let's check it out. Maybe we can start with this one first.
An ultra mini principles for success. An ultra mini series adventure in 30 minutes and in 8 episodes. Episode 1: The Call to Adventure. Before we begin, let me just establish the fact that I don't know much relative to what I need to know. Whatever success I've had in life has more to do with my knowing how to deal with my not knowing than anything I know. That I should be telling other people what to do sounds kind of presumptuous to me, but I'm going to do it because I believe that the principles that have made me successful could help others achieve their own goals. I'm now at a stage in my own life in which it is much more important to me to pass along what I've... Principles for Success, an ultra mini series adventure in 30 minutes and in 8 episodes. Episode 1: The Call to Adventure. Before we begin, let me just establish the fact that I don't know much relative to what I need to know. Whatever success I've had in life has more to do with my knowing how to deal with my not knowing than anything I know. That I should be telling other people what to do sounds kind of presumptuous to me, but I'm going to do it because I believe that the principles that have made me successful could help others achieve their own goals. I'm now at a stage in my own life in which it is much more important to me to pass along what I've learned about how to be successful than to seek more success for myself. What you choose to do with these principles is up to you. You have to be an independent thinker because only you can develop your own principles based on your own values. This brings me to my first and most fundamental principle, which is that you need to think for yourself about what is true. So let's get started. Early on, I discovered I needed principles. Principles are smart ways for handling things that happen over and over again in similar situations. There are principles for everything, from skiing to parenting to cooking and so on. I'm going to share some of my most important overarching life principles that influence how we approach everything that we do. I didn't start out with principles. I acquired them over a lifetime of experiences, mostly from making mistakes and reflecting on them. My life principles are simple, but they're not complete. I still struggle to make the best decisions, and I still make mistakes and learn new principles all the time. This is the reality. At the beginning, I needed to escape the conventions that surrounded me, which meant that I needed to think for myself. Unless you want to have a life that is directed by others, you need to decide for yourself what to do, and you need to have the courage to do it. But I didn't know that at first. I only learned that from going on my adventure. Looking back on my own journey, I now see that time is like a river that carries us forward into encounters with reality that require us to make decisions. We can't stop our movement down this river, and we can't avoid the encounters. We can only approach them in the best possible way. In your lifetime, you will face millions of decisions. The quality of your decisions will determine the quality of your life. Over the course of my lifetime, the most valuable things I've learned were the results of mistakes I reflected on to help form principles so I wouldn't make the same mistakes again. These principles took me from being a very ordinary middle-class kid from Long Island to becoming very successful as judged by conventional measures. They also gave me the meaningful work and meaningful relationships that I value even more than these conventional successes. People often ask me how I did it. I can assure you it wasn't because of my uniqueness as a person. It was the result of a unique approach to life I believe almost anybody can adopt. It starts with embracing reality and dealing with it. The path you take in life is your most important decision.
Oh my god, I like that word. Embrace reality and deal with it. Oof.
In my case, I wanted my life to be great, and I feared boredom and mediocrity more than I feared failure. Since I didn't start out with money, and I didn't need much more than a bed to sleep in and food to eat, I could skew my decisions to pursue my adventures. So ever since I was a kid, I ran after the things I wanted, crashed, got up and ran again, and crashed again, and each time I crashed, I learned something, got better, and crashed less. By doing that over and over again, I learned to love this process.
Sam, thanks for the 66 months off. Thank you so much.
66 months of worshiping Goddess Yuggie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Even the crashing part of it. Through it, I encountered reality, and I learned how to deal with it, which inspired another one of my most fundamental principles, which is that truth is the essential foundation for producing good outcomes. By truth, I don't mean anything more than the way the world works. I believe that we were given the laws of reality by nature. Humans didn't create them, but we can use them to foster our own evolution and achieve our goals. Realizing that made me a hyper-realist, by which I mean I became someone who has discovered the great rewards of deeply understanding, accepting, and working with reality as it is, and not as I wish it would be. When I say I'm a hyper-realist, people sometimes think I'm saying that dreams can't come true. That's absolutely not true. Without pursuing dreams, life is mundane. What I mean is that, to me, hyper-realism is the best way to choose one's dreams and then achieve them. Having big dreams, plus embracing reality, plus having lots of determination will bring you a successful life. I believe this formula is true for everyone. But what does a successful life look like? We each have to decide for ourselves what success is. I don't care whether you want to be a master of the universe or to live under a palm tree or anything else. I really don't. Each of us chooses goals based on our values and decides on the best path to achieve them. But we all need approaches to making decisions that work well, especially when facing problems, mistakes, and weaknesses that stand in our way. To succeed, we must embrace all our realities, especially the harsh realities that we wish weren't true. At first, looking at these harsh realities caused me a lot of pain, but I learned that this pain was just psychological, and that my seeing things differently made all the difference. I came to view problems like puzzles that would reward me if I could solve them. They would help me deal with the problem at hand, and they would give me principles for dealing with similar problems in the future. I learned to treat pain as a cue, that a great learning opportunity is at hand, which led me to realize that pain plus reflection equals progress. Meditation has been invaluable in helping me see things that way. I found that when I calmed myself down and embraced my realities and dealt with them, the rewards brought me pleasure and the pain faded. Each of us has the unique capability to think logically, to reflect on ourselves and our circumstances, and to direct our own personal evolution. Doing this well is just a matter of following a simple 5-step process. We've discussed how important it is to reflect carefully after experiencing pain. When I did this, I was usually able to discover principles that would prevent me from repeating the same mistakes in the future. And I could see that being successful simply consisted of 5 steps. Step 1 is to know your goals and run after them. What is best for you depends on your nature, so you need to really understand yourself and know what you want to achieve in life. Step 2 is to encounter the problems that stand in the way of getting to your goals. These problems are typically painful. If handled badly, some of them can lead to your ruin. But to evolve, you need to identify those problems and not tolerate them. Step 3 is to diagnose these problems to get at their root causes. Don't jump too quickly to solutions. Take a step back and reflect in order to really distinguish the symptoms from the disease. Step 4 is to design a plan to eliminate the problems. This is where you will determine what you need to do to get around them. And step 5 is to execute those designs, pushing yourself to do what's needed to progress toward your goal. A successful life essentially consists of doing these 5 steps over and over again. This is your personal evolution, and you see this process everywhere. It's just a law of nature. Think of any product, any organization, or any person you know, and you will see that this is true for them. Evolution is simply a process of either adapting or dying. Conceptually, it looks just like the 5-step process I've described. As you push through this it looks just like the 5-step process I've described. As you push through this often painful the 5-step process I've described. As you push through this often painful process, you'll naturally ascend to higher and higher levels of success. I found that when I did it better, my struggling never became easier, because the more capable I became, the greater the challenges I would take on. Because different people are strong and weak at different things, most people can't do all 5 steps well. Not facing this reality means you could stretch further than you should. And as the heights get greater, your falls could also be greater. Sometimes terrible things happen to all of us in life. They can ruin us, or they can profoundly improve us, depending on how we handle them. Something like this happened to me in 1982. We progress forward until we encounter setbacks. Whether or not we get out of them and continue forward or spiral downward depends on whether or not we're willing to face the failure objectively and make the right decisions to turn the loop upward again. Something terrible happened to me in 1982 when I bet everything on a depression that never came. The period between 1979 and 1982 was one of extreme turbulence for the global economy, the markets, and for me. And I believe that the U.S. economy, with the world economy tied to it, was headed toward a catastrophe. This view was extremely controversial. I wanted the great upside and very publicly took a big risk and was wrong, dead wrong. After a delay, the stock market began a big bull market that lasted 18 years, and the U.S. economy enjoyed the greatest growth period in its history. This experience was like a blow to my head with a baseball bat. I had to cut my losses so that my company, Bridgewater, was left with one employee, me. I was so broke, I had to borrow $4,000 from my dad to pay my bills. But even worse was having to let go the people I cared so much about. I wondered whether I should give up my dream of working for myself and play it safe by working for someone else in a job that would require me to put on a tie and commute every day. Though I knew that for me, taking less risk would mean having a less great life. Being so wrong, and especially being so publicly wrong, was painfully humbling. I am still shocked and embarrassed by how arrogant I was in being totally confident in a totally incorrect view. Though I'd been right much more than I'd been wrong, I had let one bad bet erase all my good ones. I thought very hard about the relationship between risk and reward and how to manage them. But I couldn't see a path forward that would give me the rewards I wanted without unacceptable risk. This kind of experience happens to everyone. It will happen to you. You will lose something or someone you think you can't live without, or you will suffer a terrible illness or injury, or your career will fall apart before your eyes. You might think that your life is ruined and that there's no way to go forward, but it will pass. I assure you that there is always a best path forward, and you probably just don't see it yet. You just have to reflect
Thanks for the raid, welcome raiders.
well to find it. You have to embrace your reality. Sometimes things happen that are hard to understand. Life often feels so difficult and complicated. It's too much to take in all at once. My deep pain led me to reflect deeply on my circumstances. It also led me to reflect on nature because it provides a guide for what's true. So I thought a lot about how things work, which helped to put me and my own circumstances in perspective. I saw that at the Big Bang, all the laws and forces of the universe were created and propelled forward, interacting with each other as a perpetual motion machine, in which all the bits and pieces coalesce into machines that work for a while, fall apart, and then coalesce into new machines. This goes on into eternity. I saw that everything is a machine. The structure and evolution of galaxies, the formation of our own solar system, the makeup of Earth's geography and ecosystems, our economies and markets, and each of us. We individually are machines made up of different machines. Our circulatory system, our nervous system, that produce our thoughts, our dreams, our emotions, and all the other aspects of our distinct characters. All of these different machines evolve together through time to produce the realities we encounter every day. And I realized that I was just one tiny bit in 1 nanosecond deciding what I should do. While that perspective might sound very philosophical, I found that it was very practical because it showed me how I could deal with my own realities in a better way. For example, I observed that most everything happens over and over again in slightly different ways. Some in obvious short-term cycles that are easy to recognize, so we know how to deal with them, like the 24-hour day. Some so infrequently that they haven't occurred in our lifetimes, and we're shocked when they do, like the once-in-a-100-year storm. And some we know exist, but are encountering for the first time, like the birth of our first child. Most people mistakenly treat these situations as being unique and deal with them without having proper perspective or principles to help them get through them. I found that if instead of dealing with these events as one-offs, I could see each as just another one of those and approach them in the same way a biologist might approach an animal, first identifying its species, then drawing on principles for dealing with it appropriately. Because I could see these events transpire in pretty much the same ways over and over, I could more clearly see the cause-effect relationships that govern their behaviors, which allowed me to develop better principles that I could express in both words and algorithms. I learned that while most everyone expects the future to be a slightly modified version of the present, it is typically very different. That's because people are biased by recent history and overlook events that haven't happened in a long time, perhaps not even in their lifetime, but they will happen again. With that perspective, I realized that what I missed when I mistakenly called for a Great Depression was hidden in the patterns of history, and I could use my newfound knowledge of these patterns to make better decisions in the future. And when I thought about my challenge, balancing risk and reward, I realized that risk and reward naturally go together. I could see that to get the most out of life, one has to take more risk, and that knowing how to appropriately balance risk and reward is essential to having the best life possible. Imagine you are faced with the choice of having a safe, boring life if you stay where you are, or having a fabulous one if you take the risk of successfully crossing a dangerous jungle. That is essentially the choice we all face. For me, the choice was clear, but that doesn't mean the path forward was without challenges. I still needed to face two big barriers that we all must face. I can't tell you which path in life is best for you, because I don't know how important it is for you to achieve big goals relative to how important it is for you to avoid the pains required to get them. This is the courage I spoke of earlier, and we each have to feel these things out for ourselves. After my big mistake in calling for a depression, I had come to one of life's forks in the road, as we all do. If I made the choice to take a normal job and play it safe, I would have ended up with a very different life than the one I had. But as long as I could pay the rent, put food on the table, and educate my kids, the only choice for me was to risk crossing the jungle in pursuit of the best life possible. My big mistake in betting on a depression gave me a healthy fear of being wrong. In other words, it gave me deep humility, which was exactly what I needed. At the same time, it didn't stop me from aggressively going after the things I wanted. To succeed, I needed to see more than I alone could see. But standing in my way of doing that were the two biggest barriers everyone faces: our ego and blind spot barriers. These barriers exist because of how our brains work. First, let's explore the ego barrier. When I refer to your ego barrier, I'm talking about the parts of your brain that prevent you from acknowledging your weaknesses objectively, so that you can figure out how to deal with them. Your deepest-seated needs and fears reside in areas of your brain that control your emotions and are not accessible to your higher-level conscious awareness. And because our need to be right can be more important than our need to find out what's true, we like to believe our own opinions without properly stress testing them. We especially don't like to look at our mistakes and weaknesses. We are instinctively prone to react to explorations of them as though they're attacks. We get angry, even though it would be more logical for us to be open to feedback from others. This leads to our making inferior decisions, learning less, and falling short of our potentials. The second is the blind spot barrier. Everyone has blind spots. The blind spot barrier is when a person believes he or she can see everything. But it's a simple fact that no one alone can see a complete picture of reality. Naturally, people can't appreciate what they can't see. Just as we all have different ranges for singing, hearing pitch, and seeing colors, we have different ranges for seeing and understanding things. For example, while some people are better at seeing the big picture, others excel at seeing details. Some are linear thinkers, and others are more lateral. While some are creative but not reliable, others are reliable but not creative, and so on. Because of how our brains are wired differently, everyone perceives the world around them differently. By doing what comes naturally to us, we fail to account for our weaknesses, and we crash. Either we keep doing that or we change. Aristotle defined tragedy as a terrible outcome arising from a person's fatal flaw. A flaw that, had it been fixed, would have instead led to a wonderful outcome. In my opinion, these two barriers are the main impediments that get in the way of good decision-making. Taking risks and occasionally being ruined wasn't acceptable, and neither was not taking risks and not having exceptional results. I needed an approach that would give me the exceptional upside without also giving me the exceptional downside. When I discovered it, it turned out to be my holy grail. To get it, I needed to replace the joy of being proven right with the joy of learning what's true. This need prompted me to seek out the most thoughtful people I could find who disagreed with me. I didn't care about their conclusions, I just wanted to see things through their eyes, and to have them see things through my eyes, so that together we could hash things out to discover what's true. In other words, what I wanted most from them was thoughtful disagreement. Going from seeing things through just my eyes to seeing things through the eyes of these thoughtful people was like going from seeing things in black and white to seeing them in color. The world lit up. That's when I realized that the best way to go through the jungle of life is with insightful people who see things differently from me. Think about the 5-step process I described earlier. As I said, because we are wired so differently, not everyone can do all the 5 steps well. But you don't have to do them all alone. You can get help from others who are good at what you're not.
Isn't it great, chat? Thanks God. Like, look at us. My community. Like, that's something that I started to think about it too. That because we all having all different backgrounds, coming from all different culture, all different from, different situation. So even when we discuss about one thing, everyone can bring up some like different opinions and different ideas and stuff like that. Of course, I will share it. And that's one of the part that I really like about talking on stream, that there are a lot of things that I learn from chat. Like every time I started to discuss about something, my ideas are biased on my own research, right? But like chats are bringing up, oh, but Yugi, like, I think in this way, I think in this way, I think in this way. I don't think so. And I'm like, why is that? And if I ask, thankfully, most of the guys give the reasons. Like the one of the things that I like about to say, like, talk about something with chat is that, okay, let's say that I said something and then some chat don't like it or disagree with it. So they're probably first time, that's stupid. Like, that's ridiculous. And now I always ask, why? Why is it bad? Why do you hate it? And then like, oh, it's because like, blah, 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 and then blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't like the people who just say it suck, it's stupid, it's bad, and not giving their reasons. I want to hear some of the, like, your opinion. Why is it bad or why is it good? And then I want to hear the, like, actual information in your head, like, because I saw this, I read this, have you ever seen this, have you heard of this, and then bring up all this data, and then my brain is becoming more like big data. Yeah, I really like that. And I 100% agree with what he's saying, that like your life becoming more vibrant and you can build your world more like dynamic if you're surrounded by more insightful people, for sure. You need the fact to support your reasonable. Yeah. I think so.
Who are wired to perceive things you can't. All you need to do is let go of your attachment to having the right answers yourself and use your fear of being wrong to become open-minded to these other views. In this way, you could point out the risks and opportunities that you would individually miss. I found that taking this radically open-minded approach and believability weighting people's thinking significantly increased my probabilities of making the best decisions possible. This enabled me to ascend to greater heights and greater challenges. In the past, I would have always wanted to do what I myself thought was best. But now I sought out the strongest independent thinkers I could find. I still do. There is nothing better to be on a shared mission with extraordinary people who can be radically truthful and radically transparent with each other. This approach led me to create a company with a unique idea meritocracy, operating in a unique way that produced unique successes. In an idea meritocracy, you get the best of everybody. Everyone thinks independently. Then we work through our disagreements to get at what's best. However, not every opinion is equally valuable, and we had to learn to distinguish between good ideas and bad ones to get the best decisions. In other words, we needed to believability weight people's thinking. But that's another story I will explain in my work principles. Right now, there are many wonderful opportunities and dangerous risks surrounding you that you don't see. If you saw them, free of the distortions produced by your ego or your blind spots, you would be able to deal with them more effectively. If you could.
Yeah, the fun thing is that more that I started to learn all those things and grow, the one thing that I really regret about it is that, oh my god, if I was only be more, I think about this often. Like, I think it would happen very different if I was more able to like openly communicate with chat and understand how to communicate better in the beginning of the streaming. Like, I I improved this a lot the last 7 years or so. It took me such a long time. And I'm still learning. Like, I am really bad at it. And it was like my biggest weakness, I think. But like, there was this point that I realized that I should work on this. I should work on myself. And then there was a lot of the reasons. Like, first of all, I think I didn't know about myself very well. I didn't know um who I was, who I am, who I want to be. Like, this like the guideline, I didn't really have it. And also, I was not grown from the environment that I can like openly talk about or communicate better and stuff like that. So it took me such a long time to reach like certain level to actually can talk with people. Before, I think I was not able to do that. And then I think before, maybe first of all, I didn't really have my personal guideline. And secondly, even if there's something in my mind, I was not able to like speak out loud. I didn't have all this skill. So that's something that I regret about it, because I feel like from the beginning till now, all the time, I feel like I always have been having one of the greatest quality of the community all the time. Fortunately, I feel like most of the people around me are always like very high, great quality of the people. But I feel like because I was so stupid and dumb and was not wise enough, that I like lost so many of the great quality of people. I mean, but at the same time, that ironically, that kind of like, how do I say this? Ironically, that kind of implies that most of the people who left till now are the one, maybe the most highest quality of the people, because like they're amazing, and at the same time they're even patient for watching all this mistakes and trials and fails and, yeah, stuff for such a long time, and still, like, decided to be supportive. So yeah, it's like two different feelings are in my mind. And at the same time, you can't really change the past. And I learned that, well, I made a mistake, and seems like I'm learning from the mistake. So maybe it's a time that I can actually make some progress. So like, I think it's great.
Acquire this ability, and with practice you can. You will radically improve your life. So far, I described how I learned to confront my own realities, my problems, my mistakes and weaknesses, and how I surrounded myself with others who could do things better than I could. This was the most effective way I discovered for making great decisions. This is not the normal way of being, but through this approach, I became very successful. And being successful enabled me to meet extraordinarily successful people and see how they think. I've discovered that their journeys were similar to mine. You might not know it, but they all struggle. and they all have weaknesses, that they all get around by working with people who see risks and opportunities that they would miss. Over time, I learned that by nature, most people's greatest strengths are also connected to their most significant weaknesses. And striving hard for big things is bound to lead you to painful falls. It's just part of the process. Such setbacks will test you. They sort people. Some think hard about what caused their setbacks, learn lessons, and continue progressing toward their goals, while others decide that this game is not for them and get off the field. I've come to realize that success is not a matter of attaining one's goals. I found that when I reached each new higher level of success, I rarely remained satisfied. The things we are striving for are just the bait. Struggling to get them forces us to evolve, and it is this struggle toward personal evolution with others that is the reward. I no longer wanted to get across the jungle, but instead wanted to find greater and greater challenges to go after. Surrounded by great people, working together on a shared journey. Eventually, the success of the mission and the well-being of the people alongside me became more important than my own success. I also started to see beyond myself and wanted others to be successful when I'm no longer here. I realized that if I fail to do that, I will be a failure. I struggle with this now. We all struggle with different things at different times, until we either choose to give up or until we die and become part of the larger evolutionary story. This is how all machines work and are recycled through time. When a machine breaks down, its parts go back into the system to become parts of new machines that also evolve through time. Sometimes this makes us sad because we become very attached to our machines. But if you look at it from the higher level, it's really beautiful to observe how the machine of evolution works.
Wow,
Now,
that's quite an interesting point of view.
Forget about where these principles came from. Just assess whether or not they are useful to you and evolve them to suit your own needs. As with all of life's decisions, what you do with them is ultimately up to you. My only hope for you is that you have the courage to struggle and evolve well to make your life as great as it can be. Thank you and goodbye.
Wow. Oh my god, this is my second the video of his speech, but I really like it. I would like to read the books about him. I think he has a really good insight, don't you think so, Chad? Like one of the reasons that I like about his content is not just because because he's described not only about financial success, like how to achieve or how to manage your finance. He also giving some good insight and guideline for life in general. Like, I don't like the people who only talking about the money, but he's one of the people that talking about, because money is important part of the life. He also talking about how to grow your wealth and manage your wealth, but at the same time, he talks about some of the very important stuffs for your life to improve yourself. I really like it. And then there's another video that I want to watch. This one's quite long. Let's take a toilet break and then watch together. This one was the interview at the Oxford University. And you know what I like about it is that, thanks God, we have all access to all this like high quality of the contents. Like, I've been always kind of interested in maybe visiting the convention, like something like this, and then these people like sharing their thoughts and insight. But for that, for example, if you want to see this, like, you have to fly some countries and get the tickets and the like enter, and then there's always like very few spaces for people to hear all this information, the stories. But I'm very happy that now we have all this platform, Instagram, YouTube, or like Google, and then like all you need to do is keep searching for some data, and then there's like a lot of the resources. And then even I found this video actually in Korean. I was surprised that people started to even like translate to all different languages. So I like that in the past all these informations were privileged for only like high rich like people, but these days i- basically if you understand the language you have all access. And then now the language is not the barrier as well because of the AI. Like if you don't know anything about it, you like there is even AI that download the script from the YouTube video, and then AI translate perfectly into your language. I'm like, wow, that's great, you know. And then we can even like watch this on live and discuss about it together and learn it. Holy shit. It's like a study group, you know? A little bit.
It is an extraordinary privilege to welcome one of the most influential thinkers in global finance of our age, Mr. Ray Dalio. Mr. Dalio is the founder of Bridgewater Associates, the world's largest hedge fund, which he built from his apartment in 1975 into now a firm managing over $150 billion in assets. He's the author of Principles, The Changing World Order, and his new book, How Countries Go Broke. Works which have shaped how policymakers, investors, and leaders think about risk, human nature, and the rise and fall of nations. Few people combine a historian's depth, an investor's precision, a philosopher's curiosity, quite like Mr. Dalio. Today, we'll explore the forces reshaping our world, from debt and division to technology and meaning, and the principles he believes that can guide us through them. But before that, please join me in welcoming Mr. Dalio to the Oxford Union. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming here. It is a pleasure and a privilege for us to host you. So my first question is, you often said that the key to a meaningful life is understanding your own nature and aligning it with reality. For a generation here, most of us are in our 20s, we're facing a world that feels more uncertain, more competitive, and anxiety-ridden than ever before. So if you were 25 again, standing at the beginning of your journey, what would you tell your younger self about what truly matters and how to find the clarity and purpose when everything around you feels so volatile?
First of all, let me thank you and thank everyone here for allowing me to be part of today's discussion, particularly in the last bastion of free speech, as McMillan said. But I think you have to understand how reality works, and you have to have principles for dealing with reality that work for you. And I think that that's one of the reasons I'm really thrilled to be here, because as for reality works, and you have to have principles for dealing with reality that work for you. And I think that that's one of the reasons I'm really thrilled to be here, because I'm at a stage in my life where it's natural for me to want to pass along what I've learned, and so this is an opportunity. I think there are 3 stages in life, by and large. There's the stage where you're learning and you're dependent on others, and you're approaching the end of that stage. And then there's the middle stage where you're working, and eventually others become dependent on you. And it's a very, very different stage. And then there's the transition beyond work. And I'm in the transition of beyond work, which is that mentor stage. And so I think that when I look at you, that you have to understand how reality works, really the mechanics of it, not just have expectations of what you want and so on. And you will not know how reality works until you really are dealing with it in that second stage. And so I think you have to be open to the adventure of it all. The adventure of it means that there are ups and downs and terrible things that you wish you didn't have happen to you. But they're reality. And so this idea of my principle of pain plus reflection equals progress, that idea of what you can learn from the pain, and how you can then improve from that pain, and then develop your own principles of how to deal with it to be successful. So you can't just be idealistic. And then this point that you're making, yes, know your nature. Each one of you has a different nature. Some of you are big picture thinkers and adventurous and like risk and like the variety, and some it's the opposite. But know your nature, and then do.
Basically, it's the same the thing that he talked about at the short clip of the animation, I think. But I think it's nice to listen the whole full, more like maybe as a review.
The experimenting as you're going along through life and learn. So in the next phase of your life, in the beginning part of it, I would say be very open-minded. I would also say that knowing how to deal with what you don't know is more valuable than anything you know, because what you don't know is so much greater than anything you know. And so you come out of here probably thinking you're smart or that you know a lot. And I think that that could stand in the way of your open-mindedness. So there are these barriers that people have, which is the closed-mindedness that prevents them from taking in things, or their reactions to pain, or even a very good example is thoughtful disagreement. You know, disagreement itself can be a source of anger and a source of retribution and so on, rather than a source of curiosity. So I think if you take it as an adventure and you go through it that way, you will experience it and you'll constantly have that improvement to higher and higher levels to have the life that you want, which you haven't yet discovered.
Thank you. You've written about how great powers rise and fall, and how the global order is now entering a new, more fragile phase. So for those of us, as you said, who try to make sense of it all and entering the real world, we see wars, debt crises, political polarization. Could you take us through how you see this world order changing right now? And what is driving the new era that we're living through?
Yeah, I'll give you a little bit of background of studying history. And in my case, when I was young, 12 or so, I started playing around the markets. I didn't know what I was doing, but I took my caddying money and I played around the markets. And then fast forward in 1971, August 1971, between college and going to graduate school, I was clerking on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. And on August 15th, 1971, President Nixon, on a Sunday night, made the announcement that the United States was going to default on its obligation to pay gold, give gold for money. And back then, money was, gold was money, and money, like paper currency, was just like checks in a checkbook. And so I thought it was going to be a big crisis. I went on the floor of the stock exchange, and I thought it would go down a lot, and I couldn't have been more wrong. It went up a lot, and that was because I didn't ever go through a devaluation before. So I studied history and found out that in March 1933, Roosevelt made the same exact announcement on the radio and did the exact same thing of severing gold and so on. And then I started to understand the mechanics of it. And as a result of that, I got in the habit, because I have to bet on these things, I got in the habit of studying important things that happened before my lifetime. And so, yeah, and I said, if I haven't seen it before, let me see if it's happened in history, and I would understand that. And so that led me, over the past few years ago, I think it was probably 7 years ago, to do a study of the last 500 years of the rises and declines of countries and the reserve currencies. And I found that the same pattern happened over and over again for the same reason. So what I'm watching now is like watching the movie that I've seen many times before. And that's basically, everything is driven by 5 big forces. And there's a mechanics to each one of those. The 5 forces are, first, there's a money, credit, debt, economic and market force that has a certain dynamic to it. In a sense, very briefly, there's money. Then there's credit. Money settles trades. Credit creates buying power. It's like a circulatory system that when credit goes around through the system, it brings resources to do wonderful things. If it earns money, that can pay back that money. If not, there's like debt service payments start to squeeze out spending and so on. And there's a dynamic which maybe we'll get into, but that dynamic is very much going on now, and it is an issue that plagues our countries. The second influence related to that is the money, wealth gaps, and internal order and disorder that creates the left and the right. Capitalism naturally creates this creativity, naturally creates bubbles, naturally raises living standards, and naturally creates divisions in wealth. Because those who have that, earn the money, create large divisions in wealth, and we're seeing how this is happening now, and the circumstances are very different, and that creates the movement to the left and the right, and the great conflicts that reach the point of irreconcilable differences. And so democracy becomes threatened. Plato wrote about this in the Republic. And so democracy becomes threatened. Plato wrote about this in the Republic, and so on. So the second force is this internal wealth and values gaps leading to populism of the left and the right. The third is the changing world order, very similar. So in other words, there's who's in control, so that there's eventually a fight of who's in control, and those are the winners of the fight then become the winning countries and establish the new world order. And that happened, of course, in 1945. 1944 is the breakdown of the monetary system. 1945 is the New World Order. And we created a world order in which there is multilateralism. Organizations like the United Nations, the World Bank, the World Trade Organization, the World Court, all of those in terms of representative. And we're seeing the breakdown of those organizations going from a unilateral order to a multilateral order to a now power is right and pursuing the self-interest. So that's the third force. Fourth force is act of nature. Throughout history, droughts, floods, and pandemics have killed more people than wars and toppled more orders, and certainly nature and how nature is changing is a big force. And then number 5, throughout history, is man's inventiveness and particularly of new technologies. And certainly that is a huge force now. So you're seeing these 5 forces interact and then creating this confluence, so that I think
which is we're experiencing all these 5 big forces, right? Maybe that's why we all are so confused, because we're living in the era that facing the maybe like it's the part that like transition from the more traditional way to like facing the completely different word, something that we can't really imagine. And then not very, so it's so volatile, and then that's why everybody is so confused and everybody is lost, and like so what are we supposed to do? Like what kind of things are we supposed to prepare? Like I think that's the confusion that most of the people have these days. Even all this like people, so-called smart peoples, are also like analyzing and studying, and then they're talking about vision number 1, vision number 2, vision number 3. We all don't know what's gonna happen, but like then at least we all know that something's gonna happen, right? Like I don't know. steam engine to Tesla, but really fast in time. We'll see.
That over the next 5 years, we're going to be going through the equivalent of a time warp that into a new reality that'll be very different.
So let's get into these 5 forces which you described, which can explain the cycles, which describe how world orders change. Let's focus first on the money and debt one. You said before that empires fall not because they run out of power, but because they run out of money. You often warned that the United States, and indeed much of the developed world, has entered the late stage of the debt cycle where nations are spending far more than they're earning. When you look at America's debt trajectory today, about $38 trillion and still counting, do you believe the system can self-correct through productivity and economic growth, or are we heading towards a much more fundamental reset there?
I'm going to answer the mechanics and then I'll come to the conclusion. I really want you to understand the mechanics, and there are the basics of the mechanics are then when debts rise relative to incomes, particularly now of governments, that debt service payments rise relative to incomes, and they squeeze out other spending. And that therefore there are limits to debt growth, and there's one of the limits to that debt growth is also that money is supposed to be both a medium of exchange and a storehold of wealth. What is the storehold of wealth? And when you have a lot of debt, one man's debts are another man's assets. And when you have a lot of debt and they're holding those assets, they may not believe that they're going to be good storeholds of wealth, particularly also when you have clashes, the nature of the dynamic that we're talking about within countries, the left and the right, or between countries, so that there are sanctionings. In other words, let's say the Chinese, which are a creditor to the United States, might, if they understand history, or even what's been happening recently, feel threatened that those bonds they hold may not be produced full value and can be used for sanctioning. So that dynamic of selling, of their existing a lot of dollar-denominated debt, or, by the way, this is happening in the UK, this is happening in France, this is happening in the same, that creates a dynamic which means that they may not want to hold those, and they seek other assets such as gold. Gold is the oldest money, and so you see them lessening their ownership of that at the same time as they're.
Yeah, I also heard about this part that one of the reason that the gold price is going up. This is something that related with what we watched yesterday, I think. Like, remember that yesterday the guy was talking about one of the reason why the gold has a value is because it's anonymous. You know, like wait, was it the one that we watched yesterday? So apparently the world's biggest country that holding the US bond, which is like America debt, is China. And then while this like Ukraine wars and stuffs happen, and that we like all around the world saw how the world giving economic like a restriction to Russia, right? And because of that, the China started to think about like, wait a minute, like, does it mean that like all this the dollars that I'm holding could be just like so useless? Like, if the U.S. just like decided like, fuck it, I'm not gonna pay back, and then will I be just like, become a dumbass? And then that's how the China started to collect the gold, and then that's how all this like things like work like happening right now.
Acquiring gold, and then you see that dynamic take place where the market dynamic and the credit problems developing. So you see that dynamic. That then has a problem because
I also I saw this one on while I was watching about the Bitcoin, and then that's why U.S. government trying to, because like they don't want. If the gold price up, US will lose the control. So that's why they're looking for a new asset, and then that's the crypto, and then that's why the government trying to push the Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever, like this kind of the even like what's it called, dollar stable coin, all those things, so they can maybe trying to alternative gold instead of this so that they can still maintain the power. Well, we'll see.
Cause, and we could see it here in the UK with France, US, other places. What do you do? Do you, you don't have enough money. So there are three things to be done. Do you raise taxes? If you raise taxes, that's not easy to do, and it also causes rich people to leave their countries and move to other places, and you might lose tax revenue. Do you cut expenses? How are you going to cut expenses? With whose expenses are you going to cut? Most of those are people who hardly can afford it, and how are you going to cut those expenses? Or do you run more deficits? And so you see political changes that are very difficult. Like the UK's had 4 prime ministers in the last 5 years because everyone comes along with the promise, but that's a difficult set of circumstances. So that's what it looks like in terms of the mechanics. I'm trying to convey the mechanics, not the ideology of the nature of what's going on.
Right. So if you were sitting in the Treasury or the Fed today, would you prioritize fiscal restraint or investment in productivity or structural redesign of the monetary system itself? Because clearly, as you're saying, the levels of debt we're seeing are unsustainable at the moment.
I think the most important thing that we could have is a strong middle. So I'm going to deal with the politics, and then because the politics are going to also influence the economics. I think the 2 things you need is that you need a strong middle because both sides will fight each other and probably get to the point where there are irreconcilable differences and they can't resolve that, and difficult things will happen. And so, but it needs to be strong because there needs to be important, difficult things done in order to achieve a better situation. And I think when I'm looking at that, it really comes from a little bit of everything. In other words, a little bit of taxes, but understanding the mechanics of taxes. Basically, if you, for example, if you raise taxes by 4% across the board, and let's not get into the particulars of that tax right, but let's say if you had 4% increase in taxes, 4% decrease in spending, you would reduce the budget deficit because you'd also have lower interest payments that would otherwise exist, and you could approach something like a 3% of GDP budget deficit. That would mean that it would approach sustaining it. And I think in terms of those, it's very important to make sure that whatever changes you have are not very disruptive to the dynamic. For example, one of the challenges is that wealth has become so much bigger than money. People don't pay attention to this. Wealth is not money. Okay, wealth is it's valued at something. Somebody starts a startup and they have a unicorn, and so they sell a little bit of shares and raise a little bit of money, but they value it at $1 billion. And then they're a billionaire, and then the world accounts for billions. There's roughly 850% of wealth relative to money. But wealth isn't worth anything unless you can convert it to money to spend it. And so if you start taxing it, there's an issue of, how much will that do, and will that pop the bubble? I think that there are certain things that could be done, like perhaps, for example, taxing unrealized capital gains. I think a lot of people are making a lot of money, and unrealized capital gains of some amount, but off the top of my head, let's say 5% of the capital gains probably could be managed without popping the bubble. So anyway, I think that, and it has to be done in a bipartisan way. In other words, I would like a bipartisan committee.
That I mean, yeah, we all know that, but it's impossible, right? Bipartisan, involving the agreement or cooperation of two political parties that usually oppose each other's politics. They're all fighting. Like it's becoming more extreme. I hope so. I hope like their first priority should be how to help citizens, not who's right or wrong. Yeah, it's gonna be tough, but for sure, the most important thing we all should trying to find the best solution for the citizens, not to find flaws and like you're bad, I'm good. Like it's just to keep fighting and fighting. Like it's trying to find a solution. Stop fighting people. Fighting never like bring up some better answers.
Mission to deal with the mechanics and achieve that. I don't think these things are going to happen.
I just want everyone to know that 850%.
Aww, are we homeless? I don't think this is gonna happen.
As you said, of wealth relative to the money system. That is an insane number. Let's talk about.
Wait, but I think I didn't understand about the wealth part like 100%. So he was talking about money and wealth is different, but people don't understand about this. That wealth is it's kind of some sort of like a stocks, like you're piling and saving on your storage and never touching it. So that's why he's saying that it's gotta be like how are you gonna manage like pop this bubble or something like that. Can we listen to this part again? I think I didn't understand about the wealth, like how he described about the wealth. Wealth is what you own, can be used, can be assets. Yes, I know, but I didn't understand what he's talking about.
GDP, and I think challenges in money. Wealth. People don't pay attention to this. Wealth is not money. Okay, wealth is it's valued at something. Somebody starts a startup, and they have a unicorn, and so they sell a little bit of shares and raise a little bit of money, but they value it at $1 billion. And then they're a billionaire, and then the world accounts for billions. There's roughly 8
Accounts for billions? Nope. 이유가 되다, 설명하다, 이해하다. Wait, does it mean that like they own 1 billion in their stock, so Word agree their wealth is 1 billion. He says if people buy the stocks, the value gets set, even if you don't have 1 billion cash. No, I'm trying to understand what he's talking about. So like he's saying okay, so like for money is cash, but wealth is having other things that can make you wealthy, like stocks or your own company, etc. Trying to make a point about cash versus value. Oh, okay.
850 things, but making a lot, bipartisan commission to deal with the mechanics and achieve that. I don't think these things are going to happen.
I just want everyone to know that 850%, as you said, of wealth relative to the money system. That is an insane number. Let's talk about what you said about the bipartisanship there. You said that the greatest threat to America isn't China, isn't the debt. It's Americans fighting with each other. So when you look at the level of political polarization that we see today, not just between just the parties, but between worldviews, between ideologies, what stage of the cycle do you think we're in? Is America and the West still capable of reform through dialogue? Or are you entering the kind of irreconcilable division that history shows can lead to revolution or even civil conflict?
If you extrapolate these dynamics and you look at these dynamics, these problems are very difficult to resolve. And right now we're in a situation where they're very difficult and the economies are okay. Now, if you can imagine a downturn, and not only what that would mean financially, but also in terms of creating conflicts. My main point that you're referring to is that countries have to be strong. What will matter more than China's threat to other countries or other countries' threats to China is how strong and healthy our own countries are. And there are really only three things you need to do. If you look, studying this history over 500 years, I see that 3 or 4 things you need to do. First, you need to educate your young people well, not only in terms of being capable, but also being civil with each other. If you have capable civil people come out to a society where they can be productive and the society works well, that's a big part of the battle. Then there's finances. Earn more than you spend. This is a good rule for you all as individuals. It's a good rule for a country. Earn more than you spend and have more assets than you have liabilities. Build that up over a period of time so that you're financially able to withstand troubles. And number 3, don't get into a war, either an internal war or an external war. If you can do those things, you can have a prosperous, self-reinforcing environment. And I think it's the challenges that we're facing are the ability to do that. I'm shocked that education of most people, you know, there should be a level below which nobody should go. Not only in education, but in also civility, all those basics. To give you an idea now of the differences are much more important to pay attention than the averages. But we have, in the United States, 60% of the population has below a 6th grade reading level. And a lot of these people are having a problem in being productive. And then you have the nature of the dynamic that we have. So anyway, I think that, you know, if you could achieve those things, which has to be done, I think, you know.
We all good? I was not reading chat. I'm like trying to focus and understand.
The nature of the dynamic that we have. So anyway, I think that, you know, if you could achieve those things, which has to be done, I think in a strong middle or a bipartisan type of way in terms of doing the right things, then there could be important advantages. We do have AI and technologies that all through history create both bubbles and they create great advances. So the productivity impact, but that's...
He's essentially said be rich, so risk don't matter if you want to get rich. I don't think so. I don't think that's the point. I get his whole inspirational statement, but do you realize what the whole humanity is facing? Yeah, I know, Chad. I know. But he's like I said, I think his answers are kind of like a principle. Like we know that this is what we're supposed to go, and that this is the way that we are supposed to head. But the reality, like now, is not like that. That's why he's saying like this is challenging, this is difficult, but if we want to achieve something better, we should work on this. We should focus on this, like stuff like that. Like it's like he's not talking about it because he doesn't know the reality. I think he's his opinion, I think it's based on he knows what's happening right now, and then this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem. So like we should find out the better solution, and I think this is from this is a reason and this is a reason, and then he's the one kind of like I don't know. I still need to read the book. This is only my third time of watching his videos. Yeah, so I think he's looking at the things in a more kind of like a forest, like a big picture. If you want to find, if you want to seek for like more precise solution, this all contents might not sound helpful for you, but I think it's very important to check. It's like the first video that we watched and the animation. You try to reach the top of the mountain over there, and I think most of us often so pixelated with what's right in front of us. I mean, of course, it's very tough, right? But it's important to see the whole forest. At the same time, you should check out what's right in front of us as well. I know that what you're talking about, but it's like one of the reasons that I'm checking and listening what he's saying is I think he's giving a good guidance or the contents when it comes to the looking the forest type of the thing. Maybe there might be the other great expert or the people who can give us the better insight when it comes to next 6 months, next 1 month, next 2 years, or like this week, stuff like that. There are a lot of contents out there too, but I would like to check more the bigger pictures and the patterns, and then we can, try to learn some shorter plans, I would say. Yeah. And I think what he says kind of makes sense to me. Like education is important, the strong middle is important, the gap between rich and poor becoming extreme, that the left and right, and then like all this political conflicts are becoming more extreme. He's pointing out all these problems, and that we need to figure out how to solve these things. We we need to know how to rebalance the wealth and stuff like that. Like for example, this morning I saw the news that I think this is like happening kind of all around the world, but I was checking the US news that a lot of the middle class of the peoples are starting to break their retire fund. What was it? 410K or something? I don't know what exactly it was, but the for Americans, it seems like they have 401k seems like that's the common retirement plan that a lot of the people use, especially for the middle class. But the problem is that the life 그 뭐지? spending is too expensive, and because of that, a lot of the people, because they have to pay the bill right now. And what was that? There's another one that Trump was talking about, something about the credit card, and because of that, a lot of the middle class started worrying about paying the bills and stuff, so they cannot save, so they have to break their retirement fund and then just like use it for paying the bill right now, like stuff like that. Yeah. And you see, one of the biggest reasons was because the healthcare, like I think that's something that always wonder in my head, that why is the US healthcare is like so extreme, like but like I said, it's very complicated. I'm not an American citizen. I don't know American politics. I don't know how American think and stuff like that. Yeah, like for Koreans, we've been always having a nice healthcare, and then everybody has an access to the healthcare. For example, my mom was suffer from the cancer, but like because of the healthcare, she was able to cure and get the treatment well. She didn't have to worry about too much when it comes to money. But seems like when it comes to America, if you're once sick, you get broke if you don't have a proper like insurance or job or stuff like that. So, like if you bring up all those things, we cannot really progress, I think. And then I know that there are a lot of things going on in America, and I truly feel sorry for lots of chat. I mean, us as well. Like I feel so sorry for all of us, And like I said yesterday, the main reason that I keep watching this and the main reason that I keep sharing this with you all is because I want for all of us to improve our life better. Like, yes, we're suffering, but if we keep trying and follow the better guideline, I think we can improve our life much better, Chad. And obviously, most of them, the video that we're watching, most of them having a pretty great life. So, like, they can be a good mentor. Like, I don't know how to make a great life, Chad. I don't know how to improve my life. So I'm just trying to find some good guidance or advices or mentor from the people who already achieved, because they've been there, so they know how to get there, right? Yeah, so let's ganbare, Chet. What is ganbare in English? Is there any like keep your heads up? No, it's not like that. Like what would be the good way to like ganbare in English, Chat? It's not keep your chins up, no? Keep your heads up, like something like good luck, you got this? Yeah, we can do it, Chat! We got this. We can do it. We got this. Hang in there. And first of all, I think the most important thing is, Chad, don't get sick. Oh my gosh. Rule number 1, don't get sick, Chad. You should take care of your health. This is number 1 rule, I think. Like, no matter what, if you're sick, you can't do anything at all. So, number 1, keep your like you can do like small stuff, like all this kind of like well-being thing for your mind, your body, I think the food is very important too. Try not to eat too much McDonald's, Chad. Stop eating McDonald's, everybody. Stop eating McDonald's. Stop eating KFC. Stop eating what else? Taco Bell. Start doing some more healthy diet, okay? From now on, I will keep sharing some good recipe for good healthy, build your healthy body. Because, Chad, think about it, like he said, we all are kind of like a one organic machine. So food is our fuel. So it depends on what kind of fuel you put inside your car. Your car has a way different performances, your brain, your blood, your heart, your liver. And the more you have a better function and quality of your organs, I'm pretty sure that you will have a better mental, better physical, and you become more productive, and then you can do like better job, We got this shit. We got this. Yeah. 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 Let's do this shit. We got this. We got this. I'm pretty sure that we keep trying our best like this, Chad. 2 and 3 years later, we're gonna have much better life. I guarantee. Just do it, Chad. Just do it. Okay, so let's continue.
Exacerbating the differences in wealth and opportunities. And so attention has to be given to how that's going to end up being. And so exacerbating the differences in wealth and opportunities. And so attention has to be given to how that's going to end up being a positive force for the whole.
Speaking on that, in order to understand better have a bipartisan policy and how to deal with internal conflict, I want to get your sense on what is the underpinnings for this. Is it, you've written that economic inequality often precedes social unrest. So do you see the divisions of today as primarily ideological or as an inevitable outcome of decades of unequal opportunity, globalization, or how much of that is even polarization is structural, driven by the incentives of media companies or social media platforms, which benefit from this outrage?
Well, I think that there's social media, and it has benefits, but it also exacerbates things. But I think this story that I've watched happen over and over again is primarily visceral and understandable. And so when there are difficult times, and there are very large wealth and values differences, there are going to be conflicts.
Bye-bye, Sam.
And so Plato wrote about it in the Republic, so about the nature of diet. So this has happened over and over again. It's not just a function of social media, it's the nature of the circumstances. I know that if I was growing up in some of the areas, my wife works particularly to help what are called disengaged and disconnected students in Connecticut. We live in the state of Connecticut. State of Connecticut has the
Oh my god, there are so many words that I don't know. Connecticut. Connecticut? Connecticut. 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 Mm, Kang? The river? Oh, it's a United. It's a USA state. Oh, it's a place name. Connecticut. America state. State of Connecticut. Oh.
Either the highest or the second highest per capita income on average. But 22% of the high school students have either dropped out of high school or are failing classes with absentee rates of greater than 25%. And because of the wealth gaps is so large. And in their neighborhoods, there are gangs, drugs, shootings, and that's the nature of it. There's not an acceptable bottom. I know if I had to raise my children in those circumstances, I'd be a revolutionary. So it's both understandable and I think very visceral.
So just a bit more on the internal conflict. If we bring the lens a little closer to home, to the United Kingdom, we're seeing sluggish growth, persistent inflationary pressures, deep political fragmentation after years of shocks. So from your perspective, where is Britain in its own cycle? And do you see the UK as a model of resilience after crisis, or as a country which is still searching for a new economic and a new political equilibrium?
It mechanistically faces the same dilemma, right? So let's look at the three things I said. Can you acceptably raise taxes? That's a very difficult thing to do. Can you cut expenditures? That's a very difficult thing to do.
Expenditure is spend, right? Like the cost that you're spending, right? Expenditure. 지출.
Okay. Can you continue to fund it with debt? That's a very difficult thing to do. And so it seems to me that this is not an easy thing. And then there's always the new politician who comes along and says, I'm going to save you in this new way. And that's why you've had 4 prime ministers in the last 5 years, right?
Right, let's move on to external conflicts. So you've described the story of our time as the classic one of a rising power challenging an existing power, and that's China and the United States today. History tells us that this transition is rarely peaceful. So when you look at the tensions over Taiwan, over technology, over trade, do you think this competition is being managed wisely, or do you think both sides are already trapped in this confrontational logic?
I think that the Chinese and West quite often think very different. So I've been going to China since 1984. They didn't have any money. I went for curiosity. I fell in love with the people, and I was able to help them in development in some ways.
And you've often said that you see China not as a rising power, but as a returning one.
So I think, like, if I was to give you a sense of China, things I would say to know about is internationally know about the tribute system, know about, and I'll touch on these, know about the tribute system, know about Confucianism, know about the 100 years of humiliation, okay? And so because this affects, if there was one word I would say related to China, it would be harmony. How do you have a system of harmony? The tribute system is, basically, it was described to me by leaders and historians
Do you know what this is? Tribute system. Tribute system is a political economic arrangement where a weaker state or group regularly gives a payment, goods, or services to stronger power in exchange for protection, peace, or the right to trade. Ah, it's like the Asian, like, no, wait, it's not like that in your places? In simple terms, think of it as we acknowledge your power and give you gifts. Yeah. We were like that in Korea. Like for example, like Korea back in the time, we had to keep sending the annual gift to China, and then the term that we're using was like for Korean it was a king, but we used emperor to China. So like emperor of China, king of Korea. So we were a different country, but we already kind of knew that like Korea is weaker than China, and then we try not to irritate them. So, like as a diplomatic way, uh, we kept sending like some precious gifts or even sending like prince or princess, like something like that. Key features: regular tribute, gold, silver, food, craft, or labor. Power imbalance. The stronger state sets the rule. Political symbolism shows who is on top. Mutual benefit. Sometimes weaker state gets safety or trade access. Famous examples: East Asia, China-centered system. Neighboring states like Korea, Vietnam, Ryukyu sent a tribute to Imperial China. In turn, China guaranteed legitimacy, trade rights, and military restraint. Ancient empires, Rome, Persia, and Assyria demanded tribute from conquered or dependent regions. Medieval Europe, smaller kingdoms paid tribute to avoid invasion or gain protection. How it's different from taxes or colonies. Taxes paid by citizens to their own government. Colonies direct control and administration. Tribute system indirect control, symbolic submission, limited autonomy. Modern equivalent, not officially, but people sometimes use this term metaphorically to describe unequal trade deals, political dependence, economic pressure between states. Okay. Tribute system. Tribute system. 조공 특봉 관계, 특봉 체제.
I won't name names, but that basically they treat China leaders through history treated as a family that they control. So the word country in China and Chinese is two characters: state, family, and they control that. And it is from top down rather than bottom up. So they emphasized to me that where the country, United States and the West largely, is a country of individualists and individualism in which the individual would be paramount, theirs is more top down. So now when we go to history and you look at the tribute system is simply meant to me that they're like Confucianism. There's a hierarchy, and power determines the hierarchy, and you know where you are in the hierarchy. And there's a way that the more powerful should deal with the less powerful. As a family, another family, it's up to them to run their family the way that they want to run their family. So it's not to control that other family. It's to deal with it like their neighbors in a way where there's trade and so on, with a sense of order. And if you're more powerful, then there's a good way to treat the less powerful and vice versa. And that's how the system works. The 100 years of humiliation, which basically went from 1848 to 1949, in a sense, was the loss of power and what they view justifiably as the foreign powers coming in, and then the arc of creating the improvements. So that there is a inclination there to be able to follow these arcs. These arcs, you can see them transpire back to the origination of a united China in 221 BC. You can see these cycles go on, that the same sort of cycle. And I think that that's the nature of what will happen. So when we're dealing with the questions that you raise about are we going to have a fight over Taiwan, there's no doubt in their mind, and it's been said for since the end of World War II that Taiwan is part of China and there's a one China policy, and that won't be denied, and so on. Now, I don't think that that issue is going to be, it's an evolutionary issue. I think at this moment, I don't think that that's going to be it. And both of these societies are going to evolve on their own, and they'll have interactions. We are in a new world in which they realize there are different types of wars going on. There's a trade war, there's a technology war, there's a financial war, there's all of that. And any vulnerabilities or dependencies that the other has, that they have with each other, are viewed as opportunities to exert leverage on them. So we're coming into a world of greater self-sufficiency out of their needs for that, and so that's what you're seeing. I think that that's going to be pretty much the characterization for the foreseeable future. In other words, a sort of that independent self-sufficiency, not war, other than these other wars. And then we'll see how those two great powers and the world as a whole competes in those other wars.
One thing I want to touch on, after all your years of engaging with China's leaders, you learned a lot about how China is. What do you think the West still misunderstands about China and how they operate?
I think that, like human nature, there's a tendency to look at others through your own eyes as thinking that they might be like you. And this Chinese leader gave the example of the Western, through history, the Western evolution and what he would call a Mediterranean evolution. And, we didn't have the boundaries and the all through time. It really wasn't until after the 30 Years' War in the mid-17th century that the idea of creating a boundary, countries, nations as we know it, existed so that you wouldn't cross boundaries. And so that the way it existed was pretty much almost the law of the jungle. You had families, which were royalties, then constantly it would be power and you would take that. And so that idea of fighting and so on is something different. I think that it's perceived more commonly that the Chinese are, it's looked at in this way. Certainly there's a struggle for power, and certainly it's ultimately at the end of the day, how powerful are both entities. But the notion of being able to work toward a common peace, and that I think that there's a great deal of misunderstanding, a great deal of suspicion, and it's not entirely unwarranted. There's the nature of the prisoner's dilemma. The prisoner's dilemma means two entities. They can either cooperate or they could kill each other. And they're not sure what the other's going to do. What should they do? They should kill the other. And so because that's the only way they could be secure. And so there's that dynamic that is going on in there that, almost has a life of its own. But it's certainly the case that by and large, that Chinese perspective is not well understood.
Let's talk about financial architecture there. So the dollar still remains the world's reserve currency. We're seeing moves towards de-dollarization. The Chinese renminbi is, they're taking trade as well. BRICS currency talk, alternative payment systems we're seeing emerge as well. So do you see the dominance of the dollar eroding meaningfully in the next decade? And what would that mean for global stability?
I think that all fiat currencies are in trouble.
And why is that?
And because all fiat currencies are debt. Debt is money, and money is debt. What I mean is, what is debt? Debt is a promise to receive somebody else's money. If you devalue money, you devalue debt. And when you hold money, you hold it in the form of a debt instrument. So debt is money. And there's too much debt, and it's increasing. So you're going to devalue money and debt, and so on. And I think quite like the 70s or quite like the 30s, you see them going down in response to each other. And we think that we don't realize that gold is money, for example, okay? Gold is now the second largest money held by central banks. And gold has been money for a long time. But what is money? What is your storehold of wealth? What can be exchanged between other countries so that you can have those exchanges in wars as well as in peace times? Okay, there isn't a big choice. It's hardly. So when we look at that, and I think that also now you're seeing changes in. The main thing is the question of what is money, okay? And my main answer is related to the fact that it's a problem of fiat currencies. Of course, there is an evolution. Throughout history, those who did the most trade had the most reserve currency, the inclination, because it was those who wanted to do the trade that would save in that currency. Now China's doing more, counts for more world trade than others, and we're starting to see them build and transact in their currency. And we're also seeing that the clearing system, which was operating with largely an American dominance, is now operating and breaking down. So these things are changing. But I think the real question is, what is the money that is a storehold of wealth and can operate by money, like you can give it to the other. And there's also this issue of being safe against confiscation, which is a problem of the debt, and that's why you're seeing some of these shifts to gold.
Let's shift to technology. You've called tech the most powerful force shaping the future, one that multiplies everything for better or for worse. We're now entering an age of quantum leaps in AI and biotechnology. So how do you see these innovations transforming the way that societies function? And what kind of world do you think we'll be living in 10 years from now? Every revolution has created winners and losers. So also, what parallels do you see between today's AI transformation and the Industrial Revolution? And what lessons does that leave for policymakers to learn how to manage the social upheaval which we'll see coming up ahead?
It's all the same, but faster and bigger. So when you ask the Industrial Revolution, well, you can go back in time. There was the agricultural age, and then power and the Dark Ages, and not going very well. The invention of the printing press, and then the recognition of inventiveness of people to be able to create machines and so on, that was able to then create wealth, and so you had wealth and creativity. And so if we take this whole evolution, this is an industrial revolution. You remember in the second industrial revolution, we had, that led to the Gilded Age, which led to the robber barons, because the rich were then considered robber barons. And then we had the panic of 1907. Then you had the formation of the Federal Reserve, which was the ability to print money. And then we had the next great bust and so on in that environment. That kind of dynamic, I think, is certainly happening now, but at a much more accelerated pace. So, as I said, capitalism and inventiveness work hand in hand to create these miracles, and the miracle of all thought, all thinking, artificial intelligence is something that affects everything and has a great power. But it'll also produce and is producing enormous wealth and opportunities differences that exacerbate some of these challenges. I would say I've had a lot of exposure with artificial intelligence, so I'll give you my take on it. I did it. Artificial intelligence began in 1956. That was the first time it was used, and it's taken very forms. What I would do, and I would recommend everybody do, is when I was make a decision, I would think about my criteria for making those decisions, and I would write them down. Those became my principles. Okay, if the thing came along again, how would I deal with that? And then I took those rules and I put them into computer language, and then I was able to back test how they would have performed before, and then I was being able to build decision-making systems. So it was like building a computer chess game that would play according to the rules that I created and so on. And I would play the chess game. And when things came at us, we'd each make our moves and we would reconcile those moves. And now the power to be able to do that is great. I believe that it has to be done as a partnership. You can't go to the AI and say, what do I do, and be stupid and follow. You have to, the future lies in, at least the immediate future, and at least until we get at least to AGI or something, the future lies in brilliant people working with brilliant AI, and also working with programming experts to create decision-making systems, because the ideas of that you're going to wrestle around with everything in your head and juggle it and make winning decisions is obsolete. You need a partner, an AI partner, to be able I think of that. It's like fever. It is dealing with, it is connected to a bubble.
I want to ask him, how do I get me a hot wifey? Make the strategy if you want to get the hot wifey. Why not? Do you want me to help? Okay, let's see. What most of the hot women want for their dating? Yeah, this is how you do it. You make the strategy. Most women desire a dating experience rooted in safety, respect, and clear communication, prioritizing emotional connection and consistency over superficial trait. So you need all of this. All of this. And key desire include feeling genuinely cared for, experiencing emotional maturity, and having a partner who takes initiative, supports their personal growth, and is emotionally available. You need all of this. And do you know how difficult it is? Because each of the word has a what's it called? Like this chat. Yeah. Look, let me teach you. Yeah. So chat, here's the thing. If you want to get something, you make to like strategy, you make to like systemize it. Like, haven't you just learning? You need to make a principle. Look, listen. You want to win the game, right? Then like what are you supposed to do? You need to make the strategy. So you need to go see the statistics. So let's see. Don't listen to all this bullshit things. See the data. See the data. Where can we find the data? Let's see. Let's ask a ChatGPT. Ja. What most of the hot women want for their dating. Give us a specific data. Ah, look. 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 What most of women want in dating quantified data. Based on large-scale survey and dating app analysis, US, Europe, ages 20 and 40. If you want to change the people, you can even change to like, no, I want data from Korean, I want data from Japanese, I don't want data from, like, no matter what. But let's take a look with the US, Europe age between 20 to 40. First, emotional safety and respect. 70 and 78% says this is their number one requirement. Includes feeling listened to, no pressure for sex, consistent, respectful communication. Do you see how easy it is? If you want a hot wifey, like check this old data, and then all you need to do is do the research. Okay, then like, okay, so like this, and then consistency and reliable, 65 to 70%. So you have almost 70% chances that you might have a chance to date the girls with the like 60 to 70. That's high chances, right? High chances. It said, read the context very well. No pressure for sex. It didn't say no sex, no pressure. Do you see the word? No pressure, not no sex. Okay, read the word. And blah 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 blah. You see, emotional intelligence, 74%. So if you have an emotional intelligence, boom, like congratulations, you are only the winner of the 74%. You know, financial. Only 14 to 18%. See the people who were saying like, oh man, it has to be rich. Do I need to have a Lamborghini? You failed the game because you're focusing on 14 to 18%. Do you see? 75%. Like, so what strategy is more important? 74? Focusing on the 74 or focusing on the 14 to 18? Right? And wow, how amazing it is. It gives you all the things and then like, look, listen. Okay, so if I want to... Okay, I got it. If I want to date hot girl, based on the data, what kinds of specific actions do I need to do to improve and develop myself? See? Oh my god, do you see this? It gives us specific data and specific actions that you're supposed to do. You know? All you need to do is just do this. How easy it is. See? See? Do you want this? Do you want this? Do you want this file? I can share. Okay, reevaluate. Not hot wifey. How about a woman who wants fun time? Define fun though. Like, okay, so if you want to have a guideline, it has to be specific. Fun, hot. These are so vague. Like, define hot, define like fun. Like, what exactly is that? You have to define it by yourself. See, we going back. So the step 1, goal. Step 2, problems. Okay, step 1, I want to date hot girls. Problems. I can't date hot girls. Diagnosis, like to diagnose yourself based on the data. Design your life based on this data, and do it. How easy it is. We just learned it today. Good luck. Anyway, so
And so I'm very excited. Like for me, you know, it's like, whew, fast forward. I'm asking really, and it was used, and it's taken very forms. What I would do, and I would recommend everybody do, is when I was make a decision, I would think about my criteria for making those decisions, and the wealth and creativity. And so if we take this whole evolution, this is an industrial revolution. You remember in the second industrial revolution, we had but faster and bigger. So when you ask the industrial revolution, well, you can go back in time. You know, there was the agricultural age, and then you know, power and the dark ages, and not going very well. The invention of the printing press, and then the recognition of inventiveness of people to be able to create machines and so on, that was able to then create wealth, and so you had wealth and creativity. And so if we take this whole evolution, this is an industrial revolution. You remember in the second industrial revolution, we had that led to the Gilded Age, which led to the robber barons, because the rich were then considered robber barons. And then we had the Panic of 1907. Then you had the formation of the Federal Reserve, which was the ability to print money. And then we had the next great bust and so on in that environment. That kind of dynamic, I think, is certainly happening now, but at a much more accelerated pace. So, as I said, capitalism and inventiveness work hand in hand to create these miracles, and the miracle of all thought, all thinking, artificial intelligence, is something that affects everything and has a great power. But it'll also produce, and is producing, enormous wealth and opportunities differences that exacerbate some of these challenges. I would say I've had a lot of exposure with artificial intelligence, so I'll give you my take on it. I did it. Artificial intelligence began in 1956. That was the first time it was used, and it's taken very forms. What I would do, and I would recommend everybody do, is when I was make a decision, I would think about my criteria for making those decisions, and I would write them down. Those became my principles. Okay, if the thing came along again, how would I deal with that? And then I took those rules and I put them into computer language, and then I was able to back test how they would have performed before, and then I was being able to build decision-making systems. So it was like building a computer chess game that would play according to the rules that I created and so on. And I would play the chess game, and when things came at us, you know, we'd each make our moves, and we would reconcile those moves. And now the power to be able to do that is great. I believe that it has to be done as a partnership. You can't go to the AI and say, what do I do, and be stupid and follow. You have to, the future lies in, at least the immediate future, at least until we get at least to AGI or something, the future lies in brilliant people working with brilliant AI and also working with programming experts to create decision-making systems, because the ideas of that you're going to wrestle around with everything in your head and juggle it and make winning decisions is obsolete. You need a partner, an AI partner, to be able to operate that way. And so I'm very excited. Like for me, it's like, whew, fast forward, I'm accelerating, and I think it's very exciting. I think everybody needs to be accelerating that way. So I think that's where it's going to go. However, it is connected to a bubble. I could digress into a description of what the late 20s were like, but it looked much more like a miracle, the technological miracle, than this looks like a technological miracle in various ways. But you're creating that acceleration, which is creating these enormous wealth gap differences, which is also creating these bubble and financial problems that is accelerating at a rate that is very, very risky, very, very dangerous. And so I think, what in a sense, what is it for? Harmony and getting along, and you look at the wonderful traditions that have existed here for long, long times. That can still be quality of life. Don't threaten those things. I'm worried about that.
So you spent a lifetime studying how the world works, from markets, empires, technology, systems. But as you said, a big part of your work has also been about how we work, the inner playbook for surviving uncertainty and change. So I want to turn to that just before we shift to audience question and answers, to some of the principles that have guided your own life. In your book, Principles, you've written, and you said this as well, that pain plus reflection equals progress. So how did that principle shape the way that you built Bridgewater? And for a generation that feels so overwhelmed by uncertainty, from career pressure to politics, how should we approach failure or setbacks in a way that leads to growth and not cynicism?
Curiosity. One of the tricks of life is that the first order consequences are often the opposite of the second order consequences. In other words, what's pleasurable can get you in more trouble, can be more harmful. What's painful can be better for you. The food that's easy, that's tasty, the not exercising, all of these things, second order consequences. It's like the marshmallow test, a kid, you offer a child, would you rather have one marshmallow now or 2 in 20 minutes? Almost that's the test of whether they'll be successful in life if they choose 2 in 20 minutes in terms of the second order consequences. So when you think of pain, what you do with that pain is really important. There's something that caused the pain. So if you can calm yourself down and think about what does that tell me about reality and how I should deal about reality, okay? It's like arguing. Do you get angry? So do you have curiosity to learn about how reality works? In the beginning I said, learn about how reality works and how to deal with it. So if you can calm that down, to recognize that there is a conscious, logical mind and that there's a subliminal, emotional mind, and that your subliminal, emotional mind probably controls you more than your conscious mind. You just may not be aware of it. And so if you can understand that, I've found that meditation helps me a lot. I was lucky enough in 1969, so a long time ago, I learned to meditate. The Beatles went to India, I got exposure to it, and I learned to meditate, transcendental meditation. I find that helps different sides. So I would recommend it. It's the greatest gift that I can give anybody. But if you can align your subliminal with your conscious and reflect on how reality works, also understanding your nature and what you want to achieve, and you go through this arc in life and you realize where you are in your arc in life, those things will serve you well.
Mr. Dalio, thank you so much. It
Ray.
has been an honor and a privilege for us to welcome you to the Oxford Union. Thank you so much.
Okay. I think it was a pretty good. Let's make some lunch, guys. I'll be back with the phone. But I like it. Like, I like to hear his speech. A lot of the things that he's saying are very insightful, and then there's a lot of things that we can learn from him. I think I should buy the book and then read what he's talking about in the book. Probably it has more details on it. Once I read it, maybe I'll share it to you. Really makes you think. Yeah, because like everyone's saying, they all saying that we are gonna face different world, and they also like the common things that they're talking about. Not just him, a lot of the people who like thinking about the future, how the future is gonna be and stuff like that, right? There are some common, like everybody has a different vision, but there are some common things that they keep pointing out. First, we're gonna face entirely different world. Second, it's gonna be accelerating, so it's coming more faster than we expected. Third, the gap between rich and poor is gonna be way more extreme as well. And the more that I start to watch a lot of the content, not just the economy, like everything. I mean, I think it's everything is like connected. Like there's no such a thing that you can only see politics. No, like only politics, economy, history, humanity, art. These are all connected. I feel like it's like a each of the topics are, let's say that our parts of the organ, like heart, brain, lung, something like that, and then this whole everything connected, and then it became the whole body, so it's like a whole one organic. Each of the things are related, geopolitics and everything, right? And the reason that I started to keep searching for all these things, and then the reason that I started to bring this up to stream and then watching all together, I'm saying same thing again, but in short, I think this is the fact that, like they said, the poor and rich is extreme more and more, and it's accelerating. And like when they're talking about the AI gonna bring up, because I was curious too, like, okay, like you guys are saying that AI and robots gonna boost the more productivity, and then it's gonna bring up more like job opportunities and whatever like that, but like how? Because like I was wondering how it would actually help us. Like, isn't it basically just helping all the corporation and the big companies? Yes, they're gonna make more money because look at them. Even the last couple of years, they keep firing people. Even the big corporation like Google, Amazon. I think they've been fired so many people the last couple of years, but their profit, their stocks are rising. So that's already happening and seems like that's gonna more accelerating. But the thing is that, okay, so that's like he said, that's when he was talking about, we have to check the reality, like how the reality works and deal with it, right? So we realize that this is how the reality is heading toward, and then how we're gonna survive from this reality. Are we gonna just because keep complaining and being mad and angry and upset would not solve any problems or issues, right? And then I started to realize that we need to find a solution. I don't know the solution either, chat. That's why I'm studying, right? And then that's why I try to keep learning with together, so that maybe we all can find, and even also based on today's lesson, each of every one of you, me, everybody has different solution. Your situation is different, my situation is different, his situation is different, her situation, everybody's like different. So at the end of the day, we are the one who has to find our own ways and guideline. But at the same time, step one is we need to understand and learn how the reality works. And then that's why I keep empathizing about like we need to learn about money, we need to learn about capitalism, we need to learn about investment, because like it said, if that's how the economy goes, like for example, we will have less chances to get a job, but this big corporation will keep making more money, then the answer is simple. We have to we have to be part of this game. If we are owner of this stocks and that we're the owner of some of the right from this corporation, the more they make money, we will make money as well, because we are the part of the investing, right? So all these things. Yeah. That's why, that's the motivation that I started doing this, and then that's the motivation that I keep trying on stream as well. I have no interest in money. I had no interest in money as well. Like you guys all know about me, right? You've been watching me for such a long time. If you watch my first of the live streaming like 7-8 years ago when I was like young, my goal was to enjoy my life, be happy. I don't care about the money. Like I don't think about saving, I don't think about anything, and I was just like have a great time with chat. And then yes, that was amazing and great. But the thing is that, you know, I don't know. It's my personal thinking, and then my personal opinion, and you guys don't need to, not necessarily have to follow what I believe or what I think, right? Because you also have your own philosophy, you also have your own decision for your life. Everybody has a different priority, but I just want you to know that the simply my motivation at the end of the day, the foundation of all these actions of the motivation is that I want to bring some more positivities and improvement for not only me as well most of you guys. I don't know what kind of impact it's gonna happen. I don't know what kind of influence I'm giving you guys right now, but I'm pretty sure that it's not a bad thing. I'm not encouraging you guys to ruin your life, right? Like, at least I think it might be stressful, so maybe if it's not the right content, or if maybe it's not the right path that you're looking for example, some of the guys are already dealing with life and it's so tough, and then you're looking for a place to just, relax, just rest. Like, I don't want to deal with the stress. Maybe then what I'm talking about, what I'm doing might not be the great stage, because me as well, the last few years, I had no kind of desire for change, or like I just wanted to completely looking for like peace. Like, I even thinking about, oh, should I just cut off everything and then just stuck in the mountain, and then like should I just disconnect from myself from the world? I've been there too, so I get that. I get that's a bit of too much to deal with, too much to think about, stress and stuff like that. But at the same time, what I also learn and think is, if you use your pain well, like he said, the consequences, if we bear this pain well, if we bear this period of time well, I'm pretty sure that we will have pretty much satisfying consequences and impact in the future as well, So hopefully, Chad, like, you're enjoying this moment. I'm having a great time. I'm so it's so fun for me. Like it's a little sad that maybe like not many people enjoying it, but I'm having a great time, Jed. Let's see. Let's make some lunch and then let's play the game. Let's play the Revenge on Gold Digger. Today we're gonna make jjajangmyeon. I bought the jjajangmyeon meal package from the grocery this morning. Let's make it. I don't agree with a lot of it. Yeah, you don't have to agree with like everything. Ta-da! Jjajangmyeon. The lady at the mart said that this one is really good. Chow chai. Okay, so I should have bought cucumber. Cucumber, I don't have the cucumber. Don't have a cucumber. Oh, smells pretty bad. I'll wash it once again. Oh, I feed the starter this morning. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, Henry made the sourdough starter. How long does it take? A week? You know what my dream is, Chet? My dream is that, like, around 3 years later, we all are financially comfortable, and then we all marry the nice person, and then we all have a nice family, and then we all build another cool community. And then you guys should all move to Korea and get a hot Korean waifu and grow Korea economy and solve Korea population. You all move to Korea. I have a big plan, Chad. You all move to Korea and have a good, like a nice Korean waifu, and have at least 2 kids. And then we all build our community, and then we take care of each other, and then we take care of the kid each other, and then we provide a nice education for the kid, and like happily ever after for the next generation and for us. Okay? Yeah, so here's a plan. Here's a plan. We all learn about the investment and finance, and then around 2-3 years later, when you guys are feel financially comfortable, you get the visa, Korean visa. I think there's a, what's it called, like a digital nomad visa or whatever like that you can have. And then once you have some saving, you get the visa and move to Korea, and I will help with finding nice Korean waifu. And then we do some like arranged date, and like I'm gonna make bunch of program like a camp or like activities, and then you find your partner, and then you marry the Korean, and then you settle in Korea, and then you move to Korea. And also, if you marry in Korea, the government support for like house and like stuff like that. My life here is better. But what if you can have a nice waifu and kids here, and the government support the house as well, so you get the support from the Korean government and get a nice house, and then you start living with your wife, and then you start working in Korea, and then you have 1 kid and 2 kids and maybe 3 kids, and then we feel like you want the community, you know. And then sometimes you're gonna make a program for the babies, and then when you're busy, Yugi's gonna like take care of your babies, you know. And then sometimes I will open for like a mom's tea time party or something like that, and then help some like resolving the conflict with Chad and your wife and your kid. Oh my gosh, that's my dream. This is all big plan, you know. I have a big plan. I have a big dream. It was a secret, but I'm letting you know. Yeah. Dreams come true, Chad. Dreams come true. You know, always people laugh when it's dream, but once it actually achieved, they can't laugh anymore. Okay? Yeah. Dream big, Chad. Dream big. Because how great it is. Like, I would like to be a good neighbor with you guys, you know. Like, if I collect all Chad in one place and then we build our own village, I think like that's the best. Then I don't have to deal with all these crazy neighbors, you know. Because my Chad is already kind of guaranteed as a good community, so I will build like good village and community. That's gonna be easier and faster. And I guarantee that our kid's gonna have a high education, Chad. 100%, 100%. But seriously, Chad, consider about it. Like, I'm kind of making a joke about it, but like, don't you think that's a pretty good plan? Send the ladies. No, you have to come to Korea. You need to come to Korea. That's the condition. You have to live in Korea. And then we all should live together. Because if I send a lady to your country, everybody's scattered. It's hard to make a village community. But once you come over here and move here, we all can live in the same neighborhood and then take care of each other. You know?
학교 가는 버스 안에서
혼자 있는 그녀를 보고네. 자신이 없어. 괜찮아, 그런 보람 갖지 마. 하나 없는데.
버스 안에서 그녀를 보고네.
아니야, 난 괜찮아. 그런 보람 갖지 마. 내 친구 하나 없는데 아무도 없을까? 너무 이상적이야. 온유를 넣고요. Little bit of salt. And fry it. looks good. Yeah, let's try it. Mmm. Mmm. 맛있다. Oh, so good. Mmm. Maybe let's try a little bit chili. Chili. 먹어보자. Very good. Ooh. Mmm. Mmm. With kimchi. Oh yeah. 미안해 내 친구야 잠시 너에게 건 우정이 내 친구야. The song is about a guy that has a great friend, but one day he started to feel like he has a feeling to his friend's girlfriend, and then, oh my gosh, I'm a trash. How come? How come? How come I have emotion to my friend's girlfriend? You're such a trash. And then he's kind of like self-criticizing himself. Did you ever like experience something like that? That you like the girl, but like she's your friend's girlfriend, who you're like close with. My girl now. No. Yeah, right? But seems like for some people that actually happens. I think it happens a lot when you're at college. But a lot of people, they're socially active when they're in college. And then they're kind of young. They don't know the limit. Was there any drama when you were at school, chat? I think in case of Korea, it happens sometimes that, like, so for example, I think it's because of the army that everyone has to go military service, right? So there's like a 2 years or so that girl has to be alone. But some couple, they still remain the relationship. So I think that's the time that happens that, like, when the guy is in the military and she's alone physically and one of his friends or like whatever get closer when he's away because, you know, and then that's how they ended the relationship and move on to the other guy. That happens sometimes, I think. Yeah. I don't know how it feels like because kind of one of the reasons that I didn't date a guy who had never been to who hadn't been to army yet. I always dated only guy who already been to the military so that I don't have to struggle with that. I only chose a guy, you know, who already been to the military to date. So I dodged everything, so I don't know how it feels like. Yeah, I didn't really know it when I was younger. I mean, I always had a respect to the guys that they're serving the military service. But the more older that I get, I start to realize that it's very respectful that, because they're so young and then they're sacrificing their time almost like 2 years, you know? So I think they deserve more respect than the... I think like we should give some benefit for like compensation for the time that they're like dedicating. It's not something like we should take granted for, I think. Yeah, but it's because some people don't really respect their military, like they do the military service. Some of the people think, oh, it's like you have to do it because, you know, they take it granted. But I think that's really bad. You know, the culture is very important, I think. Like, yes, it's inevitable, but at the same time, we should receive it more like valuable, not something like, oh yeah, like because you're a man you should go military. Like, I mean, that's so disrespectful.
there's more of the like places or companies started to giving some benefit for them, that giving some discount, promotion. No, because imagine you're only like 21, 22, and you're sacrificing 2 years that they barely pay as well. Like they're raising a bit, but still it's like almost nothing. So you're only doing this because you're trying to protect the country, right? So I think in any kind of the meme, the whole society should support them for, yeah, like almost nothing. Whole society should help them and supports them for compensating their time. The time never comes, you know? Especially the early, most like vibrant kind of period of time. Like imagine they just graduated high school, they've been studying entire their life, just graduated, and then they went to college, and then they wanted to have some fun, but like, okay guys, go to the military, and then, you know, you cannot really active for dating, you cannot make money. When I did my service, my pay was €100. Oh my goodness. I respect you. Is obligation in Estonia, right? You said that everybody has to go military, right? Every guy. Damn. That's what I'm saying. It's like very, very respectful work. Because they're literally sacrificing themselves for the country, for the protection of the citizens. My stuff. Very nice. Come on. 싶어 힘들고 외로웠지 연습일 뿐이야 넘어지진 않을 거야 나는 문제 없어 몇 번씩 자리를 맴돌다 어려운 시련에 갈 뜻을 잃어가고 조원들도 아까 나가 많이 외롭고 힘들었지 연습일 뿐이야 않을 거야 나의 문제 없어 하루에 몇 번씩 같은 잘만 놀려 잃어가고 사람도 같은 자리야 소망들도 나늘 거야 나는 문제 없어 이 세상에 내가 있고 나를 사랑해주는 나의 사랑들과 나를 나고 싶어 많이 힘들고 외로웠지 그거 연습일 뿐이야 This song is great. So the English translation is, in this world there is me and the people who love me. I want to walk my own path. It was hard and lonely, but it was only practice. I won't fall. I'm doing just fine. In a short day, I circle the same place again and again, sometimes losing my way in difficult trials. Even the love I once dreamed of stays in the same place. And my childhood wishes sway like a pendulum. What is pendulum? Don't look back like that. This can't be the end here. I have a path I want to go on. Even if it's painfully hard and lonely, it's only practice. I won't fall. I'm doing just fine. In this world, there is me and the people who love me. I want to walk my own road. It was hard and lonely, but it was only practice. I won't fall. I'm doing just fine. Such a great song, isn't it? Part of clock. 아, 그래? 이거? 펜더룸?
섹시한 당신은 나의 남자 잘생긴 당신은 나의 남자 이 세상 마지막이 오는데도 영원히 이 세상에 젖을래 잘 뻗은 당신은 나의 남자 내 너의 포로되었어 하지만 괜찮다면 주고 있어 하지만 나중에 걱정하지 마 너의 고민은 뭔 비밀이나 다 알고 있어 아무 일 없어 지난 사랑과 추억도 없었어 너를 사랑했는데 왜 날 믿지 못하니 나는 죽을 때까지 너 하나뿐이야
댄스, 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 댄스.
섹시한 당신은 나의 남자 잘생긴 당신은 나의 남자 이 세상 마지막이 오는데도 영원히 이 환상에 젖을래 모두만 보내주지 말라지 사주면 너는 내 거 된다고 조금은 망설이는 네 모습 사랑은 되지 않은 거잖아 걱정하지 마 너의 고민이 뭔지 이미 난 다 알고 있어 아무 일 없어 지난 사랑과 추억도 없었어 죽도록 너만 사랑하는데 왜 난 믿지 못하니 나는 죽을 때까지 너 하나뿐이야 아니야 나 죽는다 해도 너뿐이야 그러니 제발 마음 열어 나를 믿으며 사랑해 Don't leave me, baby. I like that, baby. There goes the boom. 이제 내 사랑이 되어줘 내 모든 걸 너에게 기대고 싶어 언제나
Oh my gosh. They were my idol when I was 6 years old. This out. My idol when I was 8. I 6. 6. I was so young.
내 사랑이 되어줘
The skirt is this skirt, chat. Crazy. Same girl, same girl. Same girl. So different, right? She was my favorite. She sings really well. And the girl has the girl has a flower on head. She's also my favorite when I was 6. Wow, look how much the K-pop evolved from this to now, chat. Imagine this is how the K-pop look like. Imagine. '90s? Yeah, it was 19 maybe 1999 or something? I don't know. Almost 2000? Yeah, 1999. What was the famous 1999 song in your country, Chad? Venga Boys? Top 100 video of the 1999. Mambo number 5. Oh, that was 1999. Oh, different. 뱅가보이 있네. We like the part. Oh, this is 1999. Eminem, my name is. Ah, this one. My name is. Wait, Backstreet Boys? I Want It That Way was 1999 too. Ricky Martin. Ah, Ricky Martin is also 1999.
Feel a premonition. That girl's gonna make me fall. She's into new sensations, new kicks in the candlelight. She's got
Shania Twain is nice. Shania You still the one. You're still the one. This one?
Let's go, girls.
Ah. He was right above Ricky Martin. Ah. Wow. You see, like Western world and the Asia country culture is so different.
Pretty smart, but you've got being right down to an art. You think you're a genius, you drive me up the wall. You're a regular, original, know it all. Oh, you think you're special. Oh, you think you're something else. Okay, so you're a rocket scientist. That don't impress me much.
I think I've never heard of this song.
So you got the brains, but have you got the touch?
Damn, girl.
Yeah, I think you're alright. But
My type of furry?
in the middle of the night, that don't impress me much. Yeah, yeah. I never knew a guy who carried a mirror in his pocket and a comb up
Where's she
his
from,
sleeve.
by the way?
Just in case.
Which country?
And all that extra whole gel in your hair on
America?
locket, 'cause heaven forbid it should fall out of place. Oh,
Yeah,
you think
looks
you're
like it.
special. Oh, you think you're
Canada?
something
Really?
else. Okay, so you're Brad Pitt. That don't impress me much. So you got the looks, but have you got the touch? Now don't get me wrong, yeah, I think you're alright, but that won't keep me warm in the middle of the night. That don't impress me much.
Oh, that doesn't impress me much. Oh, okay.
You're one of those guys who likes to shine some machine. You made me take off my shoes before you let me get in. I can't believe you kiss your car goodnight. Now come on, baby, tell me, you must be joking, right? Oh, you think you're something special. Oh, you think you're something else. Okay, so you got a car. That don't impress me much.
Well, would you tell us like what impressed her in the end, chat, or it just ends with like all the things that she doesn't feel impressed about it? Okay, well then what does it impress you? Okay. Watch him.
That don't impress me much.
Wait, he's the one?
Okay, so what do you think? You're Elvis or something? Whatever. That don't
What?
impress me.
Wait, she didn't give us the answer. So what does that impress her? We couldn't hear the answer. What the fuck?
New addictions for every day and night. She'll make you take your clothes off and go dancing in the rain. She'll make you live a crazy life, or she'll take away your pain like a bullet to your brain. Upside, inside out.
Wait, I didn't know that Ricky Martin is hard, hot. Ricky. Damn. But is it he as well? What happened? From this to this? From this to this? It's the same person? What happened? Same person? 같은 사람이라고? What happened to you? Wait, from this to this? From this to this? No, I think it's more about the style. That like he didn't have beard, but now that he has like a bush. No, it's not just about the age. It's about like the vibe. Like he was definitely like kinda like because I think because he didn't have any beard before, but after he started to grow the beard, so the image is very different. It's not just about the age yet. Oh, I wonder how he grew. Rick S. Italy. Ocean. Wow, he still has a very like great voice, by the way. Oh my god, it feels so weird. It kind of looks like a dad and son. Like it's his young age and his old age, right? Like with this comparison, it kind of almost looks like a son and dad. Like if you're looking at like this, you know? Oh, Chad, like how are we gonna look like once we're like 60, 70, 60, you know, something like that? I'm wondering. Yeah. Interesting. I think for a lot of the people in Korea, the most kind of like this was the meme about it that Daniel Henney, the Harry Potter. Daniel, what's his English name? The Harry Potter, the actor of the Harry Potter. His role was quite shocking for a lot of the Korean people. Daniel Radcliffe. Daniel. So like from this to this, that like a lot of the Koreans were a little bit shocked at the first time because for most of the Koreans, they only remember this like very young childhood, and then one day when we see the Harry Potter, he was just a kind of old guy, and I guess maybe for a lot of the Koreans, the guys don't have a beard, so kinda even if you grow, it doesn't feel that old for lots of the people here. They all shave, right? But I think for the Western, because they have beard and stuff, it has more mature vibe once they get older.
Your support means the world. See you in the next one. Thank you.
Not bad, but I think maybe for I like how he take crazy roles now. Robert Pattinson does the same. Robert. He's the one from the 그 뭐야 저기 Twilight, right? Wait, he was at the Harry Potter too? For me, he looks about the same. Yeah. 그게 크게 다를 게 없는 것 같아. He looks about the same to me. Wait, he's 39 now? But the role he plays are wild. Ah, okay. He's a Batman now. Really? Didn't know. Wait, what happened? 뭐가 어떻게 된 거야? 잠깐만. What happened? What happened?
I'm not a saint, you mad? Your sugar-coated doll is not so pure, my bad. I don't give a. You stepping on me and they call my mama, touch you better than that. You're mad, I guess you're mad.
I feel like even when she was young, she looked pretty mature. That like even from the young to now, it doesn't really feel like she get like old. Like there is a saying that if you look very mature when you're young, you don't really get age because at certain point you look the same.
Wore my best pajama for this drama. Why you talking like that, like that, like that? I'm not gonna spend the night. I'm talking. You got bad things on your mind. Keep walking. Spit your words on someone else. Don't act like you're so obsessed with me, with me. You know that I ain't coming back. I'm sorry. Read my lips, you do not like that. You're drowning without me. Take it all back, but if you want my sympathy, honey, well, come as a bitch, get ready for this. I tries my best.
Yeah, see, she looks just the same.
So damn obsessed with making me a perfect lie. Makeup is out, naturals in, letting my skin glow out. You took shit if you don't like this. You still live in your man's world. I'm not gonna spend the night. I'm talking. You got bad things on your mind. Keep walking. Spit your words on someone else. Don't act like you're so obsessed with me, with me. You know that I ain't coming back. I'm sorry. Read my lips, you do not like that. You're
Ew.
drowning without me.
Wait, here. Something has changed. Or maybe bad picture, I don't know. No, she started doing something from here, I think. Before it was maybe even if she did something, it was like maybe a little bit like natural. But I think since the 55, something like the image like changed. So like she probably did something. And then probably you see 57 something is different. 60, 61, 62 like getting more extreme. Wait, but 63 is fine too. 이것도 괜찮은 것 같은데. Maybe like this was the time that was. Damn. Wait, so how old is she now? 364. 23년에 64. 67? She's 67 now? Oh. Wow. 야, 이게 어딜 봐서 how come this is 67 years old? Yeah. I don't know much about her, but like isn't she famous for her dating life? Like she's famous for her boyfriend, no? That's the only thing that I know about it. Like I think every time I see some news about it, it was always about her boyfriend, like that how young he is or something like that. See? What the hell is this? Top 25 boyfriends of Madonna? This is so bad. 이게 뭐야? 정말. Madonna's 50 boyfriends, the ultimate dating history. Oh my god, I'm glad that I'm not a celebrity or something. It must be so tiring that all of your private life is like everybody want to know your private life and shit. It's like wild. 100 plus of a Hollywood star and their real life partners. Oh, come on. Mind your own business, people. You know? But, because I'm curious, let's go check it out. So, who is her top 25 boyfriend? Yuggie dating list? No, thank you.
Going so fast tonight. Have you ever stopped beside the road to smell the rose of life? Take a breath now. Don't hold it in too long.
Wait, every boyfriend is 1 year. Does she have an expired date or something like that? Every year is like changing new boyfriend.
You've got one life to live. She's singing.
Oh, married. Okay.
Don't let it go. You've got one life to
Interesting.
She's singing. You've got one life to live. Don't let it go.
Wait, John Kennedy Jr.? Like John Kennedy, or what?
You've got one life to live. Don't let it go. You've got one life to live. Don't let it go. Can you let go? Let go of it all tonight. Or will you decide to push on through and ignore the words inside?
Nah, I think that's a rumor. It was pretty sure that they were friends. I saw the interview about it. Like they had a good friendship.
You've got one life to live. She's singing, ooh. You've got one life
Yeah.
to live. Don't let it go. You've got one life to live. She's singing,
Wait, dated one time? Oh my goodness. These freaks. They even like checking her one date. Oh, she went on a date once. Okay, put him in the list. Holy shit. Wait, she's a bisexual? 아, 투팍이랑도 사귀었어? Really? Dating Tupac?
where are you going? Going so fast tonight. Have you ever stopped beside the road to smell the rose of life? Take a breath now. Don't hold it in too long. 'Cause you might end up missing out on life's short little song. She's saying, ooh, you've got one life to live. She's singing, ooh, you've got one life to live. Don't let it go. Ooh, you've got
He had kids too? Really?
she's singing, ooh, you've got one life to live. Don't let it go.
아니 근데 무슨 they even counting hookup as a dating like this is wild.
Don't let it go. You've got one life to live. Don't let it go.
Baseball player? Oh.
Let go of it all tonight. Or will you decide to push on through and ignore the words inside? Take a breath now. Don't hold it in too long.
She must be really attractive. So many of guys in the all around the world want to date her. I wonder what's the secret.
She's singing, ooh, you've got one life to live. Don't let it go. Ooh, you've got one life to live. She's singing, ooh, you've got one life to live. Don't let it go. Don't let it go.
Damn. Interesting. 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 Oh, actually, chat. I wanted to ask you something. So yesterday, I was scrolling up and found this reel. So seems like there is some kind of TikTok trend in Western countries that the girls are how do I explain this? So it's like there's like a TikTok trend in Western countries, and this girl, she's a Korean, but she's on a working holiday or something. She has like a lot of international friends, and then she just make this video for fun with her friends because it was a trend on TikTok. And then this video is about there gonna be a flag on top, like ding 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 ding, and then showing the countries like Brazil, like America, like UK, France, Germany, Korea, Japan, China, ding 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 ding, like this. And then basically these two girls close their eyes like this, and then each time the flag is on, they basically you open your eyes, you have an experience with kiss the guy from this country. So it's like so let's say that she has a like so like you know what I mean, like there's a two girls, they close their eyes, and then Brazil, and then if they ever kissed someone from the Brazil, they open their eyes like ding 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 ding, like something like that. And it was very interesting that I opened the comment, and so many of the guys were attacking her. Like, so the comments were all Korean because the girl on the video was one from Brazil, one from Korean. So the Brazilian girl and then Korean girl were doing this trend, and like the people on the comments were fighting. It had almost like 2.5 million views. And no, she opened her eyes. She opened her eyes for I can't remember, some country. And then really, so many of the guys were like leaving the comment. But it's a kissing though. It's not body count. It's just like whoever you kissed from a different country. But my question is like I mean, I think it's a little like controversial as well. Like I kind of get it, but like they're arguing and fighting. It's like, so you're opening your eyes based on whoever you kissed like from the country, right? So let's say that she ever kissed someone from America, then like American flag thing, and then she opened her eyes or something like that. And then some of the guys are leaving the comment like, oh, you're promoting yourself that you're a whore, or oh, this is why we don't date the girls who went on a work holidays. Oh, this is why we don't date any girls who study abroad. I'm like, how come this conclusion ending like that? So it seems like there is kind of that stereotype that a guys in Korea, that if the girl ever lived abroad for studying or working or whatever, they're a whore. Because they assume that this girl would have had a sex with all the different guys. Like, how come like the conclusion ending like that? So like, I found that very interesting that if the girl in Korea say that I have an experience dating more guys from outside of the Korea, like a foreigner, then guys think that's a red flag because she is a little whore. I don't understand. So like, okay, like I'm not sure if it's a mainstream or the small community. I'm not sure about that. But like, so the guys were leaving the comment like that. But on the other side, the girls were fighting that how come that's not the case, that's not the truth. And then some of the people are leaving the comment like, do you know how difficult life it is to go on a working holiday? Like basically people are sharing their working holiday experiences, that if you go Australia for working holiday, your life schedule is from morning to night. You just like spend all night long for working hard and making money and pick up some strawberries and like blah 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 blah. Like I don't even have a chance to date guys. Like we just work so hard, and then we're the one really trying our best to make money and save money. Like I don't get it why you guys like try to attack us while they're fighting like that. And I was like, interesting. Like there's some sort of the fight like this happening there too. I don't know, like, cause for me it was a little shocking that I never thought in that way. Most of my friends who went on a working holiday, so I know some of my friends went to like especially for Koreans, I think it's little typical path that some of the young people, they went on a working holiday to Australia to make money and save, especially if they're young, because the wage there is higher, and then maybe there's a chances they can learn English and stuff like that. So I have seen some of my friends chose that path, and then their life there was so busy. They spent all day long for studying, they spent all day long for working, like as a chef, as a like picking strawberries or whatever. If they can't speak English, they have to go like farmers, work, so like laborers. And because the cost of living is too expensive to us, they have to keep save, and then like try to survive, like work really hard, and then save as much as they can, and then after a year later they come back. One of my friends, she went to Canada working holiday. Really? Okay. So like one of my friend went to the Canada, and then she's really working hard and studying and stuff like that. And so for me, in my head, the people who chose on a working holidays are the one like adventurous people, like who try to achieve their life. That was the image in my head, like the people who take the risk and then fight for their like improvement, like study, working, develop their like value for the new job and stuff like that. But the reality was that in Korea, if the girls went on the working holiday visa, they are almost treated as like a whore. Oh my god! Like, wait, what? Like, so it was like a very cultural shock for me. And then, besides that, I think some of the people think that like, if the girl, I'm not sure about the guys though. I don't know how the people think about the guys. I'm not sure if it's for the both gender or only for the women, or for the like man and woman or something like that. Not sure about it. And then they're also like talking like, oh, if she went on the exchange student, she would have like fuck all these guys, like all the different guys, blah, 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 like that. I'm like, wow, that's very interesting point of view. Very, very interesting, because like I wouldn't really expect that you went to the school to fuck everybody, like you went to school to learn and like improve something, right? I don't know. I don't understand, chat. So I kind of wanted to hear what's your opinion about this agenda. What do you think about it, chat? How do you think about it? Does you guys also have a similar vibe or culture in your country as well? Like, do you think that the people who live abroad or like working holiday or like exchange students, like kind of like there's a culture people assume that they are maybe like sexually very active if they lived abroad or something like that? Do you have those kind of the prejudice too? I don't think so in Ireland. Some guys can be close-minded and only think the worst. They have watched certain movies where that happens, so they assume it's real. I mean, I think there are some of it, like, I mean, because I remember actually some people, because I remember some girls, their dream is to have a sex with all the guys in the world, like a stamp tour. It was a very shocking for me, but that's very rare, I would say. Like maybe like 1 out of 500 or 1,000, like very rare. Like some girls want it, I mean, like I respect that's their life, but it's just shocking for me that how can people generalize such a like scarcity, like very, very, very few. I wouldn't say that there's none of it, because I have seen some of it like that, but I think it's very minor, like few. Hi, Cook. Few. That I mean, but I saw some guys are like that too. I mean, like some guys are like, I wanted the stamp tour. I wanna sex with American or French or Korean or Japanese. Like, they're doing the stamp tour. there's always some people like that in this world, just not many. But I was just shocking about how people generalize the whole group by one. You know what I mean? I think that was what I was shocked. What I was gonna get shocked. Office dirty one. Is it your goal too? Step tour? Good luck. No double step alone? What the fuck? That one was a bad example. I mean, but it's true, chat. It's true. Like one of the I saw for entire my life, I met someone like that. How many? Three. One was a guy, two were a girl. So chat, like, word is big, and yeah, there are some interesting people in this world, right? But anyway, yeah, it happens, I guess. Yeah, and then they speak out very proudly, like, you know, they were talking about the step they collected, and then the step they couldn't collect it. Yeah, like, damn it, I was like, wow, wild. But anyway, in short, my point is, I wouldn't call them as my friend. I said I met some people. Like, I was talking about the people that I met entire my life. It's not from my friend group, chat. You know that I travel all around the world, right? And then sometimes I meet some very interesting people in the world. So, it happens. Anyway. Yeah, but I was a little surprised about that. Yeah. I mean, okay, so at the end of the day, no matter what they do, it's their life. Like whether they do the step tour or not, it's none of your business. Like, you know, it's their responsibility. So I don't understand that, like, why people get really upset about that. Like, if she or he want a step tour, like, let them enjoy their life, I guess. Like, you don't have to, like, hate them. and then like criticize all the other innocent people, right? I don't know. And then, like, I felt sad that, like, the guys were living in common, and on the other hand, the girls living the Also, chat, I was very surprised. Another stereotype that I heard. I think I really don't know about Korea at all. Sometimes I'm a little scared that what if I make a mistakes in my own community, because I realize that I know nothing about Korea, because I remember that last time. Do you know what I hear, chat? Oh my god. So if the guys went on a trip in Southeast Asia, like guys group, let's say that the guys group went to, I don't know, Thailand or Vietnam or I don't know, like Philippines or whatever like that, and then people have a stereotype that, oh, they're definitely going to sex tour. I'm like, what? Like, how come your brain, like, straight into that, you assume that they're going for that. Solo travelers, big change. I don't know. There's like a huge stereotype of it. Like, either, let's say, like the girls group going, I think for Korean, the Vietnam is very something like that. Like, so the guys going Vietnam or the girls going Vietnam, people automatically think this. So, for example, one of my friends, she was telling me about, like, there was a chance that she were planning to go on a trip to Vietnam with her friend group, like few of the girls, like 3 or something like that, and like one of the guys she was dating got really, like, upset that, like, why are you going Vietnam with the girls? And I was like, yeah, what's wrong with that? And then like she talked about, I didn't know it either, but this is the reality. Like the guy was talking about this, like what? So they were thinking that the girls going Vietnam to get the happy ending massage, like for real? Like, and then like I don't know, Chad. Like I think okay, yeah. Who knows? But I'm just a little shocked that the thought process, your thought process immediately. Oh, Vietnam trip, guys, happy ending. Vietnam trip, girls, happy ending. Oh, he or she must be whore. I wouldn't date this person. I don't know. I was just very shocked that how degenerate the thought process would go. Like, I didn't understand about this culture. Like, is it like, okay, so I think for me the reason I was shocked was because if people think like that, if people have the culture to think like that, that means that happens often. Is that common and general? Because like in my environment, I've never seen something like that. In my friend group or whatever, I have never seen, I've never heard of it. And then I was like, started wondering that like, am I not really aware of the reality well? Like, or do people just generalize everything because of that minority of the community? That's something that I wonder sometimes. But my feeling is that, Chad, maybe people generalize the whole community by such a small thing. So let's say that there's like 1,000 people. This is 1,000 people of the group, right? And yes, there are many different people. Not the 100% people are the same, right? But I'm pretty sure that in 1,000 people of the group, most of people would just, like kind of average. And maybe I don't know. How many would be 1,000 out of 10, 20, 30 people might be very sexually active to dying for doing sexual tour or whatever like that. I don't know. Well, and then let's say that 30 people would go for happy ending massage. It's more than 10. Okay, how many would you expect then? Out of 1,000. Out of 1,000. That's the definition of stereotyping, which is generalize anything from the minor perspective. Yeah, right? 400? Out of 400? Let's ask ChatGPT. Do you think that GTP knows that data? Okay. How should I ask ChatGPT? Ask Grok? Okay, let's ask Grok then. Single male traveler to... Okay. How much rate of men who travel to Southeast Asia who is single tend to go for sex tourism? Is it the right answer? Hello. Is it ask question? Should be fine. Okay. Typo? What is typo? Okay, so there's no single definitive statistics that precisely quantifies the percentage of single men traveling to Southeast Asia who specifically intend to or engage in sex tourism, as this is difficult to measure accurately due to Thailand, Philippines, Cambodia, Vietnam. Available research mostly from the 1990-2010. Particularly those traveling alone or without partner, engage in or plan for paid sex, with estimates ranging from around 10 to 20. In specific studies, the broader casual sexual encounters may be higher. So 10 to 20%? 1993 survey of 213 young Australian traveler, mean age 26.9, traveling without a sex partner to Thailand, found that only 34% definitely intended not to have sex during their trip, implying 66 were open to or planning sexual encounters. However, specifying paid sex, 13.7 of the men in the sample plan to have a sex with a bar guard, a term for a sex worker in bar, while 24.5% more men than women indicate they would have sex with the Thai national overall. This sample was a small and focused on younger solo travelers, so it may not represent all single men. So for maybe like 26 or something, it's like 14% of it, right? But you know, when the guy age 27 is just an animal, they they would do everything for the thing. Let's be real, come on, you know, like they have like the like most high testosterone in the entire like his period of life. So let's see, 2008 UK sexual health clinic survey of 2,265 men found that 10% had paid for sex at some point, with 51% of those doing go abroad, including common sources like Thailand. Factors like traveling alone, being younger, single, or using alcohol, drug, or okay. I mean, I guess it's a little hard to measure the higher than you think, not as high as people say. Yes, okay, so I think that's the point. Not as high as people think. I think that still majority of the people would not super engaged in, I think. But anyway, so my point is, in short, what I believe is that still majority of the men and majority of the girls are fine, and I feel like people are so accelerated with the minor of the people and then keep trying to generalize the whole group by that minority. Like, I mean, yeah, it's a thing, sex tourism or whatever like that. But still, majority would not really super engaged in, I would say. I think that's the reality. But people would like to just generalize the whole group by the few and then make it as like a truth or something. Like all the mans are more animal, all the mans are bad. Like I don't like that logic, you know what I mean? Or all the girls are hooker, like all the girls are gold digger, like girls are bad. I don't like that. Like it's, what was the word that I learned today? Bi 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 binary. Either A or B. Something like that. You know? There's no good by hating each other. You know what I mean, chat? You know what I'm talking about? I think we both should respect each other and then love each other. That's the right future. If people keep fighting for you're bad, no you're bad, no you're worse, no you're worse, no you're worse, because it always happens like this. Someone say some bullshit and then people start to fight that, like, oh well, what about this? Oh well, what about this? And then they started like trying to keep making things worse to each other. Like, okay, so let's say that there's a fight between two, you know, and then she's saying like you're late, you're bad, blah, blah, blah. And then he's gonna be like, well, you're a gold digger, blah, blah, blah. And then like, oh wait, okay, am I a gold digger? Then what about you? What else, Chad? I don't know. What's the bad thing? You are a loser. You're a loser. You piece of shit. Like, blah, blah, blah. Oh well, yeah. Then you're a motherfucker. Blah, blah, blah. And then like these twos are keep fighting like this, you know, keep making things worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. You know what I mean? Like. And then I don't think that's a good way to deal with some problems. You know? Why is this happening? Yeah, why people hate each other, Chad? Why can't we all be more supportive for each other, Chad? Staying at home and not talking to anyone solved that. No, that's the biggest problem. It's because you stayed home and not talking to anyone. That's the main reason that's like keep rising up. Because you don't talk to the other people, then you don't know how the other lives look like. You would imagine and then define about it. So let's say that you never been to Ireland. You would never understand how the life would be in Ireland, and then you're just gonna collect some of the videos on like Instagram and YouTube or wherever based on the algorithm, and then you will have such a biased opinion about Ireland, you know. And then once people talking about something nice, they'll be gonna be like, oh, that's not true, like as I've seen, as I've thought, research, that's not the reality, you're a liar, you know. But how can you say that you never even been to Ireland? Right? Something like that. I never got out of my town in 30 years. I don't even have a passport. I'm certified hermit. This year is a good chance. Okay, go make a passport this week and come to Korea. I will do the tour guide to Korea. You should experience a new world out there, Chad. Everybody come to Korea, Chad. Yugi will do the tour guide of the Korea for chat. Experience a new word, experience a new culture, and broaden your word, chat. You deserve it. Come on, chat. You deserve all the good for your life. Okay, here's my plan. First, we learn about money and investment. And then second, we make some profit out of investment. And third, from that investment profit, we all come to Korea. Fourth, Yugi will guide and teach some good tour and different life, different culture, you know. And step 5, we all become more open-minded and broaden our word. And step 6, we all became a great humanity. Big plan. Boom. Because if you want to come to travel, you need money, right? But I cannot just give away money to chat. I'm not that rich, unfortunately. If I'm a billionaire, I would love to share my money to chat and like, come to Korea, chat. Like, you don't have to worry about it. I will pay the flight. I will pay the hotel. I'll pay the bill. Come to Korea. I will do that. But unfortunately, I'm not a billionaire, so I can't afford it. So what I can do is I can teach you how to grow your money. We can learn, not to teach, we can learn how to grow our money. And once each of everybody grow our own money, and then once each of us all have money to travel to Korea, then I can like give the guidances. I can like show you around and like, because you know how difficult it is for you guys to travel in Korea for the first time if you never travel because of the language barrier, because of all this like the system. Korean system is like so Korean oriented. Every services and things that you have to use a Korean app. But if you just come to Korea and then if you have Yugi, I get you all the itinerary. I get you like how to do it, like introduce all the list of it, and then you just pick like whatever you want and then like experience whole new world. That's my plan. Why do you think that I'm doing all these things, you know? And it's a win-win strategy. You make money, you experience something great, and then I make money, I experience something great. Good for everybody. We just make this force bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Yeah. Good luck, good luck. I want to run the biggest taco chain in Korea. To be honest, I'm not sure if that is promising, because taco is not really the good model in Korea. I feel like Koreans are not really into tacos, I think. Maybe something else. I feel like taco is more like American thing. Like Americans really love tacos. Washing is rude. No, I'm being more realistic. But you should do the market research. But based on my experiences, taco wasn't really the thing here. Cause like all the you like if you want to do the business, you have to understand the market too, right? But I feel like the Korean, yeah, but it's like one place, right? Like one restaurant. Like in general, the market itself, like I'm not sure. But yeah, like who knows? You can be the top #1 taco place in Korea. Yeah, can be, because there's not many of it. I don't know. Is lactose? No, Korean love cheese. Korean love cheese, spicy, sweet. Those are the most high demand. Like crispy, crunch. People like this type of the thing. Like one of the reasons that Dubai Chundu cookie is very popular is because of the texture. I think a lot of people here care a lot about the texture. They like mochi, they like cheese, they like cheese, everything. They like crunch. They're like chewy. We like chewy texture. People like go crazy with the chewy texture. So one of the reasons the Dubai Jonta cookie is super popular is because the texture has all the sticks, like flavors, like in one ball it has every textures and flavor in it. That's why they love it. Mochi taco. Oh, I'm not sure if that's the case, but yeah. Good luck, chat. Good luck. Whatever it works. Good luck. I really wish. And if you're actually interested in business and stuff like that, I think Korea has a lot of chances out there. There's a lot of market that has a potential in Korea. But the thing is that when it comes to the business, the population is very important, right? And then that's why many of the Korean business, they are targeting more internationally broaden. And unfortunately, Korean population is not so big, even though we have a very high value of the market because people like to spend money. It's always important to make opportunity to like broaden your market consumers, I think. Everyone fly to Korea to buy Leo's tacos. Yeah. How wonderful it is, Chad. Anyway. Okay. So, Revenge on Gold Digger. Drama. All right, here we come, chat. Wow, she's so skinny. How's the volume, chat?
我觉得你遇到捞男了。
不会吧？他都说我是老板娘。
如果不会，今天我就不会坐在这儿。你只是一时间不能接受而已。这样吧，这几天我约了几个老板聚会，你把他带出来，我帮你把一把，不就知道了？
好。
老板，我刚刚收到一个消息，一张便签纸，说唐小田周末邀请你去泳池派对。我们立刻查了一下，她的闺蜜好像也是一个老娘，不过好像是她师傅。我们要继续跟进吗？
我们该拿的都已经拿了，我觉得大家都挺累的，就休息一下吧。
OK。
等一下。
等一下。噔噔噔。Finally, he got it.
哎，老板，这个泳池派对的出席嘉宾我查了，没什么可疑的呀。派对还是会员制的，他注册的名字叫陈心如，以前应该改过名。
你回他，我会去的。有些尾，我还是要收的。
什么意思？什么尾？
情债的尾呗。
好久都没有看见你了，还得通过秘书才能约到你。给大家介绍一下，这位是吴宇伦，这是真上林子。
啊，幸会，大家都好好玩吧。啊。
嘿，
来了，
在这儿。
Oh my, there she is! Long time no see. Wait, does she not recognize him or what? She doesn't recognize me? Really?
宇伦，给你。
I wonder.
我想和相比。
不用担心，我帮你看看。你好像一早就猜到我会在这里。从你看到我的反应，你好像一点都不意外。
我确实认识一个女孩，跟你很像，但她不叫陈心如。
我知道你现在开了家服装公司，生意好像不错。你现在看上去很有成就，瞬间变成了成功人士。
再成功也没有你成功。 你看，你现在是越捞越大。
啊，差点忘了恭喜你，如今我们可算是同行。既然今天开心，干杯！
Okay, what should I do, chat?
这还要感谢捞你，如果不是你们教我的，我也不会有今天。
所以，过去这么长的时间，你还恨我啊？
我对捞女其实没什么感觉。
原来过去了这么多年，你还是忘不了我。
原来你今天请我来，就是为了叙旧吗？
过去了就让它过去吧，为了新的我们干杯。
那新朋友，我该怎么称呼你比较好？
我叫陈心如，很高兴认识你，新朋友。
Oh, nice.
今天的天气真不错啊。
多谢你提醒。那可不可以麻烦你帮我涂一下防晒
？All of a sudden?
我觉得还是找那些傻叉老板，不是更合适？
你不是想跟我学习吗？作为同行，你应该知道，这样做会让他们有嫉妒心，更像一堆狮子在求偶的时候争夺地盘那样。所以，你应该帮助同行。
即便是同行，也没有义务互相帮助。
今天是我的派对，作为新朋友的见面礼，不可以吗？
你话都说到这个份上了。
I mean, do people actually do this, chat? I only seen this in the drama or movie. The fuck? Never experienced this. How else do you do the back? I mean, that's why I always get the burr on my back. I was actually considering that, like, should I get like some kind of like a brush or something that I can put the sunscreens on like this?
为什么停下？
如果那样做的话，你的好闺蜜唐小田就会知道咱们俩的关系。
雨伦，你去哪儿啊？你今天一天都没有和我好好说话了。
看你和那些老板聊得那么开心，不敢妨碍你。况且，你叫你闺蜜来试探我，你有没有试探到什么呀？
啊，你说清楚，我们现在到底是什么关系？
哦，你这么一提醒，我差点忘了，我们俩现在分手了。
哦，
对，你骗别人的钱，我已经替你还上了。如果你有异议的话，请告诉我律师。
哎，小田，里面还有大鱼呢，让你去招呼一下吧，别错失机会。去吧。南哥，等下我们去哪儿啊？
走。
别难过，我没事。鱼塘里的鱼多的是呢。
What the fuck？
新朋友，我们那天好像还有话没说完。
关于你还是你闺蜜？
你出来就知道了。
By the way, which city is this? Does anybody know?
还是你带朋友约
Looks pretty cool.
各有一半，主要还是想帮他看看，他还是放不下你。
如果还是这样的话，我觉得没这个必要了吧？
但是饭都不需要吃了，是吗？
哦，饭还是要吃的，否则我就不会跟你出来了。
会不会太勉强你了？
不会，跟新朋友面对面，还是混熟一点比较好。
Yeah, let me search it up too.
看看有没有什么需要的，
Revenge
还是点你平常爱吃的。
Gold diggers city. Lotta, thanks for the 8 months up. Thank you so much.
Lotus Huntsman just subscribed. Yugset.
Thank you, thank you. Wait. Maybe if I feel like if we put the image of the place, it will show me where it is on Google. Hold on.
我来吧。
可是这里的菜单都是法文，不如你想吃什么告诉我，我来帮你点。
Hold on.
我来吧。
可是这里的菜……
雨伦，你去哪儿啊？你今天一天都没有和我好好说话了。
看你和那些老板聊得那么开心，不敢妨碍你。
I can't. I just skip them.
我来吧。
可是这里的菜单都……
雨伦，你去哪儿啊？你今天一天都没有和我好好说话了。
看你和那些老板聊得那么开心，不敢妨碍你。况且，你叫你闺蜜来试探我，你有没有试探到什么呀？
你说清楚，我们现在到底是什么关系？
哦，你这么一提醒，我差点忘了，我们俩现在分手了。哦，对了，你骗别人的钱我已经替你还上了。如果你有异议的话，请告诉我律师。
哎，小田，里面还有大鱼呢，让你去招呼一下吧，别错失机会。去吧。南哥，等下我们去哪儿啊？
走。
别难过，我没事，鱼塘里的鱼多的是呢。新朋友，我们那天好像还有话没说完。
关于你还是你闺蜜？
你出来就知道了。
Oh, okay.
还是你带朋友约？
各有一半。
You're on the cut.
他还是放不下你。
如果还是这样的话，我觉得没这个必要了吧？
但是饭都不需要吃了，是吗？
哦，
광주
饭还
chat.
是要吃的，否则我就不会跟你出来。
It's a Canton Tower in Guangzhou.
跟新朋友面对面。
Oh, let's go Guangzhou chat.
陈小姐，看看有没有什么需要的，还是点你平常爱吃的。
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty fun if we visit the places in the game. Like, oh my god, Chad, this was in the Revenge and the Gold Digger and the... Okay, we should hire some actor and actress and then we build our own drama. Revenge on Gold Digger. Oh my god, that's gonna be so fun. Oh! Yeah, YouTube contents.
我来吧。
可是这里的菜单都是法文，不如你想吃什么告诉我，我来帮你点。
See drama content.
"既然今天这么高兴，就帮我点一下咱们店里最有名和最贵的。
好，你真大方，对新朋友都这么愿意破费。
啊，那倒不是，我平时就吃这些。
嗯。
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
帮我点这个。
嗯，好。干一杯。
新朋友，喝一杯。
越仔细看你，越觉得你与众不同，比之前有品位的多。不过你有品位好像没什么用吧？毕竟你现在是骗女人钱的渣男。
哎，怎么感觉今天你并不是为了你的好闺蜜唐小甜来的，更像是你在关心我呀？
你看你，说的每句话都是 PUA 话术。
不公平！你看啊，你们女人天生就有操控男人的本领，而我们男人呢，就可怜多了。我们要经过不断的努力学习，才能防止被你们捞啊！
吐槽我啊？
你觉得呢？
我反而觉得你还是那么爱从前的他。
爱这个东西啊，它不是要说出口的，是要用心去体会的。
果然厉害，我又学到新话术了。陈小姐还要点什么酒吗？今晚老板请客，点贵的吧。
既然陈小姐这么给面子，那咱们就来个更好的。
我们店里的88年的拉菲。
哎，不够贵，就来那瓶葡萄酒之王。
最贵的那瓶，真的比拉菲好？
我不知道好不好，但是我知道这超贵。
那你直接告诉我价钱吧。
差不多一瓶8万到15万吧。
哎，
还得看年份。
What the fuck? Wow, she really loved money,
怀
huh?
念了新朋友，咱们一起向前看吧。
Oh my god.
我一直
So
都对未来充满
expensive.
期待。
这比较呢？
同意。一般新认识的朋友，
But I heard that
第一
that's
次见我都
the
会送我礼物。
that's the trend and the rich word that the rich people these days they want to spend their money on experience, so called. That's why all those like luxury hotels and restaurants and activities and stuff are very popular to the rich world, because these are like disposable spend. So that's the way they kind of like value to spending their money. So like in the old money, people wanted to, if they're rich, they wanted to buy expensive car, expensive wallet, expensive bag and stuff like that. But these days, the rich class people, they want to spend on money on their experience, and then that's why some of this like restaurants are like insanely expensive but still very popular to those people. But still, like even if I'm like so expensive, like spending $50,000 for a bottle of wine, I'm not sure. Like, oh, Like, I would never understand because I'm not that rich, but still.
原来那么便宜的东西，你也会喜欢。
对啊，每年我都会换新手机，不喜欢旧的。
我现在帮你平台下单。
谢谢你啊，又让你为我破费了。
现在这种小恩小惠就可以让你这么开心？
新朋友送我礼物，我当然高兴啊。
经理，
陈小姐，这是吴先生送你的花。记得从前和一个男孩吃饭，他也有送我鲜花。
喜欢吗？
不告诉你，拍张照纪念一下吧。两位站近一点，3、2、1。
噔噔噔。
如果不赶时间的话，我们可以再喝一杯。
没问题啊，你请客。这束花我真的很喜欢，不过它真的很重，你能帮我拿一下吗？
不是所有女生都有人送花的，所以今天这束花只配你拿。
吃了糖吗？这么甜。
Yeah. Carry your own flower. What the fuck? You cannot even hold a flower? Holy shit. Did he get a lot of money suddenly? Oh yeah, he's a business success guy. Like he is successful for owning his own fashion brand or something. The few years passed ever since he met her.
酒单给我。
So this is after when he was scammed by her before.
二位不介意，我给你们表演个魔术，再请你们喝杯鸡尾酒吧。
又是什么土味追女生的技巧？
那你得先看过了以后，才决定要不要上当。你看啊，
哇，为什么？你好厉害呀！你也教教我嘛，好不好？求你了。
What the fuck is that magic? Wait, how do you do that? Wait, it's not working, chat. How are you supposed to do it? 안 되는데? how did they actually do that?
想要知道的话，你靠近点儿，我悄悄告诉你。
讨厌，真老套。
二位不介意？哎，想要知道的话，
你可不能耍赖哦。
아 웃기네. 이건 잠깐만. 이건 괜찮아? 잠깐만. Hold on, chat. So me kissing her is not fine, but she kissing me is fine. What is this psychology? Hold on. 뭐가 다른 거지? What is difference, chat? So she didn't like it if I kiss her, but she get obsessed when the girl kissed me. Eggroll, thank you so much. Hello.
Eggrolls123 just subscribed. Hello.
Hello, Eggroll. Thanks for the subscription. Okay, so like, I should show her the power that all the girls are obsessed with me, but I'm not doing any kind of the action. That's the point. He's more in demand. Okay, okay.
不好意思啊，妹妹，这是我男朋友。
So that she can cut it off and then like, oh, you see, because he's high in demand, and that he chose me. I'm the high demand. I'm the like valuable woman. What the fuck is this logic? Like, did this girl actually think like that? Ah.
你们到底什么关系啊？
你说呢？
Oh. Two?
不用走，只是一个过来争风吃醋的过气女主播而已。
I gotcha. Gotcha, bitch.
跟你们两位玩得很开心。
Okay.
不好意思啊，妹妹，这是我男朋友。
不用走，我们认识了很久，他只是我的一个老朋友。
妹妹，不好意思啊，我男朋友今天有点醉。
你不会因为刚才的事情不开心吧？
当然不会。
哦，那就好。我还以为你会妒忌，我就知道你没有生气。
如果我像他这么无知就好了，用些小把戏就能开心。
不如我们玩个游戏吧。
当然要玩游戏，反正我来又不是看你表演泡妞的。
原来你还有在乎的人。
我没有在乎的人，我只在乎我的家人。
你说的家人是谁啊？
这是什么？这是什么？
这是什么？
我之前一直没有机会把这个平安符送给你妈妈，我希望你可以帮我转交给她。我希望阿姨能身体健康。
谢谢。
Yeah, I guess, I thought, okay, so I thought she was lying about her mom, but it seems like, well, that was the only truth. Like, seems like she actually cares about her mom, and her mom is actually sick, and then, maybe one of the reasons that she became a gold digger is because she needs some money for her mom or something like that. We'll see. Yeah, at least seems like that was truth.
什么东西啊？
嗯。
可不可以和你在一起？我们之间有太多回忆，爱上了你没什么道理，只是刚好情窦初开遇到你，不希望我的未来不是你。
如果有时光机回到过去，你还会爱我吗？
那个时候的我和现在的我已经不一样了。不过， 我爱的并不是现在的你，而是那个叫陈星星的女孩。
Yo, I wonder how the story gonna go, Chad. It's getting exciting. Okay. The production quality is really good. Maybe Yuggie should do this content. Okay, so our next content, the reality scamming content, like Yuggie doing being a gold digger and the Guangzhou, and then like she does all the like rich Chinese guy. I'm learning the strategy. Let's go.
什么游戏啊？说来听听。
这个游戏是我曾经很重要的一个朋友教我的。 我不知道他现在还记不记得？
当然不记得，这些年就没玩过什么垃圾游戏。别神神秘秘的了，说吧。
好，游戏非常简单，叫只能讲真话，互相发问，如果发现对方是在骗人，那就喝酒。
这么简单，快来。
当年的大佬 A 是不是托？
当然不是。轮到我问你了，你有没有在骗我闺蜜？
有啊。 我们第一次见面是在什么地方？
明知故问，不就是在直播间吗？这些年你有没有一直在骗女人？
有啊。我上一次你生日去厕所，你有发现我是借钱去吗？
当然知道啊，这么明显，谁不知道啊？你是不是从第一眼就喜欢上我？
是。当年你是不是觉得？是不是很嫌弃我是个穷光蛋？
当然了，你知道你那时候多屌丝吗？
现在想起来，当年我那个傻样。
What is she trying to do? She thinks that I'm actually cool or what?
那我们为屌丝干一杯。
干一杯。
干。
他们俩。
哎，你那会儿是不是真的
This one, revenge on gold diggers. Yeah, revenge on gold diggers.
我问你啊，那次生日是不是真的开心？
别开玩笑了，好不好？都这么大的人了，空位话听不出来的啊？你不还相信了吧？
我相信。你不会不信吧？那我再问你个问题啊，当年你割腕是真的吗？
当然是假的，谁这么笨玩自杀啊？
我就是那个笨蛋。
我差不多要走了，临走前可以陪我玩个游戏吗？游戏很简单，叫只能讲真话。我们互相问一个问题，如果觉得对方是说谎，就要喝酒。
只要你开心，我玩什么都行。
你是不是第一眼就喜欢上我啊？
是。
好，到你问。
我是不是对你最好的人？
当然是。在我之前消失的时候，你有没有想我呀？
有，当然有了。阿我，你还记得我们第一次见面的场景吗？
你当时送外卖给我是吗？那你有后悔过帮我吗？
没有， 我不后悔。
到你啦。
你有没有发现，在你生日那次，我去洗手间是借钱结账？
有吗？
有啊。其实你上次生日，你是不是真的特别开心？
当然了，我都告诉过你了，不相信我，罚再喝。你以后会不会娶我？
一定会。那你有嫌弃那个时候的我吗？
当然没有了。轮到我。
Damn。
还会不会这么爱我？
永远都会，我会一直爱你的。祝你快乐。
有过保质期，趁你还愿意。
我一直不明白一件事，就是为什么每次玩这个游戏你都会哭啊？
What is the picture?
我如何抹去？
啊。
不能再拾起。永远在一起，还没有过期，我们就别再分离。可不可以和你在一起？
What again? What is this? What again? This is. I feel like this is the typical Chinese drama, Chad. This is the typical C-drama plot. What again? Who's baiting who? Yeah, I wonder who's baiting who right now. Who is the fish right now? Oh, Booba. What? There's one in old motion? Well.
吴雨伦，今天晚上别走，好吗？
你喝多了，好好照顾自己。
别走，好吗？
This is the old name, right?
答应我，好好照顾自己，陈茜茜。
你相信那个时候？
Momo.
第一个被我骗的人吗？
Wait, do I like her? I thought I'm just baiting her. I've been developing my emotion.
如果我说，
잠깐만, hold on. No. I was playing the game. 뭐야? Or she just developed her feeling to me. 뭐야? What's going on?
过了这么多年，其实我已经不知道你是谁。
我是你最爱的陈茜茜。
Get from the room! Think about the consequences! Yeah!
怎么了？旧情复燃，无心事业了？
别闹！
I thought I was baiting her, Chad.
好吧。
最近大家都累了。
I didn't know that I was actually having a feeling toward
找
her.
一家米其林餐厅，晚上好好吃一顿。
好哎，老板带我们去吃最后的晚餐喽！哎，
就你有嘴，就你有嘴。
哎，明天再说，吃饭去。哎呀，别闹。
有喜欢的吗？
Well, we're actually dating or what?
哎，先试试嘛。
这不是我的风格。
我知道你不喜欢这些，但是你这样子很容易吸引老色批的。
嫉妒吗？
我觉得你性感的一面，应该留给我自己才对吧？
好吧。你觉得呢？
你的笑容已经说明一切了呀。
那，你是不是永远都会关心我啊？
是。
那你这么关心我，对我又这么好，是不是想和我一起住？真的没想过你会这么爽快的答应。
但是你也要答应我一个条件，从今往后你要和那些男人切断关系。
为什么？
不为什么，因为我就是不希望我的女人和其他男人约会。
正常社交都不行？
我相信你是能分得清关系的。
好，我答应你，从今天开始和他们切断关系。
Anya, how do I revenge your chat?
辛苦了，
辛苦了，拜拜。
新快啦 ，Happy New Year！
你看，
你的这些包包感觉比我们店的都多啊。
羡慕吗？还是嫉妒呀？
有点羡慕。怎么感觉干活的女人都这么好看？
我哪天不好看？
你哪天都好看。
我哪天不好看？
现在你变得更好看。
知道今天我们为什么会在这儿吗？
心如，其实我们所有人都很为你担心。
没什么可担心的，我只不过是答应了他，不跟其他男人走得太近了。
这才是我最担心的。如果要是其他人，我早就。
Wait, is it like Gold Digger Community or something like that? Mentor, Gold Digger Mentor. Holy shit!
没你在，我们都搞不定那些男人的。
没有我，你们一样好好的，都一样能组局，不是吗？
你都知道那些老板有多喜欢你，没有你能成吗？
你花了多少时间才爬到现在这个位置？就为了一个臭男人，还真爱，你不觉得太可笑了吗？
还穿成这个样子，跟个家庭主妇一样。
现在喜欢穿成这样，怎么了？至少我有勇气去尝试，而你们只会在这小小的圈子里互相攀比、互相嘲笑。
心如，如果有一天你没有收入，你怎么办？他会一辈子都对你这么好吗？
我再说一次，他就是个渣男。你忘了他把你徒弟的钱全都骗走了吗？他真的信得过吗？
如果将来他离开你，你怎么办？
Oh. It's giving me so much stress and headache, all these broken souls. And ruining other people's life as well. They're teaching something wrong, you know?
我们都是真的为你好。
不过我真的想过一些平淡的生活。
最后劝你一句，这年头，除了钱，什么都靠不住。
我们不要逼他那么紧，让他自己好好回去想想吧。
老婆，我回来了。
回来啦！这是我第一次做饭，不许说不好吃啊。
不会。你怎么这么快就成贤妻良母了？
还在努力学习中。还有啊。
还有啊。
马上啊。你帮我听一下，看一下是谁，外卖到了吧？
喂。
谁啊？ 你尝尝我做的吧，试试。
好吃。哎，你最近怎么每天都买书啊？你有那么多时间看吗？
有啊，每天看一点，每天进步一点，1年不就可以进步很多
？Big Ace。
吃饭。
Very suspicious. Because at this moment, even if you ask about it, she will not be honest. They'll just like move on. She will not talk about it anyway. You have to do investigation like secretly. This bitch. And even if I don't do any action, she already growing that. See, like she's having that guilty in her mind. Like, what have I done? What have I done?
没有收入，你会养我吗？
做任何事情啊，都是一步一步的，你见谁一步登天了？
可是我什么都不好。
凡事都是从低做起啊，是吧？
这些年我都没有工作，我要怎么去适应？
那这就好比运动，刚开始的时候啊，它确实比较吃力，但是之后习惯了就没问题了。
如果我将来又老又丑，身材走样，你还会爱我吗？
无论你变成什么样子，我都会永远喜欢你。
如果有一天你没有收入，你怎么办？他就是个渣男，
还穿成这个样子，跟个家庭主妇一样。
这年头除了钱，什么都靠不住。他会一辈子都对你这么好吗？
Do the investment, study.
加入我们的公司开始吧。
你现在不应该像哄别的女孩一样说养我吗？
你这么厉害，我还等着你养我呢。
你这么会说话，叫我怎么拒绝你？
那欢迎加入我们的公司。好啦，别哭了。那你们先去忙吧，辛苦了。明天我要出差1星期，我把公司交给你了。
交给我？
是啊，我可把我的全部身家性命和公司的财产都交给
Oh
你了。
my goodness.
密码就是咱们俩的生日。
交给我啊？
怎么，你是想让我再找个老板娘，然后你继续当你的秘书？
那你试试看啊！
哦，
看我要不要打死你！
你真的舍得打我啊？
你知不知道老板带来那个女人什么来头啊？不清楚，但听说以前好像是个捞女啊，难怪身上一股骚味儿。老板怎么那么重口味啊？
Oh shit. Never do the gossip at the work. So stupid. They all gotta get fired.
看到了没有啊？真是穿成这个样子，真恶心，真的是，就是好骚啊！
不是说好了要好好叙旧聊天吗？怎么总牵扯我和他的感情事啊？
你也别太敏感，我们就是看你状态都不对，才多说了几句。
哼，才不见了几个星期，喝个下午茶就变成聊天了。老板娘的嘴脸真是受够了。
什么老板娘？我不就是在他公司做秘书吗？我有努力，每天按时工作，不偷不抢。为什么你们就是不能让我跟他好好过日子？
我劝你，不如在他们公司捞一笔来的实际。
我有欠你们钱吗？有吗？没有吧？那我为什么不能自己决定自己的路？在公司各种流言蜚语，说三道四，全世界都想逼死我。你现在还派人跟踪我？
没人要跟踪你。
那之前跟踪我的是谁？
再说一遍。
够了，你们都好好说话吧。心如，姐妹们看你内外改变的那么大，关心你才叫我把你约出来的。毕竟大家都是好姐妹，怕你受委屈。
我没事，我很清楚知道自己在干什么。你们想让我在他公司当老板娘，趁机捞他一笔，继续跟那些乱七八糟的老板阔少攒局。我已经厌倦这样的生活了，我只想退出组织。对不起，先走了。
心如，心如。
Interesting. Yeah, seems like it's just changed.
陈小姐最近有让你开车送过她吗？
除了上下班。
Annie, thanks for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hello, hello.
不知道该说不该说。你都跟我这么多年了，有什么不能说的？快说。你快讲啊！
陈小姐去公司上班，不是迟到早退，就是直接不出现，打她电话也不接。公司其他同事也都不太喜欢她，在休息室啊，经常听到她一些不好的话。
Oh no.
你别了。
아이고. Like dating someone like this is really difficult. Like you have to be like super patient. No, Chad, this is not K-drama. This is C-drama. This is Chinese drama. It's a little different plot.
怎么了？我就是上个班，让你跟我去，你又不去，嗯？
Yo, I'm really wondering how this is story gonna go. Wait. What happened? What happened? Wait. Why? Wait.
别冲动啊！
Wait.
先生，这里不能进。
아니 갑자기? All of a sudden? All of a sudden?
Yu伦，对不起。 我再一次让你失望了。我人生没发生过什么好事，能遇见你，已经用尽了我全部的运气。虽然我们2次的相遇都很短暂，但也让我觉得此生无憾了。因为你是唯一一个想听我唱到副歌的人。告诉你一个秘密，重遇你的那一天，我紧张的像个小女孩。 生怕给你看到我的窘态，我还特意练习了一下，免得跟你打招呼时出丑。现在想起来，都觉得自己可笑。是你给我重生的机会，让我明白要当一个活得真诚的人。决定和你一起后， 我说的每一句话都是真话。我成为捞女，真的是身不由己。我很想重新开始，成为你的妻子，但一切都已太迟。我跟姐妹们早已缠得太深，这样的活着太累了，唯有用这种方式离开。不能跟你再聊了，我怕我会舍不得。再见了，宇文，我不敢求你的原谅，答应我，忘记我，千万不要为了我复仇。你的陈星星。
yeah. Possible to save her? Let's see.
真
Oh.
没想到，陈心如会用自
I
杀的方
mean,
式
like, this is the thing. Like, yeah, she was not so good quality of the person in a way that she hurt so many people and then, like, you know, doing the gold digging and stuff like that. But at the same time, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, I still think that what she has done was not right, but still, it's hard to hate her. You know what I mean?
开我们。其实我觉得她很漂亮，真是可惜。
听说还有很多老板喜欢，唉，大好的前途。
教而不善，活该。
如果他没有认识我，
Tutorial?
他
Let's
就
see.
不会死。其实他那天跟我们吵架的时候，我就觉得他有点不对劲。他说的那些话，好像是在求救一样。
妮可，你和两位姐姐一起进来。
뭐야? Yo, what's coming, Chad? Holy shit, this drama.
既然你们两个都这么好奇，那就去看看那个男人呗。
明白。
Yeah, that's a gold digging cult.
哎，老板，喂，
挂了。老板，
怎么样？
没事儿，活着呢。
哎，我说你怎么了？大叔，楼记，林芳，
嗯哼，
谢谢你们，我没事的，回去吧。
撤吧。你有什么需要，随时开口，别让我们失望。走吧。
走。
Hashem?
心如，
No, I guess this is how the story was supposed to go. I think she was supposed to die.
不用理我，你回去和他们喝茶吧。
你管他们说什么呢？你记住，你想怎么做怎么活，跟谁在一起，或者脱离变凤凰，只要有我在一天，就没有人能够阻止你。你不要管他们说什么，你开心就好。
谢谢你，世纪。
跟我客气什么呀？上次在街上纠缠你的那个男人，我已经准备叫人网暴他了。
他已经够惨了，算了吧。
那种贱男人死了都活该，你何必心软呢？心如，你是我最好的闺蜜，也是我的好徒弟。你现在跟吴宇伦在一起，我还是会担心你的。男人都是靠不住的，女人还是要有自己的私房钱。如果有一天他不要你了，你怎么办呢？
他不会的，我相信他，他不是这个样子的。
我尊重你的选择，祝福你。
谢谢，拜拜。
今天晚上继续叫人网暴那个龟男。
1个月没有见到老板了，不知道他现在过得怎么样。
不要这么丧，他又死不了。
有没有按时吃饭
Oh, you already know about this game?
晚上有没有着凉？有没有按时洗澡？
哇！
去查一下新兴趋势前都有和谁聚会过，还有就是姐妹们到底是谁？
哇！老板真回来了。
帮我点一份饺子，5个鸡腿，还有再加一份重庆小面。你们要不要吃披萨？那就再帮我加一份披萨和一份意面。好。
老板，服装商会邀请你去周年宴。
不去。
不过今年换了新的商会主席，还是需要见一下的。
好吧，不去。
吴先生，你好，我是商会主席何月颖，大驾光临，幸会。
你好。
今天是本会创办10周年纪念，难得吴总拨冗光临，特别荣幸。作为商会主席，我还是最近才听到吴总的奋斗故事，实在惭愧，所以特地亲自发函邀请您出席酒会，互相认识一下。
何主席，大家都是年轻人，说话不妨直接一些。
那我就不见外了，介绍一下，张总、李总。
哦，你好，张总。
你好，吴总，幸会。
你好，李总。
你好，幸会。
他们2位是做投资实业的，特别想认识像吴总这样的青年才俊，想和你谈谈生意。
幸会。
吴宇伦，大渣男吴宇伦为我的好姐妹讨一个公道，放开我，别动，放开吴宇伦，别动，姐妹们看啊，这个就是那个傻叉吴宇伦。
要不要从后门离开？在这样的场合下争理，吃亏的总是你。
放开！死渣男，别跑！放开！放开我！一个好女孩就被这个渣男逼害死！别跑！滚！渣男！这个真渣！
What the fuck? 어머. What's going on?
老板，根据资料分析，这个陈欣欣和施琪应该是认识多年的好朋友。
Yeah, he turning into John
是一
Wick.
个情感博主，经常会在网上发一些短视频，形象也比较健康，深受女粉丝的喜欢，粉丝数已超过100万。
还查到些什么？
喏，只找到这3张证书，在网络上找不到任何和他相关的照片了。应该是结过3次婚。宋诗琪啊，粉丝量确实很高，但黑粉也不少。根据黑粉的留言呢，说他这人克夫。而且这宋诗琪经常利用网络账号和粉丝们在网络上一起攻击男性。
那一般被他网暴的男人会被他搞多久？
老板，你放心吧，不会搞多久的。现在网上啊，喷男性的喷子多了，你算老几啊？对吧？他们很快会集中火力喷下一个的，一认就过去了。
新兴去世前和他接触多吗？
老板，我们分析过，这个宋诗琪会不会是逼迫欣姐的人，还有他来商会找你麻烦的原因。不过，他们确实是好朋友，所以欣姐的离开加上宋诗琪过去的感情经历，在这种双重的打击下，他做出那种过激行为也是有可能的。至于诗琪是不是所谓的姐妹们，我们现在还不能下定论。
有他这3段婚姻的资料吗？
资料不多，我找了一些。 但是通过大量的黑客技术，也没有找到他和他爱人的任何照片。结合所有的资讯和朋友圈呢，现在得知他第一段婚姻是因为家暴离的婚，第二段呢是因为富二代好吃懒做，跟他结合也是因为了分得更多的财产，最后俩人也不欢而散。重要的是第三段，目前只知道他是一个知名大学的教授，最后因为交通意外不幸的逝世。
对了，还有件重要的事。
说。
我们现在在网上被宋诗琪的女粉丝大量攻击，产生了很大的网络舆论。现在公司营业额直线下降，甚至有些合作方要撇清关系，终止和我们合作。怎么了？
可能和解，但有可能打架。
啊？
请坐，请坐。应该不用介绍了吧？既然二位都有诚意来应约，那今天在这儿就好好聊聊。
我们可以好好的谈一谈吗？
你把这个寄到我公司是什么意思？撺掇你的员工私下威胁我！你这个杀人犯，杀了我姐妹还不够，你还想要我的命吗？
你就是一个靠吃人血馒头博眼球、蓄意制造男女对立的网络疯狗。你这么会编故事，你怎么不去讲脱口秀啊？
我看你今天根本就没有诚意，就是来犯浑的。
如果我没有诚意的话，我今天就不会来到这里。就是因为你的血口喷人，让我承受了那么多的攻击。现在男女这么对立，就是因为你这种人在网上断章取义、煽风点火，我不是杀人犯，警方已经结案判定星星是自杀。
哼，你看他根本就没有诚意，更没有悔意。
如果没有诚意的话，我就不会来到这里。就是因为你血口喷人，我无端遭受了这么多的攻击。现在男女这么对立，就是因为你这种人在网上煽风点火、断章取义、随意网暴他人。
下头男看来是破防了。
诗琪，你控制一下你自己。如果你一直这么情绪化，那真的没办法聊下去。这样，你说一个让你满意的解决方案。你看，在雨伦今天这么有诚意的过来了，也算给我个面子。
月莹姐，现在不只是我和他的矛盾，是他和所有女人的矛盾。他伤害的是所有女生的心，更可怕。他还开公司赚女人的钱，用女人的钱骗女人，害得我好闺蜜自杀了。无论如何，我都无法原谅他。
雨伦，他可能也有自己的苦衷。再说感情的事情，也不是非黑即白这么简单的。不如这样，我出个建议。如果雨伦愿意投资给你一笔钱，让你代替他做关爱女性的公益，如果这样的话，你可以给他一次机会吗？
他怎么可能会答应这样的事情？他怎么可能会懂女人的痛苦？他要是愿意这么做，我可以勉强相信，他是有苦衷的。
雨伦，你看这样可以吗？
Wait, when did I hurt women? From which part? Like, what?
Mm-hmm. 好的，我接受。因为欣欣的去世，我真的也很难过。但是公司的资金实在很紧张，我回去处理也需要缓几个月。
好，我想先听听你是怎么看待陈心如的。
弃，因为我答应过他会娶她。
诗琪，
记住你说的话。
玉伦，你可要赶紧平息舆论风波。你是做女装品牌的，不能得罪女性。品牌塌房对你来说是致命的，几年的努力瞬间毁于一旦。再说，你公司也不是你一个人的，背后还有那么多员工股东。作为一个负责任的企业家，你不能因为自己的私事影响别人的饭碗。
好，我会回去认真考虑。
啊，何小姐，吴先生的车被一群女生围住了，他们向车里扔垃圾。
你看这事儿闹的，而且现在不光是普通女生，就连你之前聊好的投资老板们，现在也不敢投你了。他们经过调查，已经知道你资金缺口严重，如果经营不善，很快就会破产。不过，我依然看好你，愿意陪你一起度过这个难关。只不过
什么？你说，没关系。
考虑到你的高风险，这次钱占的份额要从20%变成60%。不过你放心，我不会干预你经营的。
谢谢你的建议，但是改变投资占比，我需要回去后跟股东们商量才能决定。
当然，没问题。不过作为商会会长，我还是有责任要提醒你一下，你的时间非常有限，无论如何你都得抓紧。我真的不想看到一个这么有潜力的公司和企业家从此消失。
时候不早了，我今天还有个会要开。不过谢谢你的建议，所以我们下次再见。
等一下，我建议你现在不要去取车，避免发生一些不必要的冲突。让我司机送你离开吧，车你可以先放在这里，等那些女孩走了以后，我让人把车洗干净，再给你送回去。
谢谢。
好好考虑一下。
One sec, chat. 뭐야? 뭐야? Why is he having this necklace? What the fuck? 뭐야？
这是什么？
祖传的平安符，保平安，特别有用。哥们儿，你那场直播我看了，说实话，作为男人，我很同情你。不过咱们换个角度想想，假如你女朋友还活着，肯定不愿意看到你和她闺蜜干仗。有些事儿啊，忍忍就过去了。哎呀，咱们出发。
老板，上次你让我们找的欣姐的姐妹们都是谁？那个诗琪大概率就是欣姐的姐妹之一，但其他的就不知道了。
欣欣在信里提到的那个姐妹们，应该是一帮人，并且可能是一个组织。
嗯哼。
哎，老板，我确实查到宋诗琪似乎会给一个叫做“变凤凰”的组织招募女生。这个组织在网络上信息全无，而且只招募宋诗琪资深粉丝。我一个宅男，我无从下手啊。
不怕，我有办法。哼。
你还没有告诉我你是怎么拿到变凤凰的通行证？
花了点小钱买了个资格。so easy。
花了点小钱啊？多少钱？
不多。10万块。
10万块？你10万块叫小钱呐？
你这是买断一个女生改变自己的机会，而且这个机会几个月才有一次。你要是嫌贵，不想让我去，那我现在还可以取消。
别开玩笑。微信警报器已经给你准备好了，遇上任何危险，随时向我求助。
Cute。
你们怎么能收我的手机？
进去。
What the fuck？
来，跟上，跟紧点。好，到了，戴头套吧。就在那边。
这衣服真好看。
那边走。
是最近瘦了呀。你是出这了吗？最近怎么样？怎么会呢？哎，你太严肃了。我上一次是啊。
最近我在收网，这个月差不多收了60万礼物，下个月我可以够钱买房了。
哇，你有什么方法？说来听听。
我和10多个男生说自己要去国外读书，学费很贵，需要他们的帮助。记住啊，太有钱的男生不一定给你最好的生活，但呆呆的直男，特别是没有经验的那种，最容易上钩。
学到了。丹丹
在。
跟我进来。
行，下次介绍他给你认识。
啊？进去吧。
何月莹、陈心如，陈心如 ，Oh my god！
跟我过来。很多女孩之前都来到这儿，她们因为来到这儿改变了自己的命运。看一下四周，感受一下这里的能量，所有姐妹都会支持你的。但是我们不是所有人都会收的，留下来的一定是最后精挑细选的。现在你有1分钟时间，
告诉我们所有姐妹你的故事，为什么你想要改变自己的命运？3、2、1，开始。
我想要钱，我已走投无路，一无所有了。我讨厌渣男，我讨厌男人。我要成为名媛，日后在你们的排行榜上出现我丹丹的名字。
欢迎你，姐妹。
哦
你已经成功通过了第1关的考核。之前那些女孩真的是不知所谓，你知道吗？你是今天唯一一个在1分钟之内说清楚故事的人。我真的搞不懂现在这些年轻女孩，词汇量如此的匮乏，生活经历又如此的苍白。你说你连自己的语言都掌握不好，还要掌握什么自己的人生？1分钟很难吗？1分钟说清楚自己的人生简介，这很难吗？这过分吗？这不过分吧？还来学习，简直就是小菜一碟。不懂他们为什么现在什么都不会，还要来调教，根本就是痴人说梦。你好，这边请。
What is this?
我要开始了，准备好了吗？很好啊，没整太多，有很多进步的空间。
What
下
the
巴这里有动过刀吗？
fuck?
没有。打过瘦脸针？
纯天然的，都没打过。
那太好了呀，有更多的空间可以进步。我要检查身体了。
Wait, is this what actually happening? Maybe, Chad. Oh, goosebump.
你的身体
No, like how to explain this? Like it's kind of like an audition for the big corporations or agency who want to pick their whatever, you know, part of the agency, and then checking their face like here and there, and then analyzing if they had plastic surgery, or if it's natural, or if you can improve this and that by surgery, and that, like, to see like potential, how much invest they can do on it and stuff like that, and then like checking what about nose, what about your eyes, what about your chin, like all those things. Wow, bizarre.
很好啊，潜力很好，有保养，
Great
有锻炼。
potential.
其实现在很多女孩啊，都羞耻于检查这些，是因为她们不够爱自己，也不够了解自己。很好，真羞。不过就是小了一点儿，再加大一个杯就可以了。
我还需要？
大家都是女人，不需要尴尬的。你看看现在社会上有哪个女孩没整过容啊？你看看我，全身都是整的。其实你这些啊都不是什么大问题，就是这个腰上啊有一点点婴儿肥，抽一点点脂就可以了。还有这个胸呢，丰一点就行了。如果可以的话，这眼睛再开大一点点儿，这个鼻梁啊再高一点点儿，下巴再露一点点儿，就完美了。
好，
恭喜你过关了，可以去换比基尼了。把握机会，改变命运。穿好就出去吧。
And imagine it's actually happening somewhere in the world, Chad. I don't know, shy, confident?
信用卡都要还不上了怎么办？你让他给你还呐，实在不行就说订婚了，你要先给彩礼，他要没钱给呢，让他借呀。现在几个平台加起来，借个10几个很容易的，到时候你钱花的差不多了再分手，换下一个就好了。这就是婚化债。
没事的吧？只需要拍几张裸照，就可以借到整容和买包的钱。等钓到凯子，你就可以用钱把你抵押物赎回来了。
真的吗？我也去试试报他们的金币。来到了我们今天的最后一关，马上就要进行分班了。
我们也准备了很多测试你们能否成为成功女性的问题。想要成为成功的凤凰，最重要的是知道如何对付那些臭男人。
Okay. What kind of woman can be called a phoenix? Her ambitions and career always come first. She knows just how to make a man's resources work for her. She throws herself completely into matters of the heart. Two. How do we get a man hooked in conversation? Brag about your own achievement. Oh, definitely not. That's like, oh my god, this is like a man style. This is what the mans do to the girls, like the bragging, like what kind of things that he's been achieved so far. Oh my god. Talk about subject he's interested in. Subtly put down other women. How should a phoenix show she cares about a man? Only focus on needs. Occasionally ask about his life. Always pay attention to his emotions and desire. How can you make him feel there is a future together on a date? 와 미쳤다. Wow, like I'm more like kind of amazed about that there's some people out there who actually have the principles of this. Yeah, I don't think so. If you pay attention to his emotions and desire all the time, he's gonna think it as like easy to like. I think you have to play hard to achieve. If you're too easy, he will lose interest easily. I think you have to listen to him what he wanna like talk about, but so far as what we played, you should not be like easy. Yeah, play hard to get. I think you have to go play hard to get. So occasionally ask about his life is the right answer, I feel like. How can we make him feel there's okay? Talk about plans for the future. Only discuss the present moment. Focus on improving yourself, your career, and your business. How should a phoenix choose her friend? Only mingle with women from similar background. Befriend wealthy or influential people. Only care about shared interests and personalities. 이건가? Only care about shared interest and personality. Mingle with women from similar background. Wealthy. Let's see. What? There's more. 또 있네. How do you grab a man's attention in social settings? Speak loudly in foreign language to show off. Maintain an air of mystery. Ignore them and stay cool and aloof. 아 모르겠어. Chat, what's the answer? What should you do if he refuses to pay on a date? Walk away immediately. Hint or remind him to cover it. Act unfazed and casually split the bill. On the first date, what should you share? Your finance and high-value lifestyle habit. 아니 그러면 안 돼? You're not supposed to do that. That's what I do. Fun and interesting stories from your life. Your flaws showing you're an obedient good girlfriend. I have a feeling that this is the right answer, right? Or this? 아 모르겠다. I don't know. How did the Shen talk about on the first day? I can't remember. 모르겠어, Chad. These questions are so difficult to me. This is not my dating style. I have completely no idea. How can you subtly express your need on a date? Ask directly. I mean, for me, this is the right answer, but bring it up lightly with humor. Keep it to yourself. Maybe this? How does the phoenix keep a man's attention? Frequently change looks and interest. Stick to the same look and routine. Only appear when needed. 모르겠네. 진짜 모르겠네. I really don't know. This? This? How guys you know better than me? Oh, is it because you guys are men? Oh shit. Oh. Oh. Oh.
恭喜各位，你们是今天最后胜出的人，将会获得一次改变命运的机会。来，谢谢。
谢谢。大家好，我叫诗琪，是大家其中一位导师。接下来我们宣布一下结果，有的跟我，有的跟月莹师姐。
加油！长得不错，我欣赏有野心的女人。没钱不重要，只要有野心，男人和钱都不是问题。大多数女人缺少的，就是让男人臣服的野心。
我有野心，但是我没钱。
没关系，我们可以借你20万，还会训练你如何吸引、取悦男人，让他们离不开你。
谢谢老师。那老师，你能多给我讲讲你的故事？我要学习一下怎么变强。
我的人生在一个风雨夜改变，此后我领悟真谛，决心变强。别磨蹭了，签了合同后，我们就是姐妹，以后慢慢聊。你不是孙丹丹，你是谁？记者吗？什么目的？
记者会买名额。老师，我走投无路了，你帮帮我吧。
你的行为不符合规矩，必须离开。
老师，你帮帮我吧。
走吧。
老师，我这也是走投无路了，帮帮我吧。老师。
走。
老师。喂，我先。
喂，
老板，不愧是我，你这10万块钱没白花。
你在哪儿？我现在过来接你。
我在街上，你快点儿。
She's cute.
今天到底怎么样？发生了什么事？
我跟你说，我今天可看见大瓜了。
大瓜？什么瓜？
老板，你冷静一点。我终于知道星姐的姐妹们都是什么了。
是干什么的？你快说啊
10万，
Wow.
可以。
还要加台旗舰手机。
妈的，这情报也太贵了。
不贵，你一定会觉得物超所值的。
快说。
人家今天好害怕呀，要吃米其林压压惊。
Such a great boss, you know?
搞定宋诗琪。
姐妹们一定要收看《好芭比》这部电影。这部电影是对男性最真实的揭露和对父权制最有力的反击。国内的创作者们真的应该好好反思一下自己，为什么到现在还拍不出这样的电影？这部电影的火爆是我们姐妹共同的荣耀。今天的诗琪说就到这里，在这里让我们 Girls Help Girls， 我们下期再见。
OK，cut， 好，过来，我们准备下班。
这个呢，是我的一点心意。我也不知道你到底喜欢什么，但是作为当红网络大主播，我觉得这个或许会让你下一场直播变得更清晰。
算你有心了，拿过去吧。我们现在说正事吧。上次跟你说的公益项目的事情，你考虑的怎么样？
我可以给你投资，成立专项帮扶基金，但是必须。我可以给你投资，但是条件是，我投资
Later, Sonic。
你要用你网上的影响力帮我恢复我公司的名誉。
果然是个冷血的商人。
那我们现在可以坐下来好好聊聊吗？
本来我们去年就约定好，今年要一起跨年，但是因为你，我们再也没有这个机会。他跟我说，你是他最重要的人，那你呢？你怎么看待他？
其实我和你一样，都觉得星星是重要的人。
怎么证明？
我和你一样，每天都在思念他。那既然所有的误会，
To Shinshin, she's the one I dated and then she killed herself. And she is a really good friend of
虽然你
Shinshin.
说了很多，但是我依然不相信你。你说的越多，我越觉得你在狡辩。还是按照之前所说的，10天之内我要看到基金的钱，不然的话，你就等死吧。
老板，诗琪的粉丝一直在网暴我们公司，所有合作方都要取消和我们合作，公司要破产了。
Wait, really? You should have first untangled the misunderstanding and broke down the... Okay. Use Shinshin's name. Let's see.
本来我们去。
他对我来说是最特别的。
我。
但是必须要用陈星星的名字来设立专项帮扶项目。
为什么？你是说陈心如？
新朋友叫她陈心如，我认识她的时候，她叫陈星星。我很想她， 每一天都在想他。所以为了纪念他，我要用他的名字。
坐下来吧。
其实我和你一样，都觉得。
Okay. Still need to fix it. Oh, maybe I should talk to her.
逃跑不是我的风格。
在这种场合和他争论，吃亏的是你啊！
我又没有做错什么，我怕什么？
吴宇伦，我今天代表所有女生问你，你是不是一直在 PUA 女生？是不是？是。
对，我承认之前我是有过几段感情过往。
大家看啊，他自己都承认了，自己 PUA 女生，而且还骗他们的钱。被你伤害过的女人就是最好的证明，他们都跟我留言了，所以，我今天代表他们来声讨你这个渣男。
你有实质的证据吗？
这就是你想要的证据，我现在就可以打电话给受害者。你现在还想否认自己和唐小田交往过吗？你敢不敢和他当面对质？
对，但是她就是个捞女，我这么做也只是为了
还污蔑女。
Okay. I don't think this is a good choice. Okay, so I guess
如果有
this was okay. And maybe
我不是杀人犯，警方已经结案，判定星星是自杀。
哼，你看他根本就没有诚意，更没有悔意。
如果没有诚意的话，
月莹姐，现在不只是我和他的矛盾，是他和所有。
日行一善嘛，我微信上永远都有小红花。
月莹姐，
好的，我接受，也需要缓几个月。王七，因为我答应过他会娶她。
世琴，玉伦，
谢谢你的建议，但是改变投资占比，我需要回去。
当然，没问题。
那既然所有的误会都已经解开了，我们是否可以重新认识一下彼此？
虽然你说了很多，但是我依然不相信你。你说的越多，我越觉得你在狡辩。
But it's not
还是按照
working.
之前所说的，10天之内我要看到基金的钱，不然的话。
Okay. 어디로 가야 되는 거지? Where are we supposed to fix it?
他对我来说是最特别的。
如何特别？
他曾经骗过我的钱，那一笔钱还是爷爷留给我的遗产。 是为了给我成家立业用的。但也正因如此，我变成了现在的自己。
所以，你才想要报复他。
Maybe this one.
一个人愿意为他做这样的傻事，你觉得我希望他死吗？
隔了这么多年，你为什么还要和他在一起？
这么多年过去了，我依然很爱他。不知道当年我被骗是好是坏，但是我清楚的知道，我对欣欣的感情是真实的。不管怎么样，我心里永远都会为他留有一定的位置。那既然所有的误会都已经解开了，我们是否可以重新认识一下彼此？
今天暂时没有听出什么破绽。
哦，
我等一下还有一些事情，剩下的我们晚上再聊吧。
Nice. How?
那我先走了。
Okay, my chicken is here. I'll get some chicken. Yay. Ta-da! Smells good. Korean baked chicken. Looks yummy. Good. Came with the fries. This one was like 맛있겠다. 헤헤헤. $14. A little bit soggy, but it's okay. $14 for fries and chickens and Coke and 2 different sauce. Not bad, I think.
哇哦，
Yeah.
老板，你今天穿的跟平时不太一样哦。
请看大屏幕。
哦，原来穿的是施其第3任大学教授前夫的丝带啊。
老板，你让我准备的那辆车准备好了。
那咱们开始吧。
Yummy. Yeah, this chicken place has a pretty reasonable price. Other chicken franchise is more expensive.
谢谢。
你不是应该迟到一会儿吗？怎么不使用一下你的招数了？
今天有哪些海鲜是新到的呢？
先生，我帮你问问厨房吧，待会儿我拿份菜单给你。
你有什么计划？
1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you so much, Sam. Thank you. Chicken song for the chicken donut. Thank you. Appreciate.
没有。
那帮我点一些你们的招牌吧。如果今天有新到的海鲜，帮我也介绍一下。我们都没什么忌口。
好，我帮你安排。
What is that eyes?
有什么问题吗？
没有，你这身打扮很适合你。
That's kind of like the eyes with the fall in love. You know what I mean?
不过你的这些行为，是不是已经变成你的自然行为？所以那些女生才会相信你，最后被你骗到手。比如之前的唐小甜，嗯。
其实我们是同类人。我一直在为男生带来公平正义，而你一直在为女生争取公平正义，所以，我们应该是同类人吧？
男女怎么可以放在一起讨论？不过，我认可你这个回答。
不好意思啊，刚刚发现您的车被扔了不少垃圾，餐厅已经找人帮忙清洗了。不过刚刚好摄像头拍到是一群女生做的，请问一下，需要保存录像，方便日后报警用吗？
Wait, what was the question again? I was so into the chicken. Oh, it's so good.
那你还是问问我身边这位女士的意见吧。
请问一下，需要保存录像吗？
不需要，谢谢。
好的。
你现在应该知道被人非议的感受了吧？你明明可以做一个成功的商人，可是你非要招惹女人，你后悔吗？
I want to know what's like. How do we get to the like Phoenix thing?
你真的挺不容易的，其实我真的很心疼你的。
你说什么？
因为就在这短短的几天，我就领略到了那种被网暴的可怕。每天都有无数的私信在骂我，而你一直过着这样的生活。每条视频中都会有一些破防的人在骂你，真的太不容易了。
你没有骂我吗？
我们之间只是误会，现在误会解除了，我为什么要骂？
你和我想的有些不一样。
Do you eat chicken neck, Chat? We eat chicken neck in Korea. There's a little flesh, and you just like eat like a rib. That's okay. There's not much of the meat though.
不客气，跟你聊天挺舒服的。要不，咱们再换个地方聊聊。
好。
先生，你的车已经帮你清洗干净。
Usually no. No. It's alright. What is this atmosphere?
这辆和他相同款的车， 应该让他想起了以前。小姐，为了你的安全，请你佩戴安全带。滴滴打车，准备出发。
师傅，麻烦您待会儿开的平稳一点。
好嘞。
Oh no, she seemed nervous.
看上去120码的车速，让他非常紧张。我该怎么办？哪里不舒服吗？
没事，我不习惯车速这么快。
放心好了，一会儿的路我会开慢一点的。
嗯，好。
Oh, cool. 广州哈？
已经关门了。
是啊，已经关门了。
Such a big city. I wonder what's the population of Guangzhou, Chad.
这里是我之前买的，有的时候呢，一个人可以来这里放松一下心情。知道你喜欢喝咖啡，我想带你来这儿尝尝我的手艺。
But I'm a little confused what I'm trying to do, chat. Like, am I trying to like flirt her or something? Like, what's going on right now? Cause this almost looks like a date.
你为什么喜欢咖啡？
因为咖啡会让我清醒，最重要的是，咖啡可以随着我的心情。 选择不同种类的咖啡豆，也可以用不同的萃取方法来获得不同的口味。
嗯，好，我期待你的咖啡。
你先去坐一会儿吧。
Yeah, that's what I assumed, but it almost looks like I'm dating her, and then she's like, seems like she's seems like she has a feeling toward me, so I'm a little confused. Like, isn't it? This is almost looks like the romantic date.
你也喜欢爵士乐吗？
我有一次去法国出差，路过一家咖啡厅，无意中听到就爱上了。
40年代，爵士乐坛崛起了一帮天才绝伦。
Oh yeah, one day
他们以爵士
if I move to bigger place,
轻视跟不上他
I
们。
wanna have that.
这些天才大多是黑人。
What's that
所
chat?
以爵士乐就成了他们对抗生活和种族歧视的
LP player. It was really good. This one.
你很喜欢看书吗？
这里的书我基本上都看过一遍，办公室还有很多。
你平时那么忙，哪有时间看书啊？
你知道，很多企业家和很多名人都很喜欢看书。我们花几十块钱就可以买到他们的宝库。只要你每天花一点点时间，几年以后就会变得不一样。
That's really good.
你很喜欢看艺术的作品吗？
那是我中学的时候看的，那个时候我就渴望有爱情。但你也知道，中学时候父母肯定不希望我谈恋爱，所以我只能利用空余的时间去看，也算是满足一下心理需求吧。
那你看过《喜宝》那部作品吗？
当然，那个是经典。
那你觉得为什么那些文艺范的女生都特别喜欢他？
《 文艺范吗？你觉得是因为她作为女人很懂女人吧？女人的方方面面都被她看得很透。
你都是从他的书里了解女人的吗？
她说，做一个女人要做得像一幅画，不要做一件衣裳。被男人试完了又试，却没人买。试残了旧了，五折。
She fall in love to me, Chad.
有点意思。
Damn.
何必向不值得
Look
的
at her.
人证明什么？生活的更好，乃是问你自己。是哪一本小说？
Maybe this game is a good strategy game to learn about women. So maybe before you go on a date, you play this game, and then you learn how like the tactics, and then like give it a try. Who knows? What is the tail of roses, chat? The tail of roses? But the fun thing is I'm also learning.
有点困难，是不是玫瑰的故事？
Yeah, no. Wait. Oh, my bad. It was from my YouTube video.
试残了旧了，五折。有点太难了。
啊，难就算了吧。
因为我觉得骗一个人要费好大的劲，不在乎他又如何肯骗他？所以将来有人苦苦蒙骗你的时候，千万不要拆穿他。
你这么厉害，你还装不懂啊？你分明就是在整我。
我有吗？难怪他说，两个人在一起生活，岂是一项艺术？
Yeah, when the girls do this,
长城的艰苦工程
kinda she likes it.
太难了，不玩了。
Share the link. Okay, I'll post in the Discord.
因为我无论做什么，记得为自己而做，那就毫无怨言。
流金岁月是吧？
不告诉你。
不告诉我，我自己不会查吗？
那你查吧。
那你喜欢电影吗？
可能因为年纪越来越大的原因，我对好电影的要求越来越高。
是的，电影是综合艺术，光影。 美学、声音、乐曲等，透过戏剧去表现，去令观众感知，从单纯娱乐到生活共鸣，从人性光辉到寻找生命的意义等。这100年来啊，可以拍的电影人都给拍了个遍。
那你喜欢什么类型呢？
凡是类型片我都喜欢，放在这里的都是我喜欢的。我比较喜欢收藏，所以经常都会翻看。
有好多我都没有看过。
那。 不如选一部一起看。
好啊。
这好电影啊，它不管过了多少年，都一样会感受到它的美和它的好。
其实我看韩剧比较多。
竟然。
电影方面的话，我还是比较喜欢欧洲风格的老片。上卢、高达、克吕弗都是我特别喜欢的导演。
断了气，400击。
不如你挑一部你喜欢的，我们一起看。
可以啊。
뭐야? They're dating. 뭐야? 뭐야? 이게 이렇게 된다고?
有时候，现实比电影更精彩。
有些爱情电影真的很浪漫，现实生活中真的会发生这样的故事吗？
有些时候，现实生活比电影更精彩。
真的吗？
Is this like a typical plot line that you lost your friend and then you and her boyfriend or partner or whatever like were sad and then like comfort each other and then they became a couple or something like that?
他的事没有如果。
不好意思，我有点太投入了，可能被电影影响了吧。
没关系，我看电影的时候，也经常会被情节所感动。
今天跟你聊了那么久，你让我想起了自己最初的梦想，就是找一个人少、风景好的地方，开一家咖啡店。
那你有勇气放下现在拥有的一切，人设。
How irony is, the more faithful he is, the more attractive he is to her.
你也愿意放下现在拥有的一切，包括放弃对于陈心如的记忆，重新开始吗？
Such an irony.
如果有人能令我觉得值得，我想我能放弃。
我理解了。
时间也不早了，回去早点休息。
怎么了？有话要说吗？
哦，没有，我是在想，今天跟你聊得蛮开心的。
我今天喝了你的咖啡，你要不要去我家喝杯咖啡再走
？What? No, no, too far. Come on, slow down, girl. Slow down.
别想太多了，早点回去休息。
Yeah, slow down. Whoa, whoa, this girl. Come on.
他会明白的。
我在车上等你，你应该也有不少话要跟他说吧。
心如，我现在终于知道你为什么那么喜欢吴宇伦了。对不起，我想我已经爱上他了。
Classic。
但是无论如何，我想先经过你的同意。
Was it like you flip the coin and then if it's a head, I get blessed from her. If it's tail, she doesn't like it and then she just like bing and then see how it goes. Super copium.
你放心，之前网上搞你的舆论，我会尽快想办法去平息。我也会尽最大的努力去协助你。
谢了，但我现在是有罪之人。 我不想你因为我招人画饼，被人攻击。
跟你没有关系。那天跟你聊完之后，我想得很清楚，我那个高举极端女权的人设，我早就已经厌倦了。我用它来伪装，当武器，当铠甲。时间久了之后，我已经忘记爱一个人到底是什么样的感觉了。但是遇见你之后，我发现
Damn! Oh my god, I'm so attractive, Jen. I see just all the girls. Oof.
但是何月莹那边，我无法阻止她。
没关系。
我刚刚跟星星说了我们之间的事情，她已经同意我们交往了。
你刚才叫她星星？
嗯，我想跟你一样叫她星星。
What? Okay. Well, it's getting like, yo. I'm pretty sure that after her, there's another woman that I'm gonna be like engaged.
可以开始对诗琪执行最后的收网行动。
Evolving? Let's see. Very curious.
那咱们继续吧。
OK。
来。
嗯。
咱们今天争取给合同敲定。宋诗琪小姐，在签之前，我还要再提醒一次：您和宇伦先生的合作，你们的资产各占一半。如果没有什么问题，可以在合同上签署。
诗琪小姐，你是否因为合同的第3.1.1条规定，需要你放弃博主身份，以维持期间的中立性有质疑？
诗琪，如果你还犹豫的话，没关系，我们可以往后推迟。毕竟，这对你我来说都是一次重大的事业转变。我们把曾经拥有的都要舍去，重新开始。
其实我早就想好了，就像你说的，搞男女对立的人是不配被爱的。
恭喜两位，基金的处理时间大概需要1周左右。再次提醒一下，基金是你们2个的共有财产，各占一半。
谢谢。
诗琪，你先去那边安定一会儿，等我。这边公司还有些事情需要收尾。
好。我等你来。
大叔。
啊，怎么样？接下来你准备怎么做？是彻底惩罚这个宋诗琪，还是点到为止？
And?
诗琪，这家咖啡店是按你的喜好为你准备的。对于你过去的不幸，我依然感同身受，但这从未是你可以肆意伤害他人的理由。我们共同建立的那个基金，它的用途必须改变。这笔钱，我会主导用它，优先去帮助那些因你煽动网暴而身败名裂、生活陷入困境的人。这是你必须承担的责任，你不能有异议。诗琪，承认并弥补你造成的伤害，是你通往真正解脱的唯一路径。你不主动赎罪，过去的阴影就永远不会放过你，你将永远无法获得内心的平静。这既是为你过去的错误付出代价，也是你为自己积攒福报的开始。我记得你说过，最喜欢一书的喜宝，里面有一句话：做一个女人要做得像一幅画，不要做一件衣裳，被男人试完了又试，却没人买，试惨了、旧了，5折抛售还有困难。我希望你以后能活成像你身后的那一幅画。
I think that's a pretty good ending, right?
十万次相遇，结局我都选你。删除键困在指尖，是眼泪倒带回去。原来最痛遗憾是我非独的心。
知名女权博主宋诗琪表示，自己曾对男性的攻击是纯粹为了商业目的而挑拨男女对立，并以此获取大量女性关注与商业赞助。在最后，她道歉并承诺永久退网。
吴宇伦，谢谢你帮我解脱，我并不怨你。现在我在努力学习做好一杯咖啡，等你有空可以过来尝一尝。
小罗，帮我投屏。
哦，好的。
这是世奇发给我的3张照片，你能在里面看出什么猫腻吗？
人眼看不出 ，AI 肯定可以啊。等会儿。哎呀，妖术，韩国妖术！
难怪之前一直找不到他的资料，原来……
赶快把他所有的资料全部给我翻出来。
明白。
Oh, the ultimate boss is here, chat. She's the final boss.
"我还是右边脸比较上镜吧。是谁派你来查我的？不说。我这儿的宝贝可……
Oh shit！
让他仔细看看，喜欢哪个随便挑。
Oh shit! She's the craziest bitch. This bitch no mercy, chat. Let's finish her.
最后一次机会。
No mercy for you, bitch.
那我成全你。
Get ready for your sub. We're coming.
哎呀，你不要这么看着我嘛！要怪，就怪让你来的人。下手干净点。
Ah! Ah! Oh my god! That's so bad.
根据我们的资料显示，这个何月莹本身是一名
何月莹，
从小在韩国长大，整容之后呢，便开始了捞女生涯，而且她在夜总会工作过很长一段时间，非常懂得怎么拿捏男人。不久之后，她和一个富二代在美国拉斯维加斯秘密结婚了，可是没多久2个人就离了。之后，何月莹便认识了韩国的黑社会老大，所以她跟韩国黑道也有千丝万缕的联系。没多久，他就来到大陆了，便开始创业。认识了变凤凰的孟娜，因此也接触了更高圈层的人，甚至成为了商会主席。
他现在业务众多，有医美、贷款，还有地产，这些业务都是灰色地带，所以他身边有保镖跟随着。
哎，达叔呢？
去医院看个朋友。
看朋友？
达叔的朋友帮忙调查何月莹的时候，被何月莹的手下发现了，现在在 ICU， 很不乐观。
老板，公司刚收到通知，和商会有关联的上下游合作方都要和我们终止合作，并且要求结款，银行也在催。如果月底补不上，公司可能就麻烦了。另外，何月莹在你的办公室等你，他说今天一定要见到你。
行，我来会会他。
Classic。
何老板，之前不还假装好意替我着想，怎么现在装都懒得装了？
是你让我连续失去2个姐妹的。
我一个哥们儿刚刚被你送进 ICU 啊。
所以啊，我劝你最好乖乖听话，否则下一个去见陈心如的，搞不好就是你。除非你现在就跪下来求我。
Oh, I want to see how it looks like.
“如果我放过你，之前发生的一切都可以既往不咎。只要你愿意做我的狗，臣服于我就行。”
어머 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 뭐야 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 잠깐만 What the fuck? Okay, what about?
如果我放过你，
差不多得了，你是不是韩剧看多了？我刚刚跪下是看看你有没有什么新花招，结果你也不过如此嘛。
你还真是能屈能伸，毫无原则。是因为这样女孩才喜欢你吗？
是啊。
公司的情况，想必吴总已经知晓了。不过，只要是我开口，商会的上下游可以给你宽限1个月时间。1个月之内，你来当我的宠物狗，只要让我满意，我就放过你和你的公司。
哦，原来你兜了这么大一圈子，就是为了逼我当你男朋友啊！你们这些捞女也真的是黔驴技穷了吧？也不过如此吧。
哼，我见过的男人太多了，我会让你心甘情愿的跪在我的裙下。等我消息吧。
Hello. Good, good.
你现在过来大都会俱乐部找我，我发个定位给你。把它带上吧。
What the hell?
带他过去吧。
吴先生，这边请。
You like her red hair? Okay, okay. What the fuck is this? 이것도 뭐야? It's getting wild. The real drama.
今天我亲自为你服务，作为昨天在你公司对你太过强硬的补偿。躺下吧。吴宇伦先生，从现在开始，你将会享受1小时无穷快乐的体验。不要害羞，放松。
吃点你们的。
当然，我知道你想问我什么。你不要以为我是老板娘，我就没做过这些。你别看我现在风光，我也是由低做起，大小夜场我都工作过。怎么，瞧不起靠自己双手挣钱的女人吗？
那倒不会。
想不想试试这里的特色按摩？
What the fuck? Wait, what? Okay, I'm a little confused here. What's going on right now? 뭐가 어떻게 되는 거야? What's the story going right now? I thought I gotta revenge her or something like that, right? Let's see how this goes.
我突然想到你昨天的样子，让我特别想深入了解你。
Let's keep indulging it. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Oh, okay. Oh. What? 잠깐만. Oh. Is it streamable? Oh my god. Oh, it's getting spicier.
不要！Wait!
Where's the sample display of this guy? What the fuck? Okay, so what? Now what? Are she recorded?
你现在知道谁在拿捏谁了吗？你以后最好乖乖当我的狗。
Blackmailing me?
否则，你强奸我的视频将会让你一切都毁掉。
Damn, girl! Whoa! Her repeated cries of no soundless in the muted video fall like blades, sliding away the future you had imagined. All that remains is to learn, adapt, and stay alert. Wow, we got the live lesson, chat. Okay. Yeah, but like, you know, it was quite enjoyable process. Worth it.
没多久，他就来到大陆了，便开始创业。
开什么玩笑？这是法治社会，又不是在美国，你还能拿枪崩了我？
不要命是吧？那公司呢？不出3日，银行、收债公司都会过来找你，你就这么自私，一点都不顾及员工死活吗？我再给你一次机会，如果你现在下跪，我就考虑原谅你。
差不多得了，我是不会跪的。你以为我是狗吗？
虽然变凤凰是一个良善的组织，但无故脱离组织的人，还是要付出代价。宋诗琪跟我多年姐妹，现在因为你要受到组织追捕。如果你现在愿意下跪替她受罚，我也许可以说服组织， 放过他。
如果跪下就能救一个人的话，我无所谓啊。然而膝下有黄金，可我更喜欢救人一命胜造7级浮屠。差不多得了，告诉我你今天来到底要干嘛？
公司的情况，想必吴总已经知晓。不过，只要是我开口，商会的上下游可以给你宽限1个月时间。1个月之内，
差不多得了。
我才是这里的主人，作为客人就应该乖乖听话，别乱动。在这里，不要让我扫兴了。
对不起，我不是这么随便的人。不好意思啊。
你还是不是男人啊？同性恋？
我一向对这种人造人，还有整容脸，都不怎么感兴趣。
哼，你以为随便一个女人就可以整容，就可以变得好看吗？整容是需要好基础的。
你们那点惯用的手段，无非就是逼迫女生去整容，来控制住她。你对你这种卑劣的手段，会感到很自豪。
还没完事儿呢，跟我来。乖。
What's going on today? Like, what's wrong with this girl?
求求你放过我吧！外面吵什么？
月云姐，月云姐，求求你放过我吧，求求你了！本金我已经还完了。我本来来变凤凰是为了想找一个真爱我的男人，现在我已经找到了，可是利息实在是太多了，我怎么都还不完。
你想要改命的机会，我们给你了。你现在想脱离组织，我们只是收取一些回报，谁会做亏本的生意？而且我没记错的话，你男人名下还有套房子，可以卖啊。
那个是我们家唯一的房子。再说了，他的父母还住在里面，卖了我们住哪儿啊？
生意就是生意，规矩就是规矩。再说，既然都已经是真爱了，这点问题难道都克服不了吗？如果你不愿意，那我就只能把你脚踩多只船，还有和其他男人亲密的照片，发到你男友和父母手机上了。
Oh, that's how she collect the money.
求求你了，这位老板，求求你，这位老板，求求你，救救我！求求你，救救我吧，帮我！
So does she collect the girls and the girls scam the guys and then she scam the girls and then like collect all this money and stuff like that? Let's see what happened.
既然本金已经还给你们了，对你们公司也没什么损失，不如就放了他。
这里还有无数个像她一样的女孩，难道你要替所有的女生求情？我又凭什么要放过她们？你都已经自身难保了，还想普度众生？别哭了，吵死了！你要知道，我能让你在这上班还债已经很好了，因为你有本钱， 这可不是随便什么女生想来就能来的。只要你好好服侍客人，3年时间足够你还清债务。表现
Oh,
良好的话，
it's like what's it called, chat? Like what's that called? I forgot the word.
我在这里工作，我要是被我家男人发现，他一定会离开我的。我不想离开他，我不想失去他。
What is that? I forgot the word.
老板，求求你，求求你，救救我吧，求求你！
You know, this type of people, like the girl.
老板，
你快起来！
帮帮我，求求你！
哎，你要是真想帮他，我可以给你一个机会，只要你乖乖听话，让我开心，我可以考虑放过他，甚至名单上其他的女生我都可以网开一面。但如果你让我不高兴了，这些女孩劲爆的照片转瞬就会出现在她们最害怕的地方。上学的就在校园里曝光，谈婚论嫁的就发给对方父母。总之，我有无数种方法，让他们尝到社会性死亡的滋味。怎么样
Pimp.
好啊，我同意。
回去等我的约会通知吧，记得1个月之内随传随到。如果你不爽，想想他们。
谢谢你，老板，谢谢你，谢谢你。
放心，我说了，他会安全离开的。
今天天气很好，很适合去约会。我发定位给你。
月莹，为什么约在这里？
男女朋友约会不都来商场吗？啊、虽然我们是假装情侣，但装也要贴近现实才有意思嘛。你记得要好好表现哦。这些女孩的未来可都在你手中。
你老是提这个的话，我怎么能安心跟你约会？
哦，那我收起来。哎，我今天带了好多东西啊，我的包包好重啊。作为男朋友帮女朋友拿包是很绅士的行为，对吧？
Classic.
作为你男朋友，帮你拿个包很正常。但是你觉得包重，是不是因为里面有很多见不得人的东西？需不需要我帮你卸掉那些灰色的压力？
巧言令色。
你很喜欢玩这个吗？
你不是说一切都听我的吗？
教练，其实我有点恐惧。
All these girls are so skinny. 엄청 말랐네.
你要不要再检查一下？
无法登顶也不用觉得自己没用啊，帮我拍好看的照片，一样可以讨我开心。
Wow, she's good. 잘한다. Wow, but she's really good.
雨伦，你帮我拍吧。
不好意思啊，我不大擅长拍这种虚假的照片，你还是继续找你的教练拍吧。真没见过这么做作。
Or was it fake?
我还从来没见过这么特殊的攀岩技巧。
人们在社交媒体上只能看到我登顶的瞬间，根本没人会在意我到达顶端的方式。
你的人生都是靠作弊的吗？
人生无非就是输赢。你觉得世界第2高峰会有人记得吗？
第2高峰是乔格里峰。我的人生虽然还没有登顶，但是我都是靠我的双手一步一步爬上去的。至少我没有作弊。
我有的时候真的很佩服你，你人这么废，还敢讲大道理，那不如比一场，看谁的方法能赢。不过如果你输了，你这种只会讲大道理又能力不足的表现，只会让我这个女朋友更加瞧不起你。敢接受挑战吗？
我接受你的挑战。
如果害怕，也不要勉强自己哦。毕竟你为了让我赢，连命都可以不要。真是一个听女朋友话的好男友呢。看在你这么听话的份上，等比赛结束以后，我可以考虑奖励你一个 kiss。好好加油哦！
有句名言说得好，改变自己最好的方法就是做你最害怕的事。感谢你今天让我突破了自己。
好，开始吧。
I mean, what kind of guy wear the suit when he does the rock climbing?
没想到你还挺厉害的嘛。
喂。Where?
哎，怎么了？
What happened?
你醒了吗？需不需要再多休息一会儿？还是需要我给你一些安慰？
帮我先存起来吧，现在还不是时候。
你之前都是这样，把女生的情绪推到高点，又突然停下来吗？
你没听说过奖励需要等待吗？我们走吧。
想不到你今天的表现让我这么开心。你的奖品已经帮你保存了，不过你要记得来取哦，过期可就不给了。明天陪我去香港看赛马，刚好我有一匹马出赛。
明天有重要的事，陪不了你，对不起。
明天我要和你一起去。
这是我的私事。
难道你不想救公司和女孩们了吗？
好吧，明天见。
Damn.
你要干什么非法行为勾当？怎么还要取现金呢？
哼，走吧。
Hong Kong, here we come. Oh, 맛있겠다. Oh, looking nice.
老板，20份炸鸡准备好了吗？
准备好了。
再帮我加1份炸鸡腿。
好嘞。不用，请你们吃就好了。
谢谢。
你搞什么名堂？又是取现金，又是买炸鸡的，这些东西直接在网上买，外卖都送到家了呀。非要自己来，为什么？我不吃。
趁热。
我明明吃过这家的。我司机总点这家夜宵，我觉得一点都不好吃，为什么今天就
没想到你这么饿啊！
今天约会的时间那么早，我什么东西都没吃，我都快饿死了。
你还没回答我问题，为什么这么好吃？
这种炸鸡呢，一般都是早上11点腌制，这个点呢，刚好是第2轮炸出来的炸鸡，又香又多汁又好吃。如果到了晚上汁水都已经没了，那肯定不是最好吃的。你要吃炸鸡的话，不能太早，也不能太晚。
哦，那接下来去哪儿？
跟我走吧。
怎么了？
陈老师，
你怎么自己就来了？不是说好去接你吗？
东西又不重，没关系。
啊，这位是？
这是我好朋友何叶云小姐。
你好，陈老师，幸会。
你好，何小姐，很高兴认识你。
这里呢是一个简易的画室，你可以随意逛逛。陈老师，把这个收了吧。
这次又给多了，不用那么多钱，你还是收回点好吧。
我费这么大力把钱取出来，就是为了让你不能拒绝我。况且，最近因为一些私事儿，我已经2个月没来了，还真是抱歉。你就赶紧收好吧。
你太客气了，每次都给很多，我代他们感谢你。
别这么客气，快把这个拿给孩子，不然炸鸡凉了不好吃。
再说这些啊，咱们自己也能买，但是你买的好吃，孩子们特别喜欢，每次都期待你来的日子。那我就不招待你们了。
快别跟我客气了
啊！那我现在送给孩子吃。啊。
这些都是小学生画的吗？除了少数几幅，其他的水平都很一般啊，加在一起也不值你给的那些钱。
凡事都有原因的。
什么原因？
干完活以后再告诉你。
吴宇伦，你真是处处都有套路啊，无时无刻不在跟我耍技巧。
这些画都不是一般孩子画的，而是有一定智力缺陷的孩子。这些画都是他们画的。这里面的孩子，甚至有一些都无法说出一句完整的句子，而画画呢，就是他们表达自己内心的方式。
不好意思。
因为你说错话了，所以罚你干活。搞完了以后呢，我就会原谅你。今天要把这里所有的画框都装裱好，然后逐一拍照。上网竞拍以后，所得的费用全部都交给福利院。这些钱呢，就可以给孩子们用来买颜料，以及聘用老师。
那为什么都没看见孩子们呢？
孩子们午饭过后会先睡一会儿，下午的时候会来这里玩一会儿。这就是他们的美术教室。福利院的宿舍在小岛的另外一边，所以陈老师才要把东西给他们送过去。把手给我。这种事情经常出现，等习惯了就好。没事了。你在看什么？
没什么，谢谢你。
好了。
我突然发现你的这一面还挺令人意外的，让我觉得
可以多给你一些好处，比如多给你一些公司的股份。
我在这里不想聊公司。
但你对我好，才想给你奖励啊，错过可就没有了。你不要辜负我的好意嘛。
She's always like kind of this, like. Let's see.
那怎样做，才不算是辜负你的好意呢？
你觉得怎么样才算不辜负我的好意呢？我刚刚的提议，你考虑好了吗？
哦呀呀呀！
陈老师，你怎么突然爆个话讲？孩子们，
这些可能只方便你一个人听。
没关系，你在这里直接说就好。
啊，真不好意思，本来孩子们都挺兴奋的，刚好在车外面看见你们车后面还坐了一个小姐姐。但是他们得知不是陈小姐以后，他们有人说，好像是渣男抛弃陈姐姐，所以就生气了。
那个画的是什么？
这幅画是其中一个小孩子画的可能是上次你和陈小姐，因为上次陈小姐也穿着这个白色连衣裙，但是我不确定啊。无论如何，这是孩子送你的礼物。你是这幅画的主人，你自己看怎么处理吧。那我先走了，我先哄孩子们去，你自己决定是否拍卖吧。啊，我先走了。
这幅画对我来说挺重要的，我想把它好好保存。
好，我可以理解。
5分钟之后，咱们就直播了。平时都是陈老师和孩子们帮我。
High quality。
今天就只有你和我了。我去接个电话，你再帮我重新布置一下。
Okay, and. 뭐야 이건?
哪一幅？
泳池里的小孩们。
明白。
Come on. What was the question?
5分钟之后咱们就直播了。平时都是陈老师和孩子们帮我一起，今天就只有你和我了。我去接个电话，你再帮我重新布置一下。帮我搞一幅画。
Okay. I need the painting. This one.
海边的小女孩。
明白。
Yeah, I didn't see the question.
还有呢？
没有了。
没有了？我跑20公里跟你玩无间道呢！
你快去跟我搞，我还要回去直播呢。Hello， 欢迎大家收看这个月的阳光艺术之家艺术慈善拍卖。接下来呢，我会重点介绍每一幅画。今天呢，大概有30幅作品，希望各位善良的观众能慷慨解囊，帮助这些孩子们，为他们带来一个美好的生活。事不宜迟，马上向大家介绍每一幅作品。今天的第一幅作品，它叫《海边的小屋》。这是一群快乐的小朋友，他们身上有很多不幸的事情发生，但是他们依然能保持天真、纯真、快乐。可能这群孩子天生就要面对更多的挑战，但是通过他们自己的努力，活得很精彩。 谢谢各位，
拜
再见，拜拜。
再见。既然可以这么快的把画销售完，干嘛还要费时间装裱？
Yeah, speaking of the charity, I was actually thinking about brainstorming about the idea. So we've been doing I still didn't do the charity for this year, so, and I was thinking about this a lot. And I was thinking like what would be the sustainable plan to keep doing the charity. So far we've been doing the charity annually once a year at the January, right? And I was kind of started thinking that, well, it's like a one done and it's not sustainable. So I was thinking that maybe I will make a budget for the charity, and some of it I will charity right away, and some of it I'll put in the stocks that like there is a ETF for high dividends stock, and then some of the dividends they give it every month. So I was thinking that, oh, then maybe I can make it as like a automatically sustainable. So like every month I get the dividend, and then I just automatic withdraw this like money to the charity, like I've been doing to the Save the Children. And I just realized that if I keep doing this every year, the budget of the charity gotta be bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So let's say that I start with $50, but like I kind of realized that this is how the investment goes, that I keep reinvest. So the amount of the dividends gotta be bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And then it just keep going on and on and on and on and on. So yeah, I was thinking that I should make a plan for doing like every year, like for the instant charity, and at the same time there's like a plan, like a two different plans, like so we can do the charity two different ways. And I would like to like for so far I've been only doing the charity for the Save the Children, but I started thinking that maybe we can divide into more the other places for charity. Like for example, these days I started having a little interest in helping the elders, and maybe we can help the people who suffering from the war all around the world right now, because like there are a lot of wars out there. And yeah, I was just thinking about it, and that's kind of one of the reasons I was keep researching about what would be the best like dividend stocks that can give high percentage, at the same time have a secure that it will not have a like I'm trying to choose something not too volatile, can't really expect a high profit, but still more safe, steady, and offers a high percentage of the dividends. And I'm trying to look for the one that offering every month, because some of the dividends they offer every month, some of the dividends they offer 3 times a month, 3 times a year, something like that. So I was thinking about it. I'll do some more research about it.
表和拍照啊。
因为这些画之后会成为我公司品牌中一个特定的系列衣服，那些收入才是孩子们真正的收入来源。所以你就知道为什么我会那么在意公司，因为这些孩子很多。
That's one of the reasons that I want to like expand my finance as well, so that I can share more to people. I think that's kind of most effective and direct way to help people out
我想
there.
你们今天不能离开了。天气预报说今晚台风可能加速转向，回去的桥封闭了。今晚你们只能在岛上过一晚了，但是岛上没有酒店，所以我只找到了一个小房间，辛苦一点，凑合一晚，希望你们不要介意啊。来来来，
Thank you, thank you, Broco. Appreciate.
这是我们岛上一户人家的房子，他们已经留在大城市打工，很久没回来了。我也是找了很久才找到这一家，你们就凑合住一晚。
只有这一间吗？
由于时间比较仓促，
地方比较简陋，要回去你们了。那个我先走了，孩子那边还在等我。
好吧，辛苦了。
辛苦了，辛苦了。
食堂关门了，吃的。
Oh yeah, nice. Thank you, Burkov. Wait, what kind of monster put the cell phone on the like hot ramen? Yeah.
原来还可以这么操作呀！
What kind of ramen is that, by the way? That's not Korean. I think that's Chinese. Mala? Tomato soup? 우육면인가? 우육면? Beef stew ramen?
“你今天晚上要和我一起在这过夜吗？”
你不用担心，我一会儿自己会到楼下的车里过夜。这里你放心好了，我会在门口看着，你就安心的睡觉。
A few days later.
雨伦，原来你这么早到，是为了给我送礼物啊！
快打开看看吧。
谢谢你。
Wait, what is our relationship right now? I'm so confused. I thought like this is a revenge. Like I keep dating all those girls.
我给你多说好话。
谢谢。
뭐야? Or am I acting? 뭐지?
那就这样。
All part of the plan? Yeah.
我送你们出去。
好吧，走。
Dating first, then revenge. She's monitoring. Oh my god, it's kind of bizarre. Oh.
你是第一个被我骗的人吗？
Wait a minute, is the big A's from the guy from the skirt, maybe? Like, she... Oh yeah, right? Part of the company? Maybe...
“无人直播矩阵，感兴趣？不过这些都是老业务了，我现在已经不管了。走吧。”
大老爷是谁？
Wait, but Chad, this remind me of... So, I heard of this, actually. So, this is what actually happened. So, some of the streams... They like so for example in Africa TV there is a kind of the culture that they are keep making chat fighting with the bunny. So like the streamer keep encouraging chat to donate more and more and more by putting some jealousy and competition. You know what I mean? So let's say that there is two Oilers, and then both of them want to have the attention from the streamer, right? So what they would do is like keep putting the vibe, the tense for keep competing each other. So like let's say that one Oiler donated $100, then he or she would keep triggering the B Oiler to donate more. So B Oiler donated like 150, and then the other Oiler gonna donate like 200, and then they're just keep trying to fight with the money by donating more, like who's donating more, who's donating more, so that make it looks like the one who donated more is a winner, like we saw at the beginning of this drama, right? But what crazy thing that I heard was, and actually it happened, that you see could be if you're like part of the agency actually become this like Oiler, you know what I mean? So basically it looks like two Oilers are fighting, but in reality some of the places it's just one Oiler, and the company trying to farm this money from this Oiler, you know what I mean? The companies keep putting the money on it, and then one like they're sucking the money out of the Oiler. And when I heard about it, I was like shocked. But seems like some of the agencies or stuff like that, that's how they monetize it. And this exactly remind me of what like the strategy that I heard. That's so bad. So I'm wondering that Big Ace is part of this company or like, yeah, let's figure it out. Who is this Big Ace? Ooh.
数字托，配合主播报真实用户的金币，不过现在都是 AI 控制了。之前用电脑直播的时候还得真人操作，我记得那个时候变凤凰没多少人。我跟诗琪都当过一阵子的大佬 A。
所以你就是幕后的大佬 A？
当然不是，真正的大佬是不会自己下场的。别浪费时间了，走吧。雨兰，刚刚两位老板说的话，你应该都听清楚了。
我听到了，但是我现在没心情跟你聊这些。再见。
吴雨伦。
喂，
那就这样。我送你们出去。
好吧，走。
你相信那个时候，你是第一个被我骗的人吗？
无人直播矩阵，感兴趣？不过这些都是老业务了。我现在已经不管了，走吧。
大佬 A 是谁？
数字托，配合主播报真实用户的金币，不过现在都是 AI 控制。
Shill SHILL shill. What is shill? Shill. Shill is a person paid or secretly affiliated with a seller, promoter, or organization to act as a enthusiastic, independent customer to influence others to buy or participate. Wow. Common in marketing, scam, and auctions, seal bidding, they create false credibility to manipulate crowd psychology. key aspect of a shield. Deceptive promotion. They pretend to be a satisfied customer or disinterested third party while having a vested interest. Context commonly found in online review, crypto, gambling, and auction scams. Goal to create fake demand, inflate prices, or build trust through social proof. So it's a scam. It's a fraud. Etymology. Derived from early 20th century circus carnival slang shilaber. Common uses example, shield bidding, bidding on one's own auction item to drive up the price. Social media shield, an influencer promoting a product without disclosing payment. The term is often used informally to discredit opponent or accuse someone of being insecure in their endorsement. Interesting. Okay.
之前用电脑直播的时候还得真人操作，我记得那个时候变凤凰没多少人，我跟诗琪都当过一阵子的大佬 A。
所以你就是幕后的大佬 A？
当然不是，真正的大佬是不会自己下场的。别浪费时间了，走吧。雨兰，刚刚两位老板说的话，你应该都听清楚了。
我听到了，但是我现在没心情跟你聊这些。再见。
吴雨伦，注意你自己的情绪。刚刚两位老板说的很清楚了，只能我来做主。你别忘了，你和你公司的命，现在还都在我手上。不过这段时间你的表现，确实让我刮目相看。这些只欠利息的女孩，我都可以放过她们。我说到做到。我喜欢你，你的资金问题，我来帮你解决。
Oh my god, this is so dangerous.
愿意做我情人。
He seems very dangerous person. 어떻게 어떻게?
你别走，你答应我。
对不起，我不能答应你。你真的很强大，也很有吸引力。一般男人可能已经被你征服了，但是我真的希望你以后不要再用身体去征服男性了。
你在说什么？吴雨伦，你是不是有病？你发什么神经啊？你给我回来！你给我站住！不然我一定搞死你！
老板，好消息，商会的公积突然停止了，银行催款也突然停止了。
对不起，昨天情绪有点激动。你放心，我不会再动你公司了。不过我想再见你一面，可以吗？
可以吗？
老板，根据你提供的各种讯息，我去调查，现在知道了何月莹完整的犯罪手段，也了解到他现在还在经历各方的追捕。只要把何月莹的消息公布出去，那他最好的结果将是消失。老板，我觉得何月莹吧，挺惨的。你看啊，她从小经历继父的迫害，还有那些狗血剧情一般的遭遇。咱们真要把她的信息公布出去吗？我可听说了，韩国黑社会对不听话的女人，先是毁容，再给人卖到红灯区，让他们自生自灭。
何月英来找你了。
雨伦，我今天过来 是想和你道歉的。
No, you
我昨天
don't.
提的条件实在不够好。
No mercy for her, chat.
如果你不喜欢这里，我随时可以有退路，我们随时都可以离开。
你有没有认真想过？我和你很不同，我只针对坏人，替普通人伸张正义，而你一直针对普通人。你的公司、你的组织，是不是应该考虑让他们换行？不要再欺负弱者了。对不起，现在的你不配获得爱情。
我现在已经在改变了，你就不能再给我一次机会？
No. No. Okay, here's the thing. Maybe she's changing. Maybe she has a second chance. I get that. But although you're changing and although you're getting the second chances, you still need to pay for your guilt. You should what's it called? Pay for on your own sin. You have to atone. What does that mean? Atone. I'm not saying that she will not gonna have the second chance. She can get a second chance, but before she can get a chance, like, she need to atone. What is atone? 그렇지, atone. Yes, atone. What's the pronunciation?
Atone.
Atone? Yeah. Atone for her sin, and then she can get the second chance. That's called justice. If you don't atone and move on, and then hoping that you're gonna have the second chance, like, why not? Like, we all can just scam everybody. Where's the justice? I think the healthy society is the place that we should perform the justice, and then justice kind of simply means that if you want to have the second chance, if you want to, like, move on to, like, progress or something, you should atone for your sin, bitch.
对不起，我没有资格原谅你。
Justice.
而且你之前拼命隐藏的信息，我已经在网上公开了。
W for justice.
那些想要找你复仇的人，已经在路上了。已经发生的恶是无法改变的。
You already hurt so many people.
还是赶快离开吧。
This is called consequences. You had your own free will. You could have choose something different, but you chose all these things. Called consequence, bitch.
那天之后，公司一切都逐渐恢复正常。我收到了月英最后一条消息。
I mean, it's a fact.
玉兰，我现在正在一艘行驶在公海的船上，刚刚有一对男女被殴打到奄奄一息，丢下海里。因为女生不愿意被人消遣，我想要帮他们出头，但是我没有勇气，只能眼睁睁地看着这一切发生。我开始明白，那些被我剥夺尊严的人们，那份无力感。我现在所经历的一切，都是咎由自取。你和我的那段经历是我最后的支撑。如果我可以侥幸活到靠岸重新开始，我一定会努力通过正经的方式，把作为一个人的尊严一点一点地赚回来。
Well, glad that at least she decided to be changed. What is it? Is the next target or what? Oh ho ho ho, okay.
可是我没骗过人，再说了，我也没什么才艺，
所以才要伪装大哥来捧你。
你就把他们当成真的大哥就行，这样子才能刺激那些男人为你花钱来保护你。
那大哥叫什么？
娜姐，
娜姐，
大老 A 就很不错，你们俩可以轮流扮演。我打算在这儿弄
Okay,
一
so
个
she is the biggest,
把你们的照片都
the
放进去
biggest boss,
根
huh?
据收入分金银铜铁，还可以起个名字叫做凤凰堂，好不好？
好。
那你们要好好努力了。诗琪跟我说过你很漂亮，也许过不了多久，你也能成为大老 A。
谢谢娜姐。
哎呀
！3个月中，我们用尽了手段，都没有找到任何关于变凤凰的消息。他们仿佛就像消失了一样。当我以为一切都归于平静的时候，他突然出现了。
But justice is such hard,
Hmm?
even if we all want justice, I think it's very difficult. It's not a simple concept, even if I said like it's simple, but you know, like all these stories and dramas are all like tangled and connected.
可以给我介绍几幅画吗？
这些画都是一些特殊的孩子画的啊，比方说这幅。这是一个天生就没有办法发声的孩子画的，他特别喜欢海洋，因为在海底不需要发出任何声音，就可以感受到这个世界的宁静。
我明白了，那这一幅一定是小朋友想要表达，做人需要懂得一些知足和感恩。这幅是想要表达。双彩虹虽然很难遇见，但总有一天会遇到。期待美好，你觉得我说的对吗？这里所有的画都很不错。今天有缘到这里能帮助小孩子，就是一件很有福报的事情。既然这是一个慈善画展，那就麻烦你帮我全部买下来吧。
Damn。
首先，多谢你的善心，但是。还没有办展览，我希望这些孩子的画可以被更多人看到。
没问题，我也是这样想的。这些画作可以继续展出，等展览结束之后，全部打包送到我家就行。
Damn.
这些孩子
Yeah, another oil appeared.
应该花更多的资源好好培养他们，令他们的画在日后变得更加值钱。
如果有更好的资源培养他们，这当然是一个很好的选择。我觉得这是一个不错的机会。
既然这样，不如我们给孩子成立一个专项的公益基金，就用你的名字来命名，如何？
谢谢你的好意，但是我不是他们的老师，我只是一位长期帮助他们的好心人而已。如果你真的想帮助这些孩子的话，我可以把陈老师介绍给你。他是他们的负责人，具体事项你跟他聊好了。
我想，如果我们成立了公益基金，我们就不再是敌人了，而是朋友了，对不对？
Shit. Phoenix.
如果有兴趣，不想继续做敌人，明天可以来茶室找我。如果不想来也没关系，我依旧会以你的名字给孩子们的基金命名。 只不过，前面恐怕要加上“纪念”2个字。今天是菩萨降生的好日子，我主动过来找你，就是希望能跟你和解，想化解那些孽障误会，因为我觉得在未来，咱们有更多合作的可能性。
老板，刚刚那个女的给你的支票。
Damn. This is gotta be a pretty tough fight. Wonder how it's gonna
我有
go.
事情需要你的帮助。
什么事？说来听听。
孟娜主动来找我寻求合作。
你不要答应他，他是个非常理性的生意人，为了达到目的不择手段，他可以有好几百种方式来折磨你。
那我该怎么办？
我建议你一直拖延，直到他觉得你没有价值。
没有价值，我现在都不知道接下来该怎么做。
我跟你们说，这样做绝对没错。
聊什么呢？
刚刚达叔发现，最近咱附近有很多陌生车辆出现，咱们好像被人发现了。
老板，这次真是遇到高手了。
China is really good at making this game.
孟娜刚刚给了我张支票，并且还提出要和咱们合作。我觉得我们之前对他的所作所为
Crazy.
给他造
The
成了非常大的
quality.
破坏力。他一定还对我们有一些未知的企图。石奇提醒我，让我不要接受，同样也不能拒绝。
不愧是你呀，老板。你说你都这么服了石奇，石奇还这么帮你，你们俩搁这玩谜语人呢。你说说，你拿什么对付孟娜？
我们通过常规手段想要拿到孟娜的把柄，肯定是没戏。所以，我只能还作诱饵，去吸引她、接近她。只有在她身边呢，才能有机会拿到扳倒她的信息。
哦，某人不会又想出卖色相吧？
Ah, Donut, hello. Thanks for the 61 months up. Thank you, thank you.
让他在我身上不断的投入沉没成本。
Donut Boy 97 just
这样久而久之
subscribed. Yugset.
不喜欢也会变成喜欢。
哎，那也太麻烦了，直接在他的生日礼物放个窃听器不就完了？
现在放还太早了，我觉得我还是得先接近他。
Your target. The final boss is here. Okay. Damn. I want to do this torch at the Revenge on Gold Digger game tour. We just go Guangzhou and then visit all these places in the game.
这边
Such a cool place.
辛苦你刻意来这边找我，请坐。既然这样，
Choose inside.
这边。
谢谢你的守时，看来你很尊重我这个朋友，请坐。
Ah, Chinese tea.
有心了。这片陈年云南绿大树普洱茶饼，现在十分罕有，而且非常难找。虽然从前的价格不高，但现在已经炒到了天价。晚点再查，先帮我放到茶柜上吧。不好意思啊， 因为许多人对我有误解，所以防人之心不可无，希望你不要介意。
Yeah, maybe they worried that he might have put like a microphone or like hidden secret camera or something like that.
我真的不希望
Yeah, or bomb, whatever it is. Such a difficult word, right? You cannot even receive a small gift. You always have to be cautious, like, oh, what if there's something bad
有件事我
inside,
很
you
好
know?
奇，想要问问。自从诗琪和月莹离开之后，这3个月期间，你还在用各种方法寻找变凤凰。我真的很想知道，为什么你这么讨厌我们？
Well, I want to say this, but
我都是为了欣欣。
我理解，陈欣欣是最早骗你的那个人，也可以说是他导致了你成为今天的样子。多年以后，你们再次相遇又在一起，这真的很戏剧。但他的死确实只是一场意外。当时诗琪和月莹只是不希望他变回一个普通的人，不想埋没了他的成绩与才华。没想到陈欣欣在拉扯中竟然会自杀。如果你认为我们有错，那你也有错。欣欣的离开，你至少要负1半的责任。其实，你搞定月莹和诗琪之后，我们的冲突就结束了。你的公司已经恢复正常，反而是我这边，因为你遭受了不小的打击。他们2个人都是跟随我多年的心腹，就这么离我而去，他们的业务无人接手，给我造成了不小的麻烦。而且他们的离开也让组织人心惶惶。我花了3个月的时间安抚下面，才让一切回归正轨。我可以原谅你给我带来的损失，但作为交换条件，我希望你可以接手变凤凰，让我有更多的时间打理其他生意。变凤凰以及之前他们俩负责的业务，也可以成为你服装公司的助力。超过100万粉丝的影响力，绝对可以让你的服装事业更进一步。这怎么看都是双赢的选择。你的小团队也可以维持现状。对于捞女和渣男，你是愿意打击还是培养，都无所谓。只要能达成我的业绩目标，你都可以自己决定。还有一个好消息，因为你搞定了我身边最强的2位帮手，所以我相信你的能力。只要你同意，合作马上开始。我还是很相信缘分的。现在就等你的回答了，你愿意吗？
我也蛮相信缘分的。既然你都已经说到这份上了，不如我们可以试着合作。
Wow, that's so Chinese.
要不断升级认知，比如
不要
麦法达举的天仙局杀防盘就非常值得学习。打造完美伴侣的
Oh,
人设
so I'm part of
心甘
it?
情愿买房。
Okay, let's continue on next stream. I'm wondering what the storyline looked like if we were able to save Chen Xinxin. Let's see. Chen Xinxin.
看在你是我多年很爱你。让我冲动。
老婆。
I guess she left because she feel
虽然
guilty.
我很爱你，但正如你曾经说过的，时光是不能回头的。可能我和你都只不过是一时冲动，你也不要试图去找我。忘记我吧，陈心如。
I guess that's how she survived.
丹丹，恭喜你！作为我的粉丝，我真的很开心。但是你要先从
Oh wait, we haven't seen this one as well, right?
钱不用担心，30万左右就够了。30万？可我没这么多钱。变凤凰可以无抵押贷款20万给你。看在你是我多年粉丝的份上，我可以私人再多借10万给你，足够你买衣服。
That's how they collect people. Interesting.
老师，你相信爱情吗？
But this is kind of the cult, the how the cult works, right? If you want to be part of our community, you pay the like kind of like, you know, and oh, if you don't have money, don't worry, we can rent the money, but it has like a high interest rate, and then they're telling in the beginning like, if you come over, join our community, we can provide this and that and that and that, that and that and that. But later on, once you are not able to pay back well, they started to like using you as a slave to make any sort like money, any source of the ways, any with any mean, right? Damn. If you borrow, they owe you. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
我在他身上学到了很多，爱上了咖啡、音乐和电影。但是有一次开车途中，我们吵架，发生了严重的车祸。他为了保护我，去世了，而我的额头也留下了伤疤。
老师，你没事吧？是我不好。
好姐妹，人只有经历了痛苦，才会成长。这是我成长的烙印。把它签了吧。签了之后，我们就是姐妹了。 你不是孙丹丹，你是谁？你混进来有什么目的？
我是走投无路才买名额的。我想改变，你帮帮我。
Ending is the same.
但是我们有我们的规矩，出于安保理由，我要先调查。
老师，
你先离开吧。嗯。
来，走吧。
你帮帮我吧，老师。
走吧。
老师，你帮帮我。
走。
Okay, continue. Dun dun dun. Wait, is this Mark Zuckerberg? What is this? Mark Zuckerberg. It's really good to be idealistic, but be prepared to be misunderstood. Anyone working on a big vision is going to get called crazy even if you end up right. Okay. Idealistic my ass? Ah, come on, Chad. We can dream about it, you know? I have a dream, you know? Why not? We all can have dream. FB. What is FB? Okay, well. So is he thinking he's right? I don't know. FB? Facebook. Alright, chats. Thanks for watching, and let's see. Yeah, see you tomorrow. I think I'm gonna stream in the evening tomorrow. I have to do some stops in the morning and afternoon, and then maybe I'm gonna start late afternoon, something like that. Okay, thanks for watching. See you soon, guys. Take care. Bye bye.